Arc. Blood-curdling screams resounded in the skies constantly. Over 1,000 people from the 6 forces had come to this place. Among the 1,000 people, those below Dan realm would be equivalent to cannon fodder in a battle of this level. They couldn't escape at all. Budding realm experts were dying under the attacks from the Dragonians. In the sky, the battle between a dozen-odd budding realm experts gave the martial artists of the underworld the feeling that the apocalypse was happening right before their eyes. A casual strike would bring with it terrifying auras that extended over several hundred to several thousand meters. Each attack seemed capable of splitting the space and sky. As compared to the 4-way battles between the Dragon King, Emperor Qi, middle-aged swordsman, and Nia Wushuang, the battle that was happening before their eyes at this moment made them feel even more fear. The martial artists from the 6 overseas forces were horrified. For the very first time, they regretted their decision to step into the territory of China. When the 9 cauldron worlds descend into the real world, you guys will then know what the real underworld is. Wang Xian recalled the group of people he had encountered from the Xia Cauldron world while looking at the overseas forces being annihilated rapidly. They had said that all of Asia would be ruled by the underworld of China. Various forces in Asia would have to pay pilgrimage to them. If the 9 cauldron worlds were to truly descend into the real world and ally together, they could easily crush all other forces in Asia. Bam! As expert after expert from the overseas forces died, those forces and martial artists from the underworld that had sought refuge with the overseas forces were incomparably bitter and embarrassed. They had complicated feelings and felt a little fear deep down in them. Would the Dragon King kill them? There was a high possibility that he might. "Let's go up the mountain," Wang Xian said to Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the girls who were beside them before walking towards the mountain shrouded under the spiritual energy waterfall. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan followed closely behind him. The remaining martial artists of the underworld hesitated for a moment before following and walking towards the mountain under the spiritual energy waterfall. What a dense concentration of spiritual energy. Cultivating here would shorten the time required by over 10 times. When they reached the peak of a mountain, Lan Qingyue and the girls exclaimed in surprise. Even for Dan realm or budding realm experts, cultivating under the spiritual energy waterfall would be several tens to several hundreds times more effective. For martial artists at the inborn realm and lower, the effects would be even more insane. Cultivating here will be just like immersing yourself in spiritual liquid. Wang Xian was slightly surprised too when he sensed the spiritual energy that was falling on him. Even if he were to cultivate here for a day, he would be able to gain several tens of thousands of dragon energy. "Dragon King, we have left 6 alive and kept the rest here." At this moment, Mo Qiglong walked over and reported. "MMM." Wang Xian nodded his head and looked towards the group of martial artists that had sought refuge with the overseas forces. Sensing Wang Xian's gaze, all the martial artists were shivering anxiously. "Ask them to get out of this place. As for the rest, find a place and cultivate," Wang Xian announced plainly. "Yes." Mo Qiglong nodded his head, and his terrifying aura swept towards those martial artists that had joined the overseas forces. Those martial artists paled and were exceptionally bitter when they heard Wang Xian. Their expressions changed drastically and intense hatred welled up in their hearts. All of them left while feeling despair. They would have never expected that the seemingly invincible overseas forces they had joined would be toyed with and killed by the Dragon King and the Dragon Sect. Those seemingly invincible experts were all killed. Dragon King. Some martial artists gritted their teeth. Their eyes were filled with horror and a tinge of anger. However, they could only hide this little tinge of fury away as they dared not to offend the Dragon King. The current Dragon King was an immortal-like existence in the underworld. "Thank you, Dragon King." As for the martial artists that were following behind Wang Xian, they bowed down instantly to express their gratitude. Every single one of them was shaking with excitement. They had initially thought they had lost even the slightest hope. To their astonishment, the Dragon King had returned to kill all the overseas forces and allowed them to cultivate in this place. As for those martial artists that had joined the overseas forces previously, they were chased out of this place directly. In the future, with the Dragon King stationed at the place where they were cultivating, they could cultivate in peace. Wang Xian waved his arm, lifted his head and stared at the sky. A huge cauldron appeared in his sight. The spiritual energy of this place will likely disappear within a month or two. After its disappearance, terrifying forces will descend into this world. At that time, watch your own actions. Wang Xian reminded the crowd of martial artists from the underworld. The descent of the 9 cauldron worlds would be a huge blow to the martial artists of the real world. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy waterfall, the martial artists of the underworld would be in a terrible state. The appearance of the spiritual energy waterfall would give them some strength to hold their ground. Huh? The surrounding people looked at Wang Xian with confused looks. However, none of them raised any questions. Let's cultivate here too, Wang Xian said to Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue and the girls. The group of girls nodded their heads. They wouldn't want to let this great chance encounter slip either. The 6 of them flew to the peak of the main mountain. Xiao Yu and the other 4 girls sat on it and started absorbing the endless spiritual energy. Around them, all the martial artists weren't willing to let a single second go to waste as they sat down right away and started cultivating. Wang Xian stood below the spiritual energy waterfall while staring at his body, which was immersed in the white spiritual energy. He looked down the mountain. The spiritual energy is so dense that it doesn't dissipate as it enters the mountain vein. This is truly strange. A red and blue light flashed across and Wang Xian looked below him. Huh? No spiritual or mine is formed after the spiritual energy enters the mountain vein. There isn't any spiritual stone either. Instead, the spiritual energy seems to be modifying the mountain vein. How queer. It feels a little like a spirit array. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. As the spiritual energy entered the mountain vein, it seemed to have undergone a unique change. It felt a little like dragon energy. Wang Xian started absorbing the spiritual energy and converting it into dragon energy. The spiritual energy that entered the mountain vein was converted into another form of energy. Vaguely, Wang Xian felt that it was similar to his dragon energy. With a change in thought, a stream of dragon energy was injected into the mountain. This is the... Wang Xian was stunned and astonished. The spiritual energy seems to be transforming into dragon energy. It's really dragon energy. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. Dragon energy is a middle to high-tier energy in the universe. Its greatest effect would be modification. If a place has dragon energy, it would be modified to become a place where talents and great wealth would emerge. Generally, the place would change positively. This spiritual energy that entered the mountains is being converted into dragon energy automatically. Spiritual energy is converted into dragon energy, and the dragon energy is completely locked within the mountain vein. It seems like something is forming. If my guess is correct, a dragon vein will be formed as dragon energy enters the mountain vein. Legend has it that those who occupy the dragon vein will claim the throne to the entire world. This is because the dragon vein has dragon energy deep within it. The dragon energy will enlighten the people and nourish the land. It's easier for talents and experts to be raised in this place. That's the reasoning behind those who occupy the dragon vein often claiming the throne to the entire world. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he stared below him with fervor. Dragon vein. Earth is the flesh of the dragon, stones are the bones of the dragon, plants are the hairs of the dragon, and water is the blood of the dragon. As for the dragon vein, the only thing that would be lacking is a soul. The dragon vein ran through all the dynasties of China. All the emperors in the olden days would choose their capitals and build their palaces on the dragon vein. Wang Xian did not understand the relationship between the 9 cauldrons and the dragon vein. But he was sure that the spiritual energy from the 9 cauldrons had flowed into the mountain range, coagulating into a dragon vein. If this is a well-formed dragon vein, the dragon energy from within can keep a dragon sealed. But if the dragon energy is exhausted, the dragon vein will be lost forever. But now that the dragon vein is undergoing coagulation, can I? Wang Xian had a bold idea. Steal the dragon vein. The dragon vein was dead. But if he could bring it to life, that would mean he could use it for himself. To bring the dragon vein to life might be difficult for others, but it was not as difficult as imagined for Wang Xian. As he moved his finger, a drop of blood slowly descended to the peak. Under Wang Xian's control, it flowed toward the interior of the mountain range after the blood dropped onto the peak. Once the blood landed on the dragon vein, Invisible ripples seemed to rise out from it. A mighty divine dragon can be resurrected by a drop of blood, because the blood contains domineering energy, dragon energy. With the dragon energy and the soul in the blood, the divine dragon could be resurrected. With my blood and the dragon energy from the dragon vein, a divine dragon will be born. Even if a divine dragon cannot be born, the dragon vein will come to life and be under my control. Wang Xian was looking thrilled in his eyes. The incessant spiritual energy condensed into dragon energy, and in turn, formed the dragon vein, which contained incomparable mightiness. Be it a divine dragon being born or a dragon vein that came to life, this was a huge opportunity for Wang Xian once the dragon vein was completed. When the dragon vein takes shape, the dragon will roar through the sky from here. Haha! Wang Xian could not help but let out a burst of laughter, while all the martial artists of the underworld looked over with astonishment. He looked around, sat cross-legged on the mountain, and began his cultivation. Such cultivation took half a month. Within this half a month, Wang Xian accumulated 1,000,000 points of dragon energy. However, it was not a lot to him. But to the rest of the martial artists and the 5 ladies, including Xiao Yu, they benefited a lot from it. Xiao Yu and Elder Feng were half-stepped to budding realms in the first place. Naturally, they advanced to the budding realm. On the other hand, Lan Qingwei, Ajaya, and Sun Lingxiu took one step further in the budding realm. The spiritual energy waterfall was a huge opportunity, but the effect was mild for Dan realm and budding realm experts. However, this was like a free lunch to those who were inborn and below. Half a month ago, level 5 and 6 were the most common levels. There were even level 3 and level 4 martial artists. But now it had become level 8 and level 9, and almost 400 had advanced to inborn level. The number of inborn experts was almost on par with the underworld before the massacre. Dragon King, something big happened in the underworld again. At this time, Mo Qinglong walked over and whispered in his ear. "What's the matter?" asked Wang Xian as he stood up slowly. Another spiritual energy waterfall emerged in the Guda mountain range. Mo Qinglong reported to Wang Xian. Another spiritual energy waterfall? Wang Xian was slightly stunned, but a tinge of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes soon after. Where is the Guda mountain range? The Guda mountain range is located not far from the intersection of China and India's border. The spiritual energy waterfall appeared one day ago, and those martial artists who surrendered themselves to the overseas forces previously are rushing over there now, said Mo Qinglong to Wang Xian. Is that so? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. It looks like the 9 cauldron worlds will be descending into the real world one by one from now on. Let's get there now. The appearance of the spiritual energy waterfall also represented the coagulation of another dragon vein. Wang Xian saw that as something more valuable. In the future, the dragon veins might become powers that surpass the immortal class. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded. Xiao Yu, Qingwei, Ajaya, Lingxiu, Wang Xian called out to the girls beside him. Her? They opened their eyes and stared at him, puzzled. Another similar place has appeared in the underworld. I'm heading there now while you girls can practice here, said Wang Xian to them. Sure, Xiao Xian. The girls nodded. If the spiritual energy becomes exhausted over here, all of you must leave this place immediately. Remember, all of you must leave. Wang Xian reminded them. Got it. Don't worry, Xiao Xian. The girls nodded. Continue with your cultivation. I'm off now. Wang Xian nodded his head and gestured to Mo Qinglong, Dragon Kid, Dragon Spirit, and the rest of the Dragonians. Let's go. Yes, Dragon King. A group of Dragonians followed behind him, flitting towards Guda mountain range at a rapid speed. Guda mountain range was a small mountain range without any fame. There were hundreds of mountains with the highest peak at about 1,000 meters with barren surroundings. Within the mountains, the wild pheasants and boars would let out cries of excitement from time to time, as though they had evolved into demons. The cries of wild boars and pheasants caused the surrounding peaks to be even more chaotic. At this time, blossoming white clouds descended from the sky. An immense amount of spiritual energy gushed down like a waterfall. Haha, spiritual energy from heaven. Spiritual energy from heaven. Heaven has blessed us. Yes, it's the spiritual energy similar to MT Tai Bai. Finally, We have a chance to become experts. At this moment, all the loud and thrilling exclamations had replaced all the howls and roars of the wild pheasants and boars. All the martial artists of the underworld raced toward the peaks that were shrouded by spiritual energy in exhilaration. None of them could hide the excitement on their faces. The number of martial artists had reached more than 2,000 people. Ha ha ha, Dragon King. Even though you didn't allow us to cultivate over there, we have our own place now. An elder involuntarily exclaimed with a malevolent look. Yes, what have we done wrong? We just want to be stronger. Dragon King, you're too overbearing. One day, fighting spirit and anger filled that young man's eyes. He opened his arms with elation and eagerness. Without such a huge opportunity, how could you, Dragon King, get this far? Now the chance belongs to us. One day I'll surpass you and become the most powerful existence in the underworld. All the martial artists cried out in happiness. Ever since they'd been chased out by the Dragon King half a month ago, they were filled with anger and unwillingness. When they heard daily news that some martial artists had attained a breakthrough in their levels, their hearts wrenched. Why had they been banned from cultivating over there? Didn't they join the overseas forces just to become stronger? They hated the Dragon King for depriving them of the rights to become stronger. They were furious and wanted revenge. However, what they felt was just a sense of helplessness. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld at MT Taibai had left them far behind. In the future, they would be forgotten by the underworld and demoted to the lowest level of the underworld. However, just a day ago, they'd gotten the news of spiritual energy falling off the sky above Guda mountain range. This had ignited their hopes once again. Several martial artists of the underworld extended their arms out in excitement while enjoying the spiritual energy waterfall. There would be a day when they would become a strong existence in the underworld. That day would be here sooner than later. Ha ha! The underworld of China is truly a bountiful land. Spiritual energy descending from the sky? Moreover, it is so close to our Gautama denomination. Your Excellency, it is also a great encounter for us that the spiritual energy waterfall is so close to us. That's right. This is a great encounter for all cultivators from India. Half a month ago, no one would have expected a dragon to be hidden within the underworld of China. He killed all the experts from 6 elite forces in Asia. Our immortal realm Excellency didn't dare to step into the territory of China, and we were forced to give up that wonderful chance encounter. Who would have expected the spiritual energy waterfall to appear here half a month later? This is destined to be ours. We will kill whoever dares to challenge us for this encounter. Suddenly, a peal of hysterical laughter that resembled thunder roaring reverberated. The martial artists from the underworld that were standing on the mountain peak stiffened immediately. Their excitement faded away as their expressions turned incomparably stiff. Fear gleamed in their eyes. No. No. They are Gautama from India and some other forces. Those martial artists from the underworld turned their heads around slowly. When they saw the approaching group of people, they felt extremely bitter. Huh? There seemed to be people on the mountain peak. At this moment, the fast-approaching group of forces from India saw the group of people on the mountain peak. Instantly, they upped their vigilance. If it was in the past, they would definitely not be so vigilant when they encountered forces from the underworld in China. However, the news that they received half a month ago spread fear throughout all the forces in Asia. The Dragon King of the Dragon Sect in China had led his group of experts from the Dragon Sect and killed 15 budding realm experts. It was especially so for the strength displayed by the Dragon King. Based on the illustration of the disciples that had escaped, the Dragon King manipulated 5 swords and was able to kill budding realm experts from several thousand meters away easily. Based on their conjecture, the Dragon King had probably reached the pinnacle of the budding realm or even the half-step to Immortal realm. If their Immortal realm experts weren't heading over, it would probably be difficult for them to suppress the Dragon King and the Dragon Sect. Due to the presence of the Dragon King from China, those 6 elite forces in Asia, which had suffered huge losses, didn't dare to act recklessly. When they saw there were people on the mountain peak, they were truly afraid that the Dragon King would be there. They are just a pile of trash. There's nothing for us to worry about. At this moment, the old man with a double-headed truncheon looked across the group of martial artists from the underworld. He gave a smile and spoke with a low voice. Ha ha! As long as the Dragon King from China isn't around, we can act as we wish. Upon hearing the old man, the surrounding forces from India cheered loudly. Upon hearing the voices that came from afar, the martial artists from the underworld paled instantly. They felt they had suffered grave grievances. They had turned to join the overseas forces, but these overseas forces were in turn annihilated by the Dragon King. The Dragon King had chased them away. Now that they found another great opportunity, other strong overseas forces came. The group of martial artists couldn't help but be furious and feel sorry for themselves. Their expressions were contorted. There are quite a few of them. The experts from the Gautama denomination stood in the air and stared fervently at the spiritual energy waterfall that fell from the sky. Following which, their gazes shifted to the martial artists below. Kill all of them to save us the trouble. An old man, who was wearing a mask, looked coldly at the martial artists below him and instructed them emotionlessly. All right, kill all of them. Around them, the crowd of cultivators from India revealed brutal and fearsome expressions as they drew their weapons. There were tridents, wooden rods, and truncheons. When compared with the weapons used in China, there were huge differences. Seeing that the other party wanted to kill them directly, the martial artists on the mountain were horrified. Please don't kill us. We surrender. We surrender. An inborn expert from the Song family shouted bitterly. After surrendering for the first time, they felt no emotional barriers against doing so again. That's right. We surrender. We are willing to listen to all your instructions. All the other martial artists of the underworld chimed in. The only thing they didn't do was to go on their knees. They are truly a pile of trash without any backbone. Seeing how they had reacted, the experts from the Gautama denominations were full of contempt. Hee. We don't need a group of weak dogs. An old man by the side looked down at the crowd of martial artists and mocked them coldly. Kill these useless creatures. A voice that was brimming with killing intent resounded again, making the martial artists on the mountain peak feel despair again. Why? I'm not convinced. Why? Why did things turn out this way? The inborn expert from the Song family growled loudly with a contorted face. Having encountered such events consecutively had distorted his mindset. Trash will always be just trash. Disdain filled the eyes of the experts from Gautama denomination and other forces from India. They waved their arms and sent attacks towards the crowd of martial artists from the underworld. Ka. However, at the moment they wanted to attack, the void space started cracking. In the sky, the entire space seemed to be just like a piece of a mirror, as terrifying green ripped it apart. A voice that could numb one's skull rang throughout the sky. The terrifying scene stunned the experts from the Gautama denominations and forces from India as they stared at the cracked space with astonishment. Arg! On the mountain peak, several dozens of martial artists cried out loud upon being hit with terrifying attacks from the experts of the Gautama denominations. The experts from the Gautama denominations didn't pay attention to them at all. Their eyes were fixed intensely on the sky. Is this the real world? A voice came from the cracks of the space, making everyone tense their bodies instantly. At this moment, an old man with long hair and a green outfit walked out of the cracks. The old man stood in the air and was observing his surroundings inquisitively. Soon after, several old men walked out from the cracks behind him. They were all wearing green outfits and the guys all had long hair. They had a similar style to those in the history of ancient China. Yes, Elder Hua, this is the real world. In the end, a voice reverberated from the cracks of the space and 5 young men with short hair emerged from the cracks. The cracks recovered slowly and peace returned to the crushed space. Approximately 50 to 60 people stood in the air. They looked around and were pleasantly surprised when they saw the spiritual energy waterfall below them. Their gazes swept across the crowd of martial artists from the underworld before landing on the experts from the Gautama denomination and other forces from India. People from other nations? What are they here for? Surrendering to us. An old man looked down from above. He was expressionless, and it was as if he was simply stating a fact. People from other nations? What are they here for? Surrendering to us. The nonchalant voice was filled with gentleness. About 60 people stood in the air while the old man in the middle did not flare. He continued to overlook the group of cultivators from Gautama denomination and India without any expression. The experts within Gautama denomination and the Indian cultivators revealed slight embarrassment on their faces when they heard the old man's otherworldly words. All of them stared at the group of people who walked from a space crack in the sky with vigilance. None of them dared to speak. The martial artists of the underworld below fixed their eyes on the immortals that stalked out of the immortal realm in the air with astonishment. The old man who was known as Elder Hua did not mind their silence. Slowly, he looked down and spotted the group of martial artists of the underworld standing on one of the peaks. He swept his gaze at the dozen bodies who were attacked and asked softly, "This is the underworld of China? How weak they are." Elder Hua murmured softly. A few short-haired young and middle-aged men approached that old man from behind and bowed. With respect, they answered, "Elder Hua, those are the martial artists of the underworld below. As for the rest, they should be the other forces from overseas." A middle-aged man with short hair looked around. Apparently, he had good knowledge about those martial artists of the underworld. Over 2,000 martial artists of the underworld craned their necks and looked up with bewilderment, staring at the middle-aged man who spoke. Attendant Hua." Suddenly, the sect leader of Qingfeng sect burst out a shocking cry. He was taken aback as he fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man with short hair. Upon hearing his voice, the middle-aged man with short hair cast his sight over and nodded plainly. After the 9 cauldron worlds went into seclusion, the entire underworld slipped into decline. All of you are worse than kids getting bullied by extraterritorial races. A bunch of useless things. As Elder Hua slowly chided them, he was already striding toward the mountain below. A group of about 60 experts followed behind him to the mountain below. "Elder Hua, the immortal sects have remained in seclusion while diabolism rose. The underworld is getting worse generation by generation." The middle-aged man with short hair spoke with a sigh. 60 of them stood at the peak summit while the rest of the martial artists of the underworld did not dare to take in deep breaths. All of them were standing there like cats on hot bricks. They may be useless, but they are still Chinese martial artists. When did the Chinese get bullied by anyone? We are the kings while the extraterritorial races have to surrender to us. Elder Hua was expressionless when he cast his gaze at the experts from Gautama denomination and India. "Pay us back 10 times for killing dozens of our men. Elder, leave this to us." The 3 middle-aged men behind him stared coldly at the few hundred people from Gautama denomination and India. "How dare you kill the Chinese martial artists? Pay us back 10 times now." Before the 3 men could finish their words, greenish energy darted out without any warning. "Gentlemen, let's talk this out." Upon seeing the greenish energy charging toward them, the old man who was leading the Gautama denomination was aghast. He tapped his truncheon and a dazzling golden shield manifested itself before them. "Kill before talk." There was a flash of contempt in their eyes when the 3 middle-aged men saw the defense put up by the budding realm experts from Gautama denomination. "Thistles and thorns burial," 3 of them called out. To everyone's surprise, the greenish energy landed on the tree branches on the mountain. Whoosh! For a moment, all the trees seemed to be transformed into some tree demons with branches extending themselves frantically. Even the roots were wriggling violently. A few hundred tree branches grew to 1,000 meters long, hurling themselves at the Gautama denomination disciples and the Indian cultivators. "What?" The old man who had a double-headed truncheon in his hand suddenly changed his expression. The elder beside him was horrified as well. The golden radiance vibrated and was penetrated by those 3 branches right away. "Ah!" Frightening shrieks suddenly rang out while a tree branch that was less than 100 meters long sprang out from the ground out of the blue. His body was trapped by it immediately as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Watch out!" an Indian expert shouted in trepidation. "Ah!" However, all the trees in the surroundings were uplifted from the ground, sweeping in from the air and the land. All the experts from Gautama denomination and the Indian cultivators were aghast. Their screams lasted for only 10 seconds before they came to an abrupt end. Hundreds of corpses were lying everywhere on the ground. 140. Nice. A middle-aged man swept his gaze across and commented plainly. This sentence struck chills into all the cultivators of Gautama denomination and India instantly. All they could do was stare at them with consternation. As soon as they sensed danger, they were ready to flee. Elder Hua nodded his head without any emotion. He looked up impassively at the cultivators from Gautama denomination and India and said, "Since the king has returned, the rest of you can surrender or die." Phew! All the experts from Gautama denomination and India were horrified by what Elder Hua had said. Everyone was infuriated. Elder, the Gautama denomination is in the top 9 supreme class forces within Asia. We've got immortals controlling a region. The old man with a double-headed truncheon replied in a low voice with a sullen face. Gautama denomination? Haha, I've never heard of it. I only heard of Sha Wang denomination, which was annihilated by us. It looks like none of you are going to surrender to us. Upon hearing them, the elder remained composed as he overlooked them. What, you? The old man with the double-headed truncheon widened his eyes with horror. The rest of the disciples of Gautama denomination and Indian cultivators were equally shocked. Sha Wang denomination was their ancient denomination in India. It used to be the largest denomination in their country. However, the entire denomination had been annihilated 300 years ago. Some of the disciples who managed to escape from it established the Gautama denomination that existed today. Immortal sect? All of you are from immortal sects. It was said that all the Chinese immortal sects entered another world. Right? The old man with the double-headed truncheon asked this with eyes full of disbelief. His eyebrows were twitching without stopping. Extraterritorial races, kneel before us and surrender to us. Without any further talking, an emerald truncheon suddenly emerged in Elder Hua's hand. The truncheon was 1 meter long and the tip was embedded with an emerald bead. You people. All the Gautama denomination and Indian people exhibited humiliating looks on their faces. Asking us to surrender? Want us to get on our knees? How could this be possible? Why are domineering experts sprouting up in China out of the blue? Why are the legendary immortal sects descending into this world? Why do we keep running into them? If you do not surrender, death is the only way out. Seeing them in a long silence, the old man spoke in an overbearing voice. Let us do it. 5 middle-aged and old men instantly struck from behind. All the trees within the thousands of meters around turned into tree demons, launching their attacks. The 2 elders lifted their fiery red truncheons up slowly over their heads. Would fire burial? Would fire burial? The group of 5 middle-aged and old men shouted. The next instant, the densely packed tree demons in the surroundings trapped and cornered 100 disciples from the Gautama denominations and over 200 cultivators from other forces in India. Just as the tree demons trapped the cultivators, huge fireballs were hurled onto the tree demons. Boom! In an instant, the densely packed tree demons that had covered over 3 to 4 kilometers were set ablaze at a rapid speed. Terrifying waves of fire swept across, killing over 100 weaker martial artists directly. How terrifying! How terrifying! The remaining martial artists from the underworld stared at the terrifying sea of flames. The fire burned the wood and would spur the growth of the fire. Would fire burial? Arg! At this moment, blood-curdling screams sounded from the middle of the wood fire burial. Suddenly, 2 figures shot towards the sky. They were surrounded by blinding golden rays and were escaping into the sky at an incredible speed. Will you be able to escape? Elder Hua stared at the 2 budding realm experts who had escaped as he placed the truncheon in his hands on the ground. Wang! What the surrounding crowd could see was bright green light being injected into the ground. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 2 gruesome vines shot out from the ground and wrapped themselves around the 2 experts from Gautama denomination. The vines emitted blinding green light and pulled them towards the wood fire burial. Arg! No. Our denomination will take revenge for us. 2 spine-chilling screams reverberated across the sky. Soon, there was no longer any signs of life. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld was completely dumbfounded. The shock they got today was in no way any lower than that of half a month ago. Half a month ago, the experts from the Dragon sect had dominated the crowd of elite forces from Asia. The Dragon King easily killed 5 budding realm experts with 5 flying swords. And today, the group of 5 middle-aged and old men destroyed several hundreds of powerful opponents with 2 moves. One of the old men was even able to trap 2 budding realm experts with a single move. Since when was the underworld so horrifying? They felt as though they were no longer living in the underworld. Instead, they were living in a world that only existed in legends. We have 2 matters to handle now. Elder Hua shifted his vision from the wood-fire burial. His expression was unmoved as he turned to face the group behind him. First, we have to get our hands on the information of the real world. Second, we have to take revenge for our clansmates in the real world. Yes, Elder. The group behind him nodded their heads. Elder Hua, we should be able to get some information from those around here. At this moment, the middle-aged man with short hair lowered his stance before Elder Hua before looking across to the martial artists from the underworld. Elder Hua closed his eyes. Seeing that the elder had signaled to him, the middle-aged man with short hair turned around instantly to face the crowd of martial artists from the underworld. Huff! When the martial artists from the underworld saw the ex-attendant of the Medical Saint sect, they took a deep breath. We are from the Medical Saint Immortal sect of the Yao Cauldron world. Disciples of our Medical Saint Immortal sect stood at the pinnacle of all immortal sects at one point in time. Soon, our Yao Cauldron world will descend into this world. All martial artists have to surrender. The middle-aged man with short hair lifted his hair slightly, looked down at the group of people, and spoke with a low and serious tone. Sir, surrender. We surrender. The moment the middle-aged man with short hair finished his sentence, the group of martial artists from the underworld answered instantly. On your knees! An old man shouted suddenly. Yes, yes. We will kneel right away. Upon hearing the shouts from the old man, the group of martial artists from the underworld felt extremely bitter. However, they took a deep breath to contain their indignance and went on their knees. Elder Hua looked satisfactorily at the kneeling martial artists from the underworld. A strong sense of superiority was written all over his cold face. Sect Leader Wan, get your guys to collect all the information on the real world for us. The middle-aged man with short hair looked at the group who was kneeling before him and spoke slowly with the same sense of superiority. Yes, Huaraten. Yes, Your Excellency. We will definitely complete what you have instructed. Leave the information gathering to us. Sect Leader Wan answered respectfully in a hurry. There's another matter. The middle-aged man with short hair lowered his head, stared at the sect leader of Chi Feng sect and said with a hideous expression, find the location of the Dragon King. The Dragon King has annihilated our Medical Saint sect. We will rip him into 1,000,000 pieces. Yes, yes. Sect leader Wan nodded his head instantly. He was a little overwhelmed by the expression shown by the middle-aged man with short hair. Since he dared to kill our clansmate, we will kill every single person who is related to the Dragon King of the Dragon sect. Elder Hua, who was standing at one side, added coldly. SSS. Upon hearing him, the surrounding martial artists from the underworld gasped. Killing every single person related to the offender was the most brutal and gruesome punishment in ancient times. What it meant would be Wang Xian's kin would all be killed. Could this be what they referred to when saying that the authority of an immortal sect couldn't be tainted? However, the group of martial artists soon recalled the strength displayed by the Dragon King. Their eyebrows knitted together. Your Excellency, we know where the Dragon King of the Dragon sect is. A cold light flashed across the eyes of sect leader Wan of Qingfeng sect as he shouted loudly with deference. Huh? You guys know about his whereabouts? The middle-aged man with short hair was taken aback and followed up with a question. Yes, various excellencies. We know the whereabouts of this despot. Sect leader Wan answered loudly once again. Despot. The experts from the Yao Cauldron looked on, feeling a little baffled. The group of martial artists from the underworld was also surprised by what sect leader Wan had said. They lowered their heads and a glow flashed across their eyes. Half a month ago, the Dragon King had chased them out of MT Taibai. Hatred for the Dragon King had long been taking root in their hearts. Now that someone wanted to kill the Dragon King, this was something they were happy to see. That's right. He's a despot. After the Dragon King of the Dragon sect annihilated the Medical Saint sect, they annihilated several other sacred sects and clans thereafter. What's crueler was that half a month ago he annihilated half the clans and sects in the entire underworld. There wasn't a day of peace for the underworld. He's a devil that has committed all sorts of sins and is extremely brutal. Sect leader Juan spoke as his eyes turned red. Damn it! Dense killing intent emanated from the eyes of the middle-aged man with short hair. However, this despot is exceptionally powerful with terrifying subordinates. The strength he has displayed was like those of an immortal that's incomparably powerful. Sect leader Juan continued his elaboration. Immortal. Contempt flashed across the face of Elder Hua as he snide. How strong could he be? Half a month ago, the Dragon King led 9 budding realm experts and easily killed 15 other budding realm experts. Moreover, the Dragon King displayed immense strength. He was able to kill 5 budding realm experts with 5 flying swords. He's unparalleled in this world. Sect leader Juan exaggerated a little in his illustration. That's right. Just as Sect leader Juan has said, the Dragon King is a powerful despot. We hope your excellency will remove this scourge for the better of all. The clan leader of the Song family seconded the idea. 9 budding realm experts? Easily killed budding realm experts? Unparalleled in this world. Elder Hua was a little surprised. However, the edge of his lips curved up soon after. 9 budding realm experts? That Dragon King would at most be at the half-step to Immortal realm. We do need to be a little more serious when going against this force. It seems like I have to be involved in the killing. Elder Hua, you don't have to do it personally just to slaughter a force from the real world. Just leave it to us. An old man beside Elder Hua said in a low voice, the martial artists in the real world have incomplete battle techniques. Even with the strength of the budding realm, one is still far from us. A half-step to Immortal? I don't think there's one in the real world. The old man spoke with radiance flickering in his eyes. A force that possesses 9 budding realm experts was invincible in the real world. But to us? Haha. His face was full of contempt. That's right, Elder Hua. We have 25 budding realm experts with us this time. Just send any 10 of them, and they could just kill them off. The middle-aged man spoke with a beaming face. Having 9 budding realm experts was indeed quite impressive. But to the people from Yao Cauldron World, annihilating them would be easy peasy. Moreover, this time they had brought 25 budding realm experts with them. As for that Dragon King, who was known as a half-step to Immortal expert, they did not really believe it. His strength was at most at pinnacle budding realm. 25 budding realm experts? How could it be possible? At this time, however, the group of martial artists of the underworld was horrified when they overheard their conversation. 25 budding realm experts? What kind of concept is this? If 25 of them strike together, they could level the entire Good Mountain range in less than 20 minutes. If they rage, wouldn't they be able to massacre half the country? I beg to ask a question, Your Excellencies. How many such terrifying people exist in your world? Sect leader Juan asked this in shock as he involuntarily wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead and swallowed his saliva. The middle-aged man with short hair peered at sect leader Juan and replied in a monotone voice. The mightiness of Yao Cauldron World is beyond what you can imagine. Inborn experts are merely average disciples while we have a few hundred budding realm experts. Even better, we have immortals who could truly whip up massive destruction to the world. The voice of that middle-aged man was ringing in the ears of many martial artists of the underworld as they revealed horrified expressions. Few hundred budding realm experts. Immortals who could genuinely whip up massive destruction to the world. Gosh, there are 9 such worlds, and all of them are descending into the real world. By then, all of you will just be small fries. The middle-aged man with short hair said with slight contempt. 9. All the martial artists of the underworld were aghast as their bodies stiffened up. The 9 cauldrons have transformed into dragon veins. This will be a good opportunity for all of you. Under the cleansing of the spiritual energy waterfall, you can greatly enhance your potential and strength. If you can advance to Inborn Realm, you may join our Medical Saint Immortal sect and Remedy Saint Immortal sect, said Elder Hua to the surrounding martial artists impassively. Really? Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll work hard and contribute our efforts to the immortal sects. The group of martial artists hurriedly flattered him at the top of their lungs. Your Excellencies, the Dragon King is at Mt Taibai because there's one similar spiritual energy waterfall over there. You can head over, and the Dragon King will be easily at your mercy. That's right, Your Excellency. Shall we lead the way to retrieve the head of the Dragon King? We can deal with those who are related to the Dragon King. All the inborn experts of the underworld pledged their loyalty immediately. Mighty Yao Cauldron World of the Mighty Nine Cauldron Worlds. All these powerful worlds were going to descend into the real world. They needed to choose the correct side to stand on. Otherwise, their lives would be worse than that of a dog. After witnessing the power of the Nine Cauldron Worlds, the Dragon King was simply nothing. These 60 people from Yao Cauldron World could quickly annihilate the Dragon King, not to mention those real experts from the Nine Cauldron Worlds. In the future world, the Dragon King was just a pond loach and one that was waiting to be slaughtered. What they needed to do now was to follow these people before them. Oh, such a spiritual energy waterfall has already appeared, Elder Hua asked puzzledly. Yes, Your Excellency. The spiritual energy waterfall appeared at Mt Taibai around 20 days ago. All the martial artists quickly responded to his question. 20 days? Mt Taibai? It looks like Huang Cauldron World will be the first to descend into the real world. With beaming eyes, Elder Hua looked to an elder beside him. Elder Bien, you'll take 20 budding realm experts with you to kill that Dragon King, while I stay put and guard this place. Sure. Leave that Dragon King to me. Elder Hua, you can make plans for the real world. Elder Bien smiled and nodded. Elder Bien, don't be careless. What if that Dragon King is really a half-step to Immortal realm expert? If he really is, we'll join hands. That should suffice. Yes, Elder Bien. Come back soon. I'll take at most a day. The two of them were very relaxed, talking away. To them, they were not heading off to kill a strong enemy, but rather an ant. Lead the way, said Elder Bien in a low voice as he swept his gaze across the martial artists of the underworld below. Your Excellency, let me take you guys there, said a disciple beside sect leader Wan after he gestured to him. Great. Her? Someone is heading this way. All of a sudden, an old man spun around and looked ahead. Close to 40 figures were flying in their direction at a rapid speed. Her? There are people on Guda Mountain Range. It seems like we're not the first to arrive. While the group of people looked over, Wang Xian had already led a team of Dragon Sect members over. When he saw the thousands of people below the spiritual energy waterfall, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. Time to work on the second dragon vein. They are those martial artists of the underworld who I chased away. Wang Xian looked over and chuckled without any concern. He was not interested in who was in the mountains practicing there. Even if those people were the martial artists of the underworld who he had chased away half a month ago, it was none of his concern as usual. Those martial artists of the underworld were nothing but ants to him. In the near future, his real opponent would be those from the Nine Cauldron Worlds. Yes, Dragon King. It's him, the Dragon King of Dragon Sect. However, those martial artists let out exclamations as soon as Wang Xian and the Dragon Sect members approached. He's the Dragon King of Dragon Sect? Elder Hua was slightly surprised. Yes, that's him, the Dragon King and the experts from Dragon Sect. Sect leader Wan was staring at Wang Xian and his gang with a pair of blazing eyes. This was the first time that he dared to glare at Dragon King directly with eyes burning with fire. At the same time, it was the first time he was becoming thrilled. He was gloating at the misfortune of others while a tinge of a sneer flashed in his eyes. All the martial artists of the underworld were excited and elated. Well, we don't have to search high and low for him now. He's sending himself over here to claim his own death. Elder Hua revealed a grin on his face. For those who are approaching here, come over, get on your knees, and prepare to die. For those who are approaching here, come over, get on your knees and prepare to die. Just as Wang Xian led the group of Dragonians towards Guda Mountain Range, a domineering command surprised him a little. Get on my knees and prepare to die? A flash of light flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. He looked towards the mountain peak below the spiritual energy waterfall and squinted his eyes. Dragon King, come here now and receive your death. An angry roar reverberated across from the middle-aged man with short hair who was staring at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes. The enmity for killing his father had ensured that it was impossible for them both to live under the same sky. People from the 9 cauldron worlds? Looking at the outfit of the group of people standing at the peak of the mountain, Wang Xian felt a sense of familiarity. The image of a sect surfaced in his mind. Medical Saint Sect. When the experts from the Medical Saint Sect were annihilated, some of them claimed that there would be people going after me and taking revenge for them. What a surprise! Medical Saint Sect is actually related to the 9 cauldron worlds. While Wang Xian was slightly surprised, a cold look appeared on his face the next instant. No matter which world they were from, as long as they dared to go against him, he would play along with them to the very end. Even if he was facing the 9 cauldron worlds, he wasn't afraid at all as he had the Dragon Palace. It wasn't like his dragon sect did not have an immortal realm expert. Wang Xian did not decelerate but instead landed on a mountain peak opposite the group. He smiled radiantly while observing the experts from one of the 9 cauldron worlds before him. Elder Hua and the rest of the group scrutinized Wang Xian with chilling looks. They were a little shocked by the one standing before him. He was too young. Outrageously young. Dragon King. You better get down on your knees to welcome the excellencies from the Yao Cauldron world. Haha, Dragon King. Come over right now and get on your knees. Our excellencies might just grant you a swift death. Elder Wan from Qingfeng sect and the group of experts from the Song family smirked as some of them chided Wang Xian. They lifted their heads proudly, looked fearlessly at Wang Xian and were a little excited. Hearing their snide remarks, ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes as he looked across the martial artists from the underworld. TSK, what are you looking at? You are just someone who is going to die soon. When the group of martial artists from the underworld met Wang Xian's gaze, they ridiculed him coldly. Dragon King, do you know your sins? The middle-aged man with short hair roared at Wang Xian with a solemn expression. Hee. Wang Xian chuckled nonchalantly as he looked across the group and asked, which cauldron world are you guys from? Huh? It seems like you know about the 9 cauldron worlds too. Elder Hua stared at Wang Xian and continued, what a shame for your talents. If you had not committed unforgivable sins, we would have taken you in as a disciple of our immortal sect. What a shame. You can't blame others for the sins you have committed. Dragon King, you killed my father and all the experts from our medical saint sect. Today will be the day of your death. If we had not escaped in time before, our entire branch of the medical saint sect would have been slaughtered by you. Rest assured, when you die, I won't let any of your kin get away. You won't have to worry about being lonely in hell, as your kin won't be able to escape. The middle-aged man with short hair growled while brimming with killing intent. The arrogantly superior old man, the middle-aged man with short hair who had announced that he would kill all his kin, and a group of martial artists from the underworld who was having fun while waiting for his impending miseries. Wang Xian's eyes gradually turned as cold as ice. Do you guys know that you are courting your own demise? Dragon King, how dare you speak to the excellencies from the Yao Cauldron world in such a manner? You must be too eager to meet your end. Today will be your last day alive. For your arrogance, death can be your only outcome. A young man shouted at Wang Xian with a face contorted from anger. Kill him as revenge for our clansmate. Seeing how Wang Xian was still daring to make brazen comments, Elder Hua wasn't interested in talking further to a person who was going to die. He immediately instructed his people. 9 budding realm experts? Let's hope that they will give us a good warm-up. At the back, the group of old men revealed faint smiles as they lifted the truncheons in their hands. Fiery red truncheons and jade-green truncheons glowed with blinding rays as though they were holy staffs. Die! The group shouted. On the peak where Wang Xian and the Dragonians were, the trees were growing at a tremendous speed. With over 10 budding realm experts striking at the same time, powerful wood attribute energy caused several thousand trees to grow to a few hundred meters instantly. Their branches wrapped towards Wang Xian and the Dragonians. It was the same attack. Would fire burial? Would fire burial. After that shout, a 5 to 6 meter long fireball appeared in the air and smashed towards the tree demons on the mountain peak. Rumble. This time, it wasn't an attack from 5 budding realm experts. Instead, it was an attack launched by over 10 budding realm experts at the same time. Terrifying tree demons had locked down the entire mountain peak, blocking out any light. Branches moved towards Wang Xian and the group like a nest of snakes as the terrifying fireball landed on it and exploded. Rumble. The entire mountain peak was completely covered. Before the terrifying might, the entire peak was set ablaze before the eyes of the martial artists from the underworld. SSS. They are dead. I don't think they would die from that. The Dragon King is really strong. I feel that the Dragon King wouldn't die from just one attack. Some martial artists mumbled among themselves. All signs of life have dissipated. An old man who was holding a jade-green truncheon smiled faintly and remarked, "They are really trashy. When I heard about them, I still thought the Dragon King was reasonably strong. He couldn't even withstand an attack from us. Hee. We have 15 people attacking him at the same time. Moreover, the wood-fire burial is a frightening combination battle technique. Even if they had twice the number of people, they would very likely have been annihilated by us directly, let alone just 9 budding realm experts." A middle-aged man with a fiery red truncheon lifted his head proudly and spoke. "SSS, are they really dead? Killing them in a single strike. I still thought it would take at least 2 to 3 strikes. Your excellencies are truly too powerful. Haha. The Dragon King is finally dead. That arrogant brat is finally dead. When I find his corpse, I'm going to whip it." Under such terrifying attacks, his corpse has likely been reduced to ashes. The group of experts commented while deriving joy from the tragedy. "I'm a little disappointed." Elder Hua shook his head lightly. He felt a little bored in seeing the Dragon King being killed so easily. He had still been a little wary initially. The real world was the real world after all. The real world couldn't be compared to them at all, as the rest were just ants. Pa! At this moment, the sound of water dripping could be heard. "Be careful." Suddenly, horrified screams from the martial artists of the underworld resounded. "People from the underworld, get your ego in check and don't be haughty. It is especially so before me." A voice erupted from behind Elder Hua and the group. Suddenly, everyone could feel a chill running down their spine. Poof, poof, poof. Soon after, chilling cracking of bones could be heard. "How can this be? How did they appear here?" Elder Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as his hands, which held the truncheon, trembled. He looked with incredulity at his chest. A long sword had pierced through where his heart was. "I'm a little disappointed. You guys are from one of the 9 cauldron worlds? You guys couldn't even survive a strike from me." A sarcastic voice came from Wang Xian, ringing in the ears of everyone around him. Wang Xian slowly moved the spiritual sword in his hand. The weapons that belonged to the dragon sect disciples around him had penetrated every single one of the Yao Cauldron World experts. All 25 budding realm experts were hit with fatal strikes. Elder Hua. "Oh no!" The other 20-odd Dan realm experts who were not being attacked quickly spun around. They were shocked to see the Immortal sect-level experts being struck in their vital points. This cannot be. It is impossible. I don't believe this. How did they suddenly appear behind all of us? This is unbelievable. The group of martial artists of the underworld was completely devastated after witnessing what had just happened. They could not accept what had just unfolded in front of their very eyes. 25 budding realm experts from the strongest immortal sects who were their future rulers of the world, and Elder Hua, who could always easily put up a tough fight against the strongest opponents. All of them were killed in an instant. As they watched the sharp weapons penetrating the bodies of the experts, the surrounding group of martial artists of the underworld was frightened out of their wits. Especially sect leader Wan from Qingfeng sect, the people from the Song clan, and all the other experts who had just mocked Wang Xian moments ago. They felt tremendous fear. Even those who had not spoken a word just now were also secretly gloating over the misfortune of Wang Xian and his men. And now their supporting pillars were gone. What awaited them was the consequences of their actions. TSK. These are all very fine spiritual weapons. And this, a level 13 spiritual weapon fit for use by the immortals. Wang Xian said, marveling as he held Elder Hua's emerald truncheon in his hand. Most of the budding realm experts were wealthy enough to arm themselves with level 12 spiritual weapons. Inlaid on top of Elder Hua's emerald truncheon was the most precious wood spiritual bead that Wang Xian had ever seen. A level 13 wood spiritual bead. The other level 12 spiritual weapons were also embedded with all kinds of rare wood and fire spiritual beads. Wang Xian beamed at the sight of them. These precious spiritual beads were perfect resources that he needed to cultivate 2 level 13 Inferno and wood Dragon Balls. Ugh! Looking down blankly at the spiritual sword that was on his chest. Elder Hua was barely opening his mouth to speak. Instead of words, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, the experts from the budding realm had astonishing vitality. Even as their hearts were being punctured, they were still able to hold on very long to their last breath. But right now, what Elder Hua felt was not pain, but terror. You are not from the budding realm or the half-step immortal. You are an immortal, he said as he turned his stiff neck to face Wang Xian, still coughing up blood uncontrollably. It is too late to know how strong your opponent is now, don't you think? Wang Xian looked at him mockingly. Assissus. Upon hearing Wang Xian admitting his status as an immortal, the remaining Yao Cauldron experts gasped with terror in their eyes. In particular, the middle-aged man with short hair. He was still in a state of shock and disbelief. The Dragon King is an immortal. To think that they were still plotting to kill an immortal and eliminate his bloodline. Heh. There are also many immortal experts in our Yao Cauldron world. By killing us today, they will not let you off. Even if you are an immortal, Elder Hua said as he stared at Wang Xian with slackened eyes. His voice had started to croak. Don't worry. Nobody from your Yao Cauldron world can kill me. Rest in peace. The rest of these people will accompany you shortly. Wang Xian smiled as he slowly pulled out his spiritual sword. To think that I, Hua Qiudao, a high and mighty elder in the Yao Cauldron world, would end this way in this small underworld, said Elder Hua, refusing to resign to his demise. It was his misfortune and ill fate to make enemies with the immortal Dragon King. What I detest most is beings like you who think you are above everyone else. Displaying such an attitude in front of me will only make me bury you 6 feet under. Wang Xian's words rung in Elder Hua's ears as he stared coldly in return. You are ultimately not a god. You do not overlook our life and death. Wang Xian unsheathed his spiritual sword. The Dragonians around him had drawn their spiritual weapons as well. Bam! 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 One by one, the experts fell to the ground. Wang Xian did not bother looking at them and instead flew to a mountain peak beneath the spiritual energy waterfall. The second dragon vein. Wang Xian looked down at the peak with excitement. Heh. Such arrogance from the 9 cauldron worlds. You are not the first person from those worlds to be killed by our Dragon King and most likely won't be the last either. Dragon Kid spoke with an ear-piercing voice. He surveyed the surroundings with his bloodshot eyes, smacked his tongue, and gradually raised his spiritual blade. Mo Qinglong did not stop the Dragonians. Anyone who tried to deal with the Dragon King and harm him deserved to die. Arg! The shrill cries of death made the hearts of the martial artists of the underworld pound rapidly. Fear was looming in their hearts. The Dragon King was an immortal. Elder Hua, who they had regarded as invincible, had mentioned an immortal expert, and this was it. A true immortal expert before them. They did not know how incredibly powerful an immortal was, but they had an idea of how strong the 25 budding realm experts were. And now none of those experts from the budding realm and Yao Cauldron world were spared from death. Ah, the taste of blood is so delicious. What a waste that it could not be used to irrigate the pure blood corals. Oh well. Kill. One of the Dragonians talked to himself as he licked the blood off his spiritual sword. With a turn of his body, he attacked the group of onlooking martial artists of the underworld. No! They are going to kill us. The massacre party was just getting started. Wang Xian's face lit up with a smile as he heard the wails of the dying masses, seeing the blood essence flowing into the dragon vein. Done. Now we wait for the birth of the dragon vein. It's time to return home. Let's go. Wang Xian left without looking at the dead silent aftermath of the bloodshed. His memories brought him back to the time when the Dragon Palace had been established and the killings that took place. The scenes of countless lives being lost resurfaced in front of him. For many rulers, the path to victory was paved by endless corpses. Those who win get to have their noses up in the air, while those who lose will have their bodies buried 6 feet under. Haha! I found the spiritual energy waterfall. In less than half an hour, another group of martial artists was seen approaching the spiritual energy waterfall. As they looked at the waterfall, far off in mid-air, their eyes became filled with anticipation. They quickened their pace and moved swiftly towards the waterfall. When they finally reached the foot of the mountain, their faces turned pale. They stared at the horrifying scene and broke out in a cold sweat as terror struck them. The place was filled with lifeless corpses. At the same time, another group of menacing-looking experts was spotted in the air. There were about 30 of them, each emitting an aura of terror and might. They had no intention of hiding that they were a bunch of bashful and overbearing beings. Up ahead is the Yao Cauldron world. I wonder if any of the experts have arrived early. Start occupying the spiritual energy waterfall and move according to plan. As the booming voices sounded in the skies, another 9 Cauldron Worlds experts appeared. The heyday of the 9 Cauldron Worlds was about to begin. A flourishing age was about to begin. Ka. When Wang Xian was flying towards MT Taibai, a terrifying event was happening in the sky above MT Taibai. Sounds of space cracking resounded, alerting all the martial artists who were cultivating. It had been half a month since the battle on MT Taibai. At this moment, several hundreds of thousands of people were scattered densely across the mountain. Among these hundreds of thousands of people, there was a large number of wealthy people and members of some clans that had just entered the ancient martial arts world. With several hundreds of thousands of people occupying this space, there were lots of people becoming martial artists or powerful and born experts each day. Practicing martial arts could also strengthen one's body. Once, many people didn't know how. With the spiritual energy waterfall falling on their bodies now, everyone could become a powerful martial artist. What's happening? The cracking sounds in the air stunned everyone below the spiritual energy waterfall. All of them lifted their heads while staring into the sky. Oh gosh! What's happening? The sky is breaking up. The space has been ripped apart. What's the situation? What's happening? When the martial artists below the spiritual energy waterfall saw a crack that appeared across the sky suddenly, all of them were astonished. Some martial artists retreated in fear immediately. In the blink of an eye, the entire region became chaotic. Xiao Xian, Lan Qingyue and the other 3 lifted their heads and squinted their eyes. Based on what Xiao Xian had said, the people from the 9 Cauldron Worlds must have arrived before the estimated date. Be careful. The 5 girls stared at the sky vigilantly. Ka. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a large crack was ripped open in the space above them. The entire crack reached an astounding range of 100 meters. Another sky. There's another sky on the other end. At this moment, an inborn expert exclaimed loudly in shock. From the crack in the space that was ripped open, they could see another world. This terrified a large number of people. What's really happening? Could it be that aliens are invading our world? A young man mumbled while watching in astonishment. Is this one of the 9 Cauldron Worlds that Brother Wang Xian mentioned previously? Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan exchanged glances before turning their attention to the crack. Someone has come out from the crack. Another exclamation reverberated as everyone's eyes couldn't help but constrict. From the other world, another human had appeared. There are lots of them. A light flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes as he stared intensely at the people from one of the 9 Cauldron Worlds. Haha! After a peal of laughter, a man emerged from the crack on a sword. The spiritual sword made an arc in the air as he laughed loudly. The new world. I'm finally here. Flying on a sword? Is that an immortal? Seeing the figure that flew out from the crack on a sword, many martial artists were astounded. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, experts wearing green and white outfits flew out from the crack on their swords one after another. Soon, there were close to 400 to 500 people. The crack is healing. There are so many of them. Roughly 500. When Xiao Xian saw the martial artists that had arrived on their swords resembling immortals, she was astounded. They are finally here. I wonder what changes they will bring to the real world. No one could really know what this group of people will do. Luckily, there aren't any Immortal Realm experts. Sun Lingxiu's eyes flickered as she looked at the group of people standing in the air. 500-odd people wasn't a small number. Their green and white outfits fluttered in the wind, and each of them stood proudly in the air. There are quite a number of people here. Are these the martial artists of the current underworld? The first person who emerged from the crack made a circle while observing the new world with interest. Below him, all the martial artists were silent as they stared blankly at him. The 500-odd experts who were standing on their swords in the air looked around them. This was also their first time in this world. We are from the Huang Cauldron world. Get someone who can make a decision to speak to us. An old man looked down while standing on his spiritual sword and questioning in a solemn tone. All the martial artists were taken aback and turned their attention to where Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the girls were at. Everyone in the underworld knew who they were and their status. They were the sister and women of the Dragon King. They were also the strongest among them. Feeling the gazes from the crowd of martial artists, Xiaoyu and the girls frowned slightly. We welcome everyone from the 9 Cauldron worlds. Lan Qingyue took a step forward, clasped her right fist with her left palm, and spoke with great composure. Eh? You know we are from the 9 Cauldrons worlds. The young man who was flying on his sword steered his sword towards Lan Qingyue, stopped roughly 10 meters away, and asked curiously, are there people from the other 9 Cauldron worlds that have appeared in this world? They have not truly shown themselves. I believe you guys are the first batch that has come in such a big group to this world. Lan Qingyue replied to the young man. You are the leader of them? Their ruler. The old man in the air moved and appeared beside the young man. The surrounding martial artists around them that were on their swords looked around curiously while feeling a little overwhelmed. In the end, all their attention fell on Lan Qingyue, Xiaoyu, and the girls. We are from the dragon sect of the underworld, Lan Qingyue said to the old man while also observing the group of people before them. There were roughly 20 people with strength that was equivalent to hers. As for the rest, they were all Dan Realm experts. The old man, who was the only one in a golden outfit, made them feel a little wary. His strength was well hidden and would at least be at the half-step to Immortal Realm. What made them feel a little more assured was that this group of people didn't seem to have come with a vengeance. In addition, none of them were acting as though they were high and mighty kings. Dragon sect? It must be a powerful sect in the underworld. The old man looked across them before looking over to the surrounding crowd of martial artists. He was slightly surprised and commented, We are from the Yellow Sky Immortal sect of the Huang Cauldron world. Ka. Just as the old man finished his words, in the sky a short distance away, sounds of the space breaking could be heard again. The old man frowned slightly. Those that had come with him were also frowning while their eyes turned as cold as ice. It must be those brats from the primeval chaos immortal sect. The young man beside the old man smirked and commented coldly. The surrounding martial artists of the underworld were taken aback as they revealed astounded expressions. There were more people from the Huang Cauldron world that were arriving. Ka. A golden light appeared across the sky as figure after figure walked out from the crack. All of them lifted their heads arrogantly and were staring at the old man and the group that had arrived moments ago. Feng Jinqing, you guys sure are early. The golden ray faded gradually and a few hundred figures appeared in the air. They smiled at that old man and remarked plainly, You guys aren't too slow either. The old man in the golden outfit replied emotionlessly, There's quite a number of people around. Dressed in golden armor like a heavenly general, the old man looked around with a smiling face. Behind him were a few hundred people in golden armor too. Second Grandpa, according to the news we got, the current underworld has completely gone downhill. But now it doesn't seem to be that bad since there are a few hundred inborn experts, said the young man beside the armored elder who was staring at the martial artists of the underworld with eyes full of golden radiance. That's due to the spiritual energy waterfall. Half a month is good enough to undergo a complete change. The old armored man was also beaming with golden radiance in his eyes. He swept a gaze at the martial artists below. Not bad. After cleansing, there will be many potential cultivators. Who's in charge over here? The old armored man slightly lifted his head up, and his voice reverberated through the air. Guys, we're from Dragon Sect, and we call the shots here. Lan Qingyue cupped her fist once again to those experts that came out from the Huang Cauldron world. Her? The in-charges are a few pretty girls. Dragon Sect? From now on, the Dragon Sect will join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect and become our disciples, the old armored man said to Lan Qingyue in a domineering way. Jin Kunming, they belong to Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. You're too late. The old man in golden clothing said to the old armored man coldly. Her. Upon hearing the words, the old armored man darkened his expression. Did you just say we're too late? That's right. The old man in golden clothing nodded gently with a beaming face as he exchanged a glance with the other old man. We, the Dragon Sect, will not join any immortal sects. At this time, Xiao Yu lifted her eyebrows and answered upon hearing their conversation. Haha, Feng Jinqing, did you hear that? They disagree with joining Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, the old armored man who was sulking burst out a clap of laughter. Stupid girl. The young man beside Feng Jinqing glared at Xiao Yu angrily. You're the stupid one. So dumb. Who says we're joining the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect? Xiao Yu returned that young man a death stare immediately. You need some teaching. Seeing Xiao Yu glaring at him, the young man pointed at her with slight embarrassment. You deserve a beating. Xiao Yu beckoned with her fingers without showing any feebleness. On top of that, her face was full of contempt. Haha. Interesting. The wicked prince of the Huang Cauldron world is challenged by a lass from the real world. How embarrassing. At this time, the young man beside the old armored man, Jin Kunming, trolled the other young man. Jin Huio, shut up, will you? If you're not convinced, you can spar with me. Upon hearing what Jin Huio said, that young man was infuriated. Haha. I was not the one who said you deserve a beating. Jin Huio raised an eyebrow and trolled him. Lass, don't assume that because you're a girl I won't bully you. Wait till I teach you a lesson. That young man jumped and his green robe and white shirt billowed without any wind. His long hair gave him the classic look of a handsome boy. However, he was slightly furious. Idiot. Just a slight provocation and you're losing your cool. Seeing that the young man was staring daggers at her, Xiao Yu snorted. Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and the rest laughed but said nothing. None of the people before them were immortal class. With the few of them around, they had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, Xiaoxian would be back in no time. They could still run. You. The young man was raging while Jin Huio and some of the young men beside him were sneering at him. Lass, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for my mercy. Just you alone? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at him. Fine. Prepare to receive my strike. The young man was boiling with anger. He had just arrived in the real world and was being ridiculed by a lass. To think he was the famous wicked prince in the Huang Cauldron world. Since when had anyone rolled their eyes at him? With a swift movement, green radiance flashed, and the spiritual sword in his hand struck at a daunting speed. You really deserve a beating. Come and lick my shoes. Seeing that the young man struck at her, Xiao Yu pouted and went for it. The sister of the Dragon King and that young man are fighting it out. The group of people standing in the air is too formidable. One might be in danger if they engage in a conflict. Danger? Who knows how strong the Dragon King is? Besides, Princess Xiao Yu apparently knew about the 9 cauldron worlds. In my opinion, the Dragon King might not be scared of them. That's right. There is no boundary to the Dragon King's strength. If they ever hurt Princess Xiao Yu, it'll be hard to know who the unlucky one is. The group of martial artists commented as they watched Xiao Yu dueling with the young man from the Huang Cauldron world. The Dragon King had always made their jaws drop by killing all the different experts. Many of them were worshipping the Dragon King blindly. So what if those people came from the space crack? In the past, during the fight between the Dragon King, Nya Wushuang, and Emperor Qi, they also broke through the space. TSK, what princess? She's not even fit to be a maidservant. Upon hearing the comments from below, the young man spoke scornfully, sending the sword in his hand towards Xiao Yu at a daunting speed. Someone with fair and tender skin like you could be a prince? You are the eunuch of the palace, right? There was a tinge of surprise flashing in Xiao Yu's eyes as soon as she saw the incoming spiritual sword. She quickly dodged to one side. Bam! The sword brushed across the black armor of Xiao Yu at a fast speed. leaving a faint white mark on it. Her! Her! Xiao Yu was surprised by the speed of the spiritual sword, while the young man was taken aback by the body defense of Xiao Yu. Lass, how dare you say I'm a eunuch? It seems that I'll have to teach you a proper lesson today. A furious flame darted out from the eyes of that young man. He could imagine the sneering looks from those scumbags of primeval chaos Immortal sect after the last said he was a eunuch. Feng Jinqing remained quiet as he watched the battle continuing between that young man and that girl. Revealing that young man's strength to deter the martial artists of the real world was not a bad choice either. Wind leaves no trace, but a sword leaves a shadow. Sword shadow! The young man fixed his eyes on Xiao Yu, wielding the spiritual sword in his hand. Instantly, gusts of wind energy gathered around the spiritual sword. Thousands of swords enveloped Xiao Yu. Sword slash! Xiao Yu was looking stern as she swung her left arm, bringing out a colossal ivory shield. The other hand stuck the young man with a black sword. Bam! 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 Thousands of swords left only faint marks on Xiao Yu's ivory shield despite them being level 12 spiritual swords. Only mere white dots were left on the shield. What? There was a slight change in the young man's expression. He was stunned as his spiritual swords were unable to break through that ivory shield's defense. Seeing Xiao Yu sweeping in for an attack, he exclaimed loudly, "Wind blast! Wind blast!" The young man waved his arm and a strong gust of wind that covered over 1,000 meters swept towards Xiao Yu. The wind blast swept across like a tornado. Xiao Yu snorted and a pair of bone wings appeared behind her in the next instant. The bone wings emitted a black glow as she flapped them lightly. Xiao Yu was unmoved as she charged through the approaching wind blast and directly towards the young man. "What? This which is really strong!" the young man exclaimed in surprise once again. Shifting his palm, sword after sword flew out from his space ring. Each sword emitted a dense green glow with layers of wind blades circling it. Weapon set. A set of spiritual equipment made up of 9 separate swords. Moreover, every single sword was a powerful level 12 spiritual sword. 10 pieces of level 12 spiritual equipment. He's darned rich. The spiritual equipment on him definitely played a part in Feng Lingtian being the most demon-like talent in our Huang Cauldron world. That girl isn't simple at all. From her looks, she's probably as old as Feng Lingtian. Yet, her strength is truly terrifying. That girl has the strength of a budding realm expert and the spiritual equipment on her isn't simple either. That's a little beyond our expectation. How can this be possible? Lingtian is the most outstanding talent in our Huang Cauldron world. Yet he is on the losing end against another girl. Surrounding the battle, the crowd of people from the Huang Cauldron world looked on in shock at the battle between the young man and Xiao Yu. The young man was the most demon-like talent in the entire Huang Cauldron world and the youngest son of their immortal sex. He had inherited the bloodline of his father. He had reached the budding realm in his 20s and was undoubtedly the strongest among those at his age. He was also considered by the disciples of immortal sects in Huang Cauldron world to be the most demon-like prince. However, the most elite talent of their Huang Cauldron world was being pushed back by a girl in the real world where they had all believed the people were extremely weak. To make things worse, the girl was roughly the age of Feng Lingtian. Everyone was astonished, including Feng Jinqing, whose eyes were flickering. With your level of strength, what gives you the guts and confidence to call yourself young master and act arrogantly to me, your mom? At this moment, Xiao Yu easily defended against the attacks from Feng Lingtian. The bone wings behind her black flapped steadily, and she held a bone sword in one hand and a shield with the other. Her defensive strength was insanely high. Feng Lingtian's attack couldn't injure her in any way. "You. This is what you were asking for." Saber Hurricane. Feng Lingtian was clearly embarrassed. He extended both of his arms and manipulated the 10 pieces of level 12 spiritual equipment to circulate around him. The body as the blade, slash, boom, resembling a scale 10 hurricane. Terrifying daggers of green-colored energy were forming rapidly around Feng Lingtian. Green-colored energy gathered and formed into swords around him. Spiritual swords and green wind blades that extended over 100 meters surrounded the young man and rotated at an immense speed. Wind attribute was easily one of the fastest among all elements. Boom! Following a series of bone-chilling whistles, the swords were launched towards Xiaoyu. "I'll show you my true strength." Xiaoyu had gotten serious. She shook the long sword in her arms and the bone sword extended. In an instant, the bone sword had turned into a black ivory whip that was several dozens of meters long. Terrifying spikes that curved backwards were distributed throughout the ivory whip, making it look extremely gruesome. Xiaoyu swung her arm down, and the ivory whip was flicked towards the young man like an attacking viper. The bone wings, bone shield, and even the ivory whip were part of Xiaoyu's body. Controlling them was extremely easy. The ivory whip penetrated through the saber hurricane and wrapped towards Feng Lingtian. "Fuck!" Feng Lingtian's face darkened upon seeing the attacking ivory whip. The next instant, he directed the level 12 spiritual swords around him towards the whip. Pa! However, the ivory whip wrapped itself around each long sword and eventually around Feng Lingtian before he could even react to it. "TSK. Let's see if you still dare to fight with your mom." Xiaoyu pulled her arm back as she shouted. Feng Lingtian was extremely bitter. Just as he attempted to break free, the ivory whip extended even longer and had him completely subdued. His body flew towards Xiaoyu at a terrifying speed. "Hey girl! Stop!" Feng Jinqing was flabbergasted when he saw Feng Lingtian being trapped. He waved his arm and a wind blade slashed towards Xiaoyu. "Bam! It's just sparring." Sun Lingxiu swung his arms and a ray of light met the wind blade, neutralizing it. Bam! Having retracted her ivory whip, Xiaoyu stepped on Feng Lingtian's face as she asked, "Do you admit your defeat now?" "You." A burning sensation cruised through his body as his face turned as dark as coal. He felt as though he had just been forced to eat shit. "Pa!" Xiaoyu waved her ivory whip which landed on his buttocks directly. At that moment, Feng Lingtian felt as though his flesh was split. Looking down at Feng Lingtian, who was below her feet, Xiaoyu smirked and asked again, "Are you going to admit your defeat?" "Arg. You." Feng Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He felt that his pants had definitely split and there was definitely blood on his buttocks. Moreover, he felt his face was completely swollen. This filled him with humiliation. "Stop!" Seeing that Sun Lingxiu stopped his attack, Feng Jinqing was slightly surprised. When he witnessed Feng Lingtian being humiliated, the vibes around him changed and a terrifying explosion of aura erupted from him. At that very moment, the color of the sky changed and the surrounding space seemed to have stopped. There wasn't a single gust of wind and everything was silent. "TSK." Xiaoyu was shocked by the aura from the old man. She pulled back the ivory whip in her hands and mocked Feng Lingtian. "Coward, I look down on you. What kind of man are you if you are asking the elder in your family to stand up for you after losing to me? You. Feng Lingtian was extremely bitter and stared at Xiaoyu. His eyes were full of indignance and anger. "What are you looking at? If you've got the guts, let's go for a one-on-one battle again." Xiaoyu gave him a thumbs down with disdain. "You have gone too far." Feng Lingtian almost threw up blood upon seeing Xiaoyu's expression. He was the demon-like prince of the Huang Cauldron world, and yet he had not lost in the hands of a little brat in the real world. Moreover, his face had been stepped on and his buttocks whipped by her. His pride as a man was completely shattered. Around them, members of the higher management of the Yellow Sky Immortal sect were dumbfounded at the words of their prince. Their expressions were a great scene to witness. However, while they were astonished, they were also shocked by Xiaoyu's strength. Terrifying. He wasn't called the most demon-like prince in the Huang Cauldron world for nothing. He was also the strongest disciple among the younger generation of the three immortal sects. "I bully you and you are getting your elders?" Xiaoyu lifted her head with contempt, making Feng Lingtian almost throw up blood from anger. He rubbed his face and still threw up after failing to keep it in. "Haha! Great! Who would have expected this? Who would have expected these girls to possess such strength in the underworld and to have established such a powerful dragon sect?" At this moment, Jin Kunming's eyes lit up. He stared at Xiaoyu and said, "I represent the immortal realm excellencies of our primeval chaos immortal sect. Join our primeval chaos immortal sect and I'll grant you girls 3 elders positions and a large amount of spiritual equipment and elixir pills." "I'm sorry. We have said that we aren't going to join any immortal sect." Lan Qingyue looked across and shook her head at them. The 9 cauldron worlds will descend into the real world soon. The immortal sects will rule the world. There are things you can't control while being in the underworld. Even if you don't wish to, you still have to accept it. Jin Kunming squinted his eyes as he looked at Lan Qingyue and the girls. There are things you can't control while being in the underworld. After Jin Kunming finished, Jin Huio beside him drew his lips. He sized those people up, including Xiao Yu and Lan Qingyue, with an unknown glimmer in his eyes. How many budding realm experts are there in Dragon Sect? Regardless of the number of budding realm experts you have, do you have any immortals? If you don't have immortal experts, any non-immortal sects will be just ants after the 9 cauldron worlds descend into the real world. Any immortal sect could annihilate you guys with just a lift of a finger. Hence, your best choice is to join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. As he spoke, he swept his gaze across those martial artists of the underworld. Those who have advanced to Inborn Realm are qualified to join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. Those who are not can become menial disciples. That's right, this is not an invitation, but... Jin Kunming opened his mouth while his hand took out a little golden bell. The bell slowly grew larger in size in his palm. Boom! The sound of the bell echoed, just like a clap of thunder. It's the Emperor's bell. Feng Jinqing, at one side, revealed a shocked expression while he let out an exclamation involuntarily. Emperor's bell. Little did I expect them to bring the Emperor's bell of Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect here. The Emperor's bell is a compelling spiritual weapon of Immortal class level. It can grow in size and emit golden radiance for a complete wipeout. Be it besieging or killing people, its strength is extremely daunting. The disciples of Yellow Sky Immortal Sect were looking all stern as they stared at the golden bell with a surprised look. OM. The Emperor's bell rose to the air and grew to a size of 100 meters, exuding domineering mightiness. From today onwards, the Dragon Sect members will join our Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. Any objections? You martial artists of the underworld will join Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect. Any objections? The bright and clear voice reverberated across over a radius of 10 kilometers, striking terror into every martial artist. All of them had the impulse to worship the Emperor's bell in the air. What a mighty power! They are not even the strongest among the immortal sects. How scary could the immortals they mention be such that we are ants if we don't join the immortal sect? Is that the strength of an immortal sect? Can Dragon Sect resist it? This golden bell is too domineering. What a mighty power! The group of martial artists of the underworld was aghast as they lifted their heads with difficulties. Their legs were even trembling. Even an inborn expert could not directly gaze at that golden bell. You can't have your will when you're in the underworld. All the experts of the underworld had mixed expressions. If the 9 powerful worlds were going to descend into the real world, they were only left with joining the immortal sect. Staying out was impossible, as this was the underworld. This is our first time being forced to join the immortal sect. Lan Qingyue cast a gaze at the Emperor's bell in the air before she turned to look at Jin Kunming with a slightly stern look. We have no choice. Jin Kunming revealed a faint smile. Before all the immortal sects arrive in the real world, we came out in advance to set our ground. Controlling some of the underworld forces in the real world is our best choice. You can't have your will when you're in the underworld, not even for the immortal sects. Thus, surrender to our immortal sect. After Jin Kunming finished his overbearing speech, all the experts from Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect moved under the Emperor's bell. Close to 30 domineering budding realms were shrouded under the dazzling golden radiance of the Emperor's bell. As they exuded their godlike mightiness, they looked as though they were the golden guards and generals from heaven. Under the Emperor's bell, their strength received a significant boost. We're too late. Feng Jinqing was looking dreadful at one side. Their most wicked disciple in the immortal sect had lost to a girl, undermining the reputation of the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect. And now, the Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect had established an invincible prestige with the help of the mighty Emperor's bell. The Dragon Sect might just join the Primeval Chaos Immortal Sect too. Lass, join the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect, and you'll get enough benefits. Feng Lingtian darkened his expression once he realized the problem. Thus, he growled at Xiao Yu with a low voice. Join a loser like you? Xiao Yu slightly lifted her head and sneered at Feng Lingtian. You! Seeing her expression, Feng Lingtian almost wanted to vomit blood. It's true that you can't have your will in the underworld, but dragons can roar through the sky in the underworld, said Lan Qingwei as she stared at the old man with a broad smile. Her? So you're saying you want to rule the world? Jin Kunming narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lan Qingwei. Those budding realm experts from Primeval Chaos Immortal sect on the top glared at Lan Qingwei. A domineering godlike mightiness enveloped her immediately. With a change in her expression, gray energy rose from Lan Qingwei. I'll give you one last chance. Jin Kunming continued to fix his expressionless eyes on Lan Qingwei. If the dragon sect agreed to join, that would be the best. Otherwise, it did not matter. They wanted to build their prestige and godlike reputation. It was not a bad idea to use them as an example to forewarn the rest. All the experts below revealed stern looks. All of them could tell what Jin Kunming was trying to do. Their expressions were extremely complicated. I don't think Dragon King could beat the mightiness exuded by the huge golden bell in the air. Plus 30 domineering budding realm experts. I guess the dragon sect is in trouble this time. At this time, all the martial artists of the underworld had cold feet. These people before them were invincible. Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, Ajaya, Xiao Yu, and Elder Fong were looking dreadful. Without the presence of that terrifying Emperor's Bell, they would have had the confidence of breaking through the siege. But that Emperor's Bell of level 13 was much scarier than the level 13 truncheon in Ajaya's hand. Her! At this time, Xiao Yu sensed something. She quickly gazed off and exhibited a smile. Brother is back! Her! Lan Qingyue and the rest were slightly stunned as they spun around and heaved a sigh of relief. Smiles surfaced on their faces. Oh really? More and more people came from the 9 cauldron worlds. Wang Xian had rushed over here from Guda mountain range. Seeing the Emperor's Bell that was emitting godlike mightiness above MT Taibai, he let out a sigh. Cold radiance flashed in his eyes. I have never provoked anyone from the 9 cauldrons worlds. But if people from these worlds provoke me, don't blame me for it. Wang Xian's eyes were getting colder as he hovered to Lan Qingyue and Xiao Yu at a rapid speed. Who are you? Jin Kunming shouted coldly when he saw Wang Xian and a group of Dragonians flying over. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Xian took a glance at him and ignored him. Seeing that Lan Qingyue was shrouded within the mightiness of the golden bell, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A really good saying you've got. You can't have your will when you're in the underworld. I don't wish to kill, but people just want to dig their own graves. I'm killing you guys. Wang Xian's cold voice echoed. I'm killing you guys. When Wang Xian's voice reverberated across, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists from the underworld gasped. They looked to the sky instantly. When they saw that familiar figure, their eyes lit up. The Dragon King is still the Dragon King. He's still as domineering and fearless in the face of strong enemies. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld couldn't help but be impressed. A guy courting his own death. Upon hearing Wang Xian, killing intent flashed across Jin Kunming's eyes as he stared harshly at Wang Xian. This is the group of experts from the Yellow Sky Immortal sect stared at Wang Xian in astonishment. Who is he? What gives him the guts to be so arrogant? Wang Xian's cold gaze swept across the surrounding crowd and eventually landed on Lan Qingyue, Xiao Yu and the girls. He asked, What's the matter? Brother, they are forcing our dragon sect to join the Primeval Chaos Immortal sect. If we don't agree, they are going to annihilate us. Xiao Yu pointed at Jin Kunming and the group while speaking with anger. 9 budding realm experts and a group of Dan realm experts. It's not surprising that you are so arrogant and haughty. Jin Huio stared harshly at Wang Xian and remarked, It seems like you guys aren't willing to join our Primeval Chaos Immortal sect. Wang Xian turned around gradually and his gaze fell on the group from the Primeval Chaos Immortal sect. He said, I'll give you guys 2 options too right now. Get down on your knees now or die. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Wang Xian, Jin Huio couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brat, what the hell are you saying? What am I saying? Wang Xian's eyes flickered while staring at Jin Huio. He waved his arm and a water rope appeared around his neck all of a sudden. Jin Huio was astonished. Even Jin Kunming, who was standing by the side, was taken aback as his pupils constricted unconsciously. Slash! Jin Kunming lifted his palm and slashed down on the water rope. Wang Xian wasn't bothered at all. The water rope glowed in brilliant blue light. Wang Xian gave it a tug and Jin Huio was pulled towards him directly. What? Jin Huio was flabbergasted as he released dense golden rays from his body. Bam! However, at this instant, a short figure flashed across everyone's eyes. The skull exploded and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Darn piece of shit. You won't have to know what our Dragon King is saying ever again. Dragon Spirit held a dagger in his hand and his emotionless voice resounded. Boom! When Jin Huio was killed directly, the group from the Primeval Chaos Immortal sect was instantly roused. How dare you kill the people from our Primeval Chaos Immortal sect? You guys are definitely going to die. Jin Kunming's expression was a little contorted from anger as he growled. His angry roar reverberated throughout the surrounding 10 kilometers. It seems like you guys are choosing the second option. In that case, just die. Wang Xian lifted his arm and 5 flying swords flew out of his space ring instantly. Haha! Kill! Behind him, the group of Dragonians moved and charged towards the experts from the Primeval Chaos Immortal sect directly. Kill them! Witnessing Wang Xian and the group's overbearing actions, Jin Kunming shouted angrily. He lifted both of his hands and the Emperor's bell glowed dazzlingly under his control. Asking my Dragon sect to join your Immortal sect? Is your Primeval Chaos Immortal sect qualified? Wang Xian stared at Jin Yuankuan. Moving his hands slightly, 5 level 12 spiritual swords attacked suddenly. Layers of ripples were formed over the 5 spiritual swords. This was the Tear Blade technique. Under the frightening control ability of Wang Xian, the Tear Blade technique could reach several tens of tears. In other words, a single attack would damage one several tens of times. Boom! At this instant, the golden light in the sky illuminated the entire space. Terrifying sounds carried immense golden-colored energy and swept towards Wang Xian. Level 13 Spiritual Equipment. How well could you utilize the strength in it? Contempt filled Wang Xian's eyes. He flexed his body and a ball of water energy instantly surrounded the Emperor's bell. The water energy was pumped under the impact of the golden-colored energy. However, the golden rays weren't able to penetrate the water energy. This is impossible. This is spiritual equipment used by an immortal. Jin Kunming was at a loss of words when he saw Wang Xian instantly stopping the attack of the Emperor's bell. With a horrified expression, he stared at Wang Xian. You are an immort. Swish, swish, swish. However, at this instant, 5 spiritual swords landed on the golden defensive outfit on him. The spiritual swords penetrated through his body easily. Al? Jin Kunming's eyes widened with disbelief and indignance as his jaw dropped, unable to put up any resistance. He was killed instantly without even being able to put up any forms of resistance. Sword explosion. Wang Xian turned around, manipulated the 5 spiritual swords to stick together and surrounded them with the blue-colored ball of light. Boom! A 1,000-meter-long sword slashed across the experts from the Primeval Chaos Immortal sect. Shit! Stop it! Stop it! 30 budding realm experts from the Primeval Chaos Immortal sect were completely scared out of their wits as some of them screamed. Layer after layer of golden doors appeared before them. Explode! Wang Xian shouted. Several 1,000-meter long swords exploded, transforming into countless water swords that were only a meter long and launched towards the group of budding realm experts. The 5 pieces of spiritual equipment were the fiercest weapons. As they slashed across, they severed the head of budding realm expert after budding realm expert. Arc. 30 budding realm experts were dying at a frightening speed. Experts were like dogs and easily slaughtered. Around them, the Dragonians emitted a pungent smell of blood as they charged ahead for the kill. Gulp! Immortal! Feng Jinqing's eyes widened, and he stood on the spot and stared at Wang Xian in horror. His body was shivering a little from fear. Everything was like an ant before an immortal. Only an immortal would be an extraordinary existence. However, they would have never expected this young man to be an immortal. To their astonishment, the leader of the dragon sect was an immortal. There's an immortal realm existence in the real world? The other people from the Yellow Sky Immortal sect around him could also feel their scalps going numb. Budding realm experts were dying with just a wave of his hand. If he wasn't at the immortal realm, who would be? The Dragon King is invincible. The Dragon King is awesome. The crowd of martial artists from the underworld below the battle was completely stunned. Their eyes widened and were filled with admiration and shock. Once again, the Dragon King had easily annihilated experts whom they had thought were invincible. Some martial artists even wanted to go on their knees and pray to Wuxia. Too strong. He's truly peerless in the world. The brother of that brat is an immortal realm existence just like my father. Feng Lingtian's expression darkened and his legs went soft. He felt extremely bitter and embarrassed. Wuxia waved his arm again and the emperor's bell shrank gradually under his control. In the end, the emperor's bell landed in Wuxia's hand. Wuxia turned it in his hand before looking to the remaining group of people from the Yellow Sky Immortal sect. Were they involved in this previously? Upon hearing Wuxia, everyone in the Yellow Sky Immortal sect couldn't help but take a step back in fear. Feng Jinqing's lips trembled as he said, "Your Excellency, brother, that brat was fighting with me a while ago but called upon his elder when he couldn't win. Help me watch out for the rest while I spar with him again." Before Feng Jinqing could finish his words, Xiaoyu pointed at Feng Lingtian and was eager to fight again. When Feng Lingtian heard what Xiaoyu said, he flared. His facial expression switched from fiery redness to a pale-looking color. He stared at Xiaoyu, gritted his teeth, and could not help but rage. "Let me tell you, lass. I'm ready to fight." Feng Lingtian raised the spiritual sword in his hand and bellowed angrily. "Fine." Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and cracked her ivory whip before she observed Feng Lingtian with ill intentions. "I tell you, don't," Feng Lingtian said with mixed expression. "Don't attack my face and butt." Isn't this the wicked prince from Huang Cauldron World? Why is he acting like a coward now?" Xiaoyu made a swift move and flicked her ivory whip at him. Feng Lingtian was aghast as he hurriedly lifted his spiritual sword to block the incoming attack. Pack! However, whips were not weapons that could be countered by usual weapons. Whips focused on twining and whipping. The spiritual sword was totally ineffective when it came to defending against whips. Wind sword's circulating shield. Seeing that his weapon got wrapped around by the whip, Feng Lingtian released his sword while another 9 spiritual swords surfaced beside him. When the 9 spiritual swords spun in his surroundings at rapid speed, it formed a wind shield for defense. "Humph. Do you think you can defend against it?" Xiaoyu snorted, and the tip of the ivory whip wriggled like a poisonous snake, darting straight at the spiritual swords. Xiaoyu's bones were far more compelling than any level 12 spiritual weapon, which were overkill for her opponents of the same level regardless of defense or attack. Damn! The ivory whip wriggled through the wind shields and attempted to wrap around Feng Lingtian's body. He could not help but let out a scream as he staggered back to dodge it. Pack! However, at this time, the ivory whip transformed into devilish shadows, aiming for his butt area. "I said, don't hit that place." Feng Lingtian growled furiously. "Humph!" Without a change in her expression, Xiaoyu flicked her whip again, aiming for his back. Darn! Feng Lingtian was in an embarrassing state. With a stagger, he immediately ran away and hid. "Do you think you can run away from me?" Xiaoyu asked sarcastically. "Try chasing me." Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth. As he moved, wind-like shadows surrounded him as he flitted away. Xiaoyu remained unwavering. She swung her arm and swept out her ivory whip. "Trying to catch up with me? That's impossible." Feng Lingtian ground his teeth with more and more shadows appearing around him. Instantly, a few hundred shadows were all over the place. Xiaoyu was slightly stunned as she swept her whip at one of the shadows. The figure could not dodge it in time, and vanished under her whip. Shadow drift is a battle technique developed by my father for fleeing. It's impossible to catch up with me. Feng Lingtian called out as he drifted again with figures covering more than 10 kilometers. Oh really? Xiao Yu did not believe his words. She moved her hand, and her whip flicked even harder at those figures. After she struck down more than 10 figures, he was still nowhere to be seen. Seeing Xiao Yu getting anxious, Feng Lingtian was even more proud than ever. Haha! I told you so. I am formidable. You'll never be able to catch up with me. Xiao Yu was agitated. Brother, do you have any item to track this fellow down? Wang Xian slightly paused when he heard Xiao Yu. With a smile on his face, he swung his arms and tossed a level 12 water dragon ball to her. Brother? How do I use this? Asked Xiao Yu inquisitively. Roar. At this time, a roar was heard from the dragon ball. The dragon ball transformed into a 10-meter marine divine dragon while he roared into the sky. Dark clouds gathered instantly in the sky as rain began to fall. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned as she saw the rainwater passing through all of Feng Lingtian's virtual shadows, which were wind-attributed. A cold smile surfaced on her face. Now, let's see where you can hide. You cheat. You called upon your guardian. Upon seeing such a situation, Feng Lingtian was horrified as he exclaimed. We took turns. Now it's fair. There was slyness in Xiao Yu's eyes as she waved her ivory whip around. Each flick of her whip landed on Feng Lingtian. The people from Yellow Sky Immortal sect below the mountain twitched their lips. All of them were dumbfounded. The wicked prince of the Huang Cauldron world was getting whipped by a girl in the real world, and he had no means to resist it. His entire body swelled by 2 times, losing all its previous chic. He was the son of an immortal, a supreme talent of Huang Cauldron. This might turn out to be a good thing. Feng Jinqing threw a glance at Wang Xian and heaved a sigh of relief instead. A smile surfaced on his face. The beating that Feng Lingtian took might help them to avoid a crisis. Upon hearing the shrieks from the surroundings, Wang Xian shook his head with a grin. Since when did Xiao Yu have such a hobby? This was the first time he'd seen this. The rest of the girls, including Lan Qingyue, were smiling from ear to ear. Dragon King, we got a message from the Dragonians. There is another spiritual energy waterfall from the sky not far away from our dragon palace. At this time, Mo Qinglong appeared beside Wang Xian and reported to him. There's a spiritual energy waterfall in the sea? Wang Xian froze for a moment before radiance flashed in his eyes. Yes, Mo Qinglong nodded. Great. There was a tinge of excitement in Wang Xian's eyes. With a spiritual energy waterfall in the ocean, this might be an excellent resource for the entire Dragon Palace and Marine race. Xingwei, Lingxiu, Ajaya, Elder Fong, we'll be leaving soon. Are you guys going back? Wang Xian nodded with force as he swept his glance at those people from Yellow Sky Immortal sect. He drew his lips slightly. Another spiritual energy waterfall emerged from the sea. This could be a great advantage for the marine creatures. We will need to start planning for the Dragon Palace too. Xiao Yu, we're heading back. Wang Xian shouted to Xiao Yu, who was in the air, whipping Feng Lingtian with excitement. Yes, brother. Xiao Yu nodded and snorted coldly. I'll bash you up whenever I see you next time so you can remember my prowess. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth as he trembled. Seeing his swollen body, tears welled up in his eyes. For the first time he'd been beaten so badly. Just you wait. I'll take revenge. Feng Lingtian lowered his head with determination as he clenched his fist. Hee. Xiao Yu chuckled with contempt. She flitted to Wang Xian and grinned. The 9 cauldron worlds will soon descend. In the future, the immortal sects will dominate the entire underworld. Since the underworld forces are weak, you can join any immortal sects for protection. Practice hard from now on. Wang Xian looked around at the martial artists of the underworld and reminded them. As soon as he finished his words, he nodded to Sui clan and Xiao clan before he hovered away. Behind him, Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest of the dragon sect members followed. Wang Xian had to make full use of this opportunity for the marine creatures. The sea was vast and boundaryless with ample resources. In the legends, there were various immortal islands where the immortals would live. Since ancient times, the sea was always filled with mysteries and attractions. On this very day, a pink yacht was steering on the sea without any particular destination. Melodious musical notes sounded and lingered in the surroundings, creating a perfect symphony with the sounds of the waves. At the edge of the pink yacht, a young girl in a white dull dress was standing on the deck on the second floor. Before her, a beautiful zither was placed. As melodious music sounded from her zither, she looked at the surroundings of the yacht with radiant smiles. Around her, several hundreds of dolphins were following the yacht. From time to time, dolphins would leap out from the water and look in the direction where the girl was. Since our Missy rescued this pod of dolphins from the herd of tiger whales, they have been following our Missy. Furthermore, the pod of dolphins has grown to over a few hundred. Look, there are pink and white dolphins. They are simply too cute and beautiful. Those are pink bottlenose dolphins, while the white dolphins are the Indo-Pacific humpback dolphins. Both species are relatively rare dolphins. These dolphins know about gratitude and have been following our Missy. Moreover, they will jump out of the water from time to see our Missy from a distance. They are really cute. On the lower deck, a group of 4 to 5 girls stood looking exhilaratingly at these dolphins. Swoosh. At this moment, a pink dolphin jumped out of the sea beside the yacht. The 2-meter dolphin jumped over a height of 12 meters towards the girl on the second level. Ding ding. The notes from the zither stopped suddenly as the girl was surprised to see the pink bottlenose dolphin. It had jumped over 12 meters to come to the side of that girl. The girl flicked the zither lightly and a ball of seawater surrounded the dolphin and suspended before her. Wong wong. The pink bottlenose dolphin opened its mouth and a unique voice came from it. Huh? What did you say? You are bringing me to a place. The girl looked at the pink bottlenose dolphin with surprise as she extended her hand over to touch its head. Wong wing. Dolphins communicated through sound waves. However, at this very moment it seemed capable of expressing something. It was extremely amazing. The girl was also taken aback. A dolphin jumping over 12 meters high and even talking to her? That was truly strange. Follow you. Hearing the voice, the girl was shocked. The dolphin nodded its head brightly and wiggled its pectoral fins, signaling its desire to land. The girl nodded, flicked her fingers lightly on the zither and sent the dolphin into the sea. Wong wong. Several pink bottlenose dolphins and Indo-Pacific humpback dolphins in the sea looked towards her before swimming in a direction next to the yacht. Several hundreds of dolphins were leading at the front. Follow the pod of dolphins. The melodious voice of the girl was conveyed to the lower deck. Yes, Missy. On the lower deck, the female servants responded immediately. They steered the yacht and followed behind the pod of dolphins. How are these dolphins so smart? How did I understand a little about the sound waves they emitted? Moreover, what's their purpose of asking me to follow them? The girl in the white dress was astounded. If Wang Xian were here, he would definitely recognize her. Tang Yinxian from the Heavenly Sound Sect. However, since the Heavenly Sound Sect had been annihilated, Tang Yinxian had returned home and kept herself distanced from the matters of the underworld. Even when the spiritual energy waterfall appeared in the underworld, she didn't think about exploiting this opportunity. As she was feeling bored about her dry life, she brought a few female servants with her to the sea to relax. Several days ago, she had saved a pod of dolphins from a herd of tiger whales. After curing them of their injuries, this pod of dolphins had been following her. Moreover, what truly shocked her was that this pod of dolphins was extremely intelligent. In fact, one could even say that they were rather strong. To be able to jump 12 meters in a single leap, that was not any weaker than a level 4 or 5 martial artist. These dolphins know about gratitude and are pure and cute. I can spend some time in the sea with them. Tang Yinxian showed a faint smile, placed both of her hands on the zither and started playing. Melodious musical notes could be heard once again. Wang Wing. At this moment, the dolphins in the sea seemed to be responding. This cheered Tang Yinxian up. However, what she didn't notice was that when the group of dolphins made their sounds, the surrounding water was changing and moving in the opposite direction of before. Dolphins were the smartest creatures in the sea. The dolphins in the vicinity of the Dragon Palace had learnt about cultivation after being through a session of Tao preaching. In fact, some unique dolphins with great chance encounters had already become rather strong. The entire sea had started to change a little after the Dragon King preached Tao to the marine creatures. At this moment, Tang Yinxian suddenly felt a gush of spiritual energy. She lifted her head slightly, looked ahead, and was filled with surprise. In the air some distance away, white-colored spiritual energy fell from the sky. Snow-white energy was falling on an island. The entire sea island was completely shrouded in the spiritual energy waterfall. In fact, in some areas, the water shrouded in the spiritual energy waterfall was a few thousand meters away from the island. The entire region was just like an immortal region on the sea or the immortal islands in the legends. This is a spiritual energy waterfall. There's a spiritual energy waterfall here. Tang Yinxuan's jaw dropped slightly as she revealed an exquisite look of shock. Wang. At this moment, she could hear the voices of several dolphins. Several pink bottlenose dolphins had turned around and were facing her. I'll be heading over now. Tang Yinxian hesitated for a few seconds before grabbing her zither, jumping off and diving towards the sea. Wang. A dolphin exposed its back and the intention was clear. Tang Yinxian chuckled, landed on it, and said, "Thank you, cutie." Wang. A joyous voice came from the dolphin below her. Several hundred dolphins led Tang Yinxian towards the spiritual energy waterfall. Once they entered the region shrouded in the spiritual energy waterfall, the pod of dolphins was in ecstasy. Wang. At this moment, Tang Yinxian realized that there were several hundred additional dolphins around this region. Several pink bottlenose dolphins and the Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin seemed to see her as their leader as they surrounded her. Wang, you are asking me to dive down with you? Wang. All right, lead me down then. Gulp. Two pink dolphins swam to the sides of Tang Yinxian. Suddenly, they released a bubble from their mouths that surrounded Tang Yinxuan's head. I'm good. Let me do it myself. Tang Yinxian chuckled upon witnessing it. She had practiced water attribute cultivation arts after all. She would be fine even if she dived into the sea for several days. Seeing the cute dolphins surrounding her, Tang Yinxian felt extremely lighthearted. Spending time with simple creatures like them could help her forget any worries or displeasure. There are actually mountain ranges under the sea, and the spiritual energy waterfall is pouring into them. Many underwater creatures are gathered around here too. Tang Yinxian came to the bottom of the sea as she surveyed the surroundings with a face of surprise. There were all kinds of marine creatures rushing toward the spiritual energy waterfall. The marine creatures, after enlightenment, came close to the spiritual energy waterfall out of instinct. Buzz! More than 400 dolphins swam around and gathered at a mountain in the sea. These dolphins surrounded her in the center. To Tang Yinxuan's surprise, these dolphins began to cultivate. That's right, cultivate. She could sense the dolphins guiding the spiritual energy into their bodies. Most surprising of all the dolphins gathered and released an ultrasonic wave that contained a unique kind of energy. This energy guided spiritual energy into their bodies. Instantly, a vast amount of energy entered their bodies. Tang Yinxian was dumbfounded as she quickly looked to another side. She noticed many marine creatures were cultivating, absorbing the spiritual energy. This was shocking to her. Did the living creatures in the sea know anything about the art of cultivation? Sensing spiritual energy was circulating around her. Tang Yinxian set aside her curiosity and sat beside the dolphins. All the dolphins were packed together while she sat on top, just like a dolphin princess. She sat cross-legged and began her cultivation. The spiritual energy waterfall was an ultimate chance encounter. Ding ding. Suddenly, the zither beside her let out a crisp and clear sound. She opened her eyes, feeling stunned. She sensed ultrasonic waves rippling above her, forming a special kind of control power. Sound had power too. Even though it was not part of the 9 attributes sound could kill. Heavenly Sound Sect only knew a little about the use of sound. The rest was dependent on attributes. Take Tang Yinxian, for instance. She was water attributed, combining water energy with sound as a means of combat. But the true combat capability still came from water energy. The sound only played the role of interference. However, the sound that the dolphins gave off could affect physical items, albeit small. She seemed to have some understanding as she placed her hands on the zither, playing special music that merged with the sonic waves of the dolphins. Instantly, Tang Yinxian and the dolphin's speed of absorbing spiritual energy sharply increased. Bouts of spiritual energy swamped their bodies. Their cultivation levels were boosted at a frenzied speed. After some time, she sensed a fierce aura around her as ferocious sharks swam over to her. The pod of dolphins panicked while Tang Yinxian remained unwavering. She closed her eyes and placed both hands on the zither, striking the incoming sharks with water ripples. Growl! The pod of sharks scattered in horror. The dolphins let out a thrilling sound as they looked up at Tang Yinxian before they continued their cultivation. Boom boom! Not knowing how much time had passed, one could hear battling coming from above while a terrifying aura spread out, striking fear into some marine creatures. Tang Yinxian sensed the domineering aura and had a slight change in her expression. Luckily, I got them to leave first or else. She let out a sigh of relief and continued her practice. At this time, a few thousand people were gathering around the middle of the spiritual energy waterfall. 50-odd middle-aged and old men in peculiar clothes stood at the center of an island while white-colored spiritual energy fell upon them. Hayak. Right in the middle was an elder with a gray poisonous snake coiling around his neck. The viper stuck out its bloody red tongue that was half-meter long, while the old man revealed a sinister smile as he stuck out his tongue too. His tongue was also of equal length as the viper and looked horrible. The old man then licked the tongue of the viper with his tongue. The scene looked extremely creepy. Beside him, more than hundreds of corpses were lying around on the floor. He craned up and stared at the spiritual energy waterfall, rolling his tongue. This chance encounter belongs to the creepy snake group. Don't think you can occupy it. Dashi, you had your chance encounter in China earlier on. Now? Haha, you don't even dare to set foot there. An old man who was wearing a red metallic mask with a red coat spoke with a sarcastic voice. This is not solely your chance encounter. Hayak, Alien, you can go to China and have a taste yourself. Both of you stop it. The three forces will divide this place equally. Any objections? At this time, a sharp woman's voice came from opposite the old man with a metallic mask. This woman was wearing extremely revealing clothes, exposing her baby skin. She looked extremely bewitching. The frightening things were her heads. She had two, one of which was extremely ugly, and the other one was gorgeous. Dual-head Yen Mei, you need to ask Dashi if he has any objections, said the old man with the red mask. I want the spot at the bottom of the sea. Who dares to fight with me, for it shall die. Dashi twisted his body like a snake as he rose into the air. My people, grab this opportunity and begin your cultivation. He let out a sharp voice. Who? As soon as he finished his sentence, the sea snakes suddenly sprang out of the sea. Each of them was about 3 meters long, with shirtless people sitting on them. There were mixed genders and their bodies were wound by snakes. Almost 500 people filled the entire region. 500 creepy snake palace guards trying to take over the marine region? Wouldn't that be a waste? A flame rose from the head of that red-masked elder. The flame formed a human figure staring at Dashi with a pair of blazing eyes. Not at all. Hayak, you can also get your guys to cultivate with my men in the water too. It doesn't matter. Dashi wetted his lips. With a swift movement, he came to the sea right beside the island. With his triangular eyes, he stared at the red-masked elder and dual-headed woman. I welcome you to join me down here. Hee. A flick of flame flashed on Alien's mask as he turned to the dual-headed woman. Let's take the center as the dividing line, and we'll each occupy half. Fine. Once the three domineering forces finished their negotiations, they sat cross-legged and began their cultivation immediately. They didn't fight. Not so fast. We just made a huge commotion. Someone will be here soon. Even if there's no one, we can surely attract those immortal class beings in the sea. Haha, I hope they fight. How wonderful to have immortal class corpses. The group of people did not realize 2 pairs of bloodshot eyes were staring at them from above. Their eyes were filled with blood and appeared maniacal. The spiritual energy waterfall was an ultimate chance encounter to the cultivators in the real world. Similarly, it was an excellent chance encounter for the Cauldron world too. However, it was a terrible catastrophe to Tang Yinxian and the marine creatures in the ocean. Whoosh! At this moment, Savage aura diffused into the sea below the spiritual energy waterfall and alerted the marine creatures in the surroundings who were cultivating. More than 500 members of the creepy snake group rode on sea snakes into the sea. Their eyes were locked on the densely populated sea creatures in the surroundings, but they did not make a move. Master! At this moment, the crowd of creepy snake group members greeted respectfully as Dashi entered into the sea while flicking his long tongue. Despite being in the sea, their voices weren't affected. Hee hee. There are so many marine creatures around. Dashi commented plainly. The eyes of the gray poison snake lit up a red light. It moved and charged towards the marine creatures around to devour them. When it opened its mouth, the seemingly average-sized mouth could surprisingly extend to 2 to 3 meters. Its mouth looked just like a bottomless pit. Hee hee. They have absorbed some spiritual energy. My baby is going to get a sumptuous meal. Dashi was pleasantly surprised as he looked across the densely packed marine creatures around him. Yes, master. Members of the creepy snake group made creepy smiles and patted the bodies of the sea snakes below them. The next moment, these snakes charged towards the surrounding marine creatures and started devouring them. They were terrifyingly quick. Not a single sea snake out of the hundreds was weaker than the inborn realm. And the martial artists that were on the sea snakes were similarly not any weaker than the inborn realm. Swish, swish, swish. The sea snakes attacked various marine creatures at a frenzied pace. This resulted in all the creatures in the region fleeing away in fear. Huh? At this very moment, Tang Yinxian, who was cultivating, was alarmed. She opened her eyes right away and looked in shock in the direction before her. Shit! Seeing countless marine creatures fleeing frantically, her expression changed drastically. Get out of here! Quick! She stood up and shouted at the surrounding dolphins right away. The pod of dolphins had also picked up the scent of blood as they wiggled their bodies frantically. Run! Tang Yinxian moved her fingers across the zither to make a rushed note that was transmitted to the dolphins. Each dolphin turned around immediately and fled in the opposite direction. Grr. However, she suddenly heard a scream and a sea snake appeared before them. A naked middle-aged man was sitting on the sea snake. Oh, there's a beautiful lady here too. Hee. Who would have expected a beautiful lady to be cultivating here? This pod of dolphins seems to be under your control. Haha. It's been a long time since I've met a beautiful lady. Moreover, it's a dolphin princess. Lust gleamed in the eyes of the middle-aged man. He extended his hand to touch the black liquid at the edge of the sea snake's mouth, licked his fingers and said, Hey, pretty, come here. Shit. What is this? Seeing the middle-aged man riding the sea snake, Tang Yinxian was flabbergasted. She moved her arm, placed both of her hands on her zither, and started playing. A water arrow shot towards the middle-aged man instantly. Don't even think of escaping. The middle-aged man showed his perverse excitement. Pulling both of his hands back, a snake skin-like object covered his entire body. At the same time, 2 poisonous fangs appeared in his hand. The sea snake below him charged towards Tang Yinxian at a terrifying speed. Wang wang. Arg. At this moment, the dolphins around Tang Yinxian made a unified piercing sound which reverberated towards the middle-aged man and the sea snake as an attack. The next instant, a blood-curdling scream came from the middle-aged man. That sea snake was also shivering and remained stationary on its spot. What's happening? A nonchalant voice sounded and Tang Yinxian could sense 7 to 8 powerful existences charging towards her. Run! We've got to run quickly. Tang Yinxian was astonished. She turned around, placed her hands on the zither, and started playing and launching water waves to the 8 middle-aged and old men sitting on the sea snakes behind them. There's a beautiful girl on the dolphins. Catch them. Haha. When the members of the creepy snake group saw Tang Yinxian, they charged rapidly ahead as though they were sharks that had picked up the scent of blood. Inborn level sea snakes were exceptionally fast and the dolphins couldn't be compared to them at all. GG. The next instant, 5 to 6 dolphins at the back were attacked by the sea snakes. Their bodies were bitten through in an instant as they fell to the seabed, vitality slipping out of their bodies. Scumbags. When Tang Yinxian saw a few dolphins being killed, she was infuriated. Water arrow after water arrow was launched towards them. However, the attacks from Tang Yinxian, who was just at the inborn realm, were easily avoided. "Hey, pretty. Don't run anymore." A middle-aged man lowered his stance suddenly as he made a straight dash towards Tang Yinxian. Tang Yinxian was taken aback. Shifting her arm, she drew the long sword kept within the zither of Hao Zhong and slashed towards the middle-aged man. Bam! "I got you, pretty." The middle-aged man withstood her attack with the two exceptional large poison fangs in his hands and revealed a sly smile. Tang Yinxian instantly felt pain from her belly. Lowering her head, she saw that the fangs of the sea snake had sunk into her. The next instant, she felt her whole body going numb. Screech, screech, screech. What? Suddenly, the middle-aged man with a sly smile instantly felt as though 10,000 needles were penetrating his ears as his body went stiff. Bam! A pink dolphin that had stayed aside previously had now crashed heavily into his abdomen. Tang Yinxian took the opportunity to stab the spiritual sword in her hand into the body of that middle-aged man. After completing her action, she felt her whole body go numb as she slouched onto the dolphin below her. Wang Wang! That pink bottlenose dolphin let out a shrill cry. Instantly, several dozen dolphins stopped and attacked the 7 members from the creepy snake group frantically. "Kill! Kill all these dolphins!" A middle-aged man growled in fury. Swish, swish, swish. A short distance away, other members of the creepy snake group rushed over immediately after picking up on the commotion. The marine creatures here seem to understand cultivation arts. Don't let even a single one escape. They would be greatly beneficial for our sea snakes. A deafening roar sounded in the sea. The crowd of creepy snake group members licked their lips and bloodthirst was evident on their faces. These dolphins are so intelligent. Die now. An old man swung the poison fang in his hand and easily killed 2 dolphins. Run now. Tang Yinxian struggled to grip her zither as she played a note. Screech, screech, screech. When a pink bottlenose dolphin saw its fellow dolphins being killed easily one after another, it turned around, opened its large mouth and let out a bone-chilling screech. Go! Little pink nose. When Tang Yinxian saw it stopping, she was flabbergasted as she struggled to scream. Woo-woo! That pink bottlenose dolphin turned around and shook its head slightly at Tang Yinxian before opening its mouth slightly. Around it, over 100 other dolphins had stopped. The next moment, they charged towards the creepy snake group members as though they had lost their minds. Screech, screech, screech. Ear-piercing screeches reverberated as fresh red blood oozed out of their bodies. The fresh blood instantly dyed the water around them red. Tang Yinxian slouched on a dolphin with tears of blood flowing out from her eyes. Tang Yinxian was infuriated as she glared at the back. Hundreds of dolphins had depleted their energy when they released a daunting sonic attack. Their bodies collapsed right away. The dolphins had just started their cultivation and they were not well versed in using their energy yet. Exploding domineering power like this was a suicide move. Darn. How did these dolphins turn into such wicked demons? An infuriated roar came from the back as the members of Creepy Snake Group suffered massive injuries under the dolphins' attack. The sea snakes floated around motionlessly in the seas, as their brains were dead after being struck by the sonic waves. Kill those dolphins and seize that girl. Check out what secret she's hiding, an elder exclaimed as he gave chase immediately. Seeing the group of people on her heels, Tang Yinxian paled. She forced herself to sit up and strum chords. The sea waves helped to push the dolphins. Buzz. Beside her were Indo-Pacific humpback dolphins with glimmering eyes. They were propelling themselves as they emitted buzzing ripples. The surrounding dolphins used the skills which they had just cultivated and doubled their speed. Her? What amazing dolphins! But it's wishful thinking trying to escape. For members of Creepy Snake Group sat on the sea snake 1,000 meters behind and exuded icy cold aura like poisonous snakes, giving chase from behind. Tang Yinxian had a slight change in her expression. As she strummed her zither, the spiritual energy in her body was quickly depleting. The toxin in her chest took over her body with numbness. Suddenly, she felt heat embracing her and her vision was blurred. She could no longer hold herself as she collapsed on the dolphin. Her zither fell off, sinking slowly to the bottom of the sea. To think a pod of marine creatures tried to escape from our pursuit. A member of Creepy Snake Group sped up as soon as he spotted the pod of dolphins and sneered. Trying to escape, huh? The 4 members of Creepy Snake Group sat on the sea snake as it wavered its tail. A stream of water current gathered and they sped up by 3 to 4 times. Hayek. These dolphins are amazing. Their intelligence is so high that they learned how to cultivate by themselves. 4 members of Creepy Snake Group immediately popped up before the dolphins. As they rode on the sea snake, they swept their cold gazes at them. A bunch of animals. How dare you kill 2 of our members? Go to hell. An old man from Creepy Snake Group hopped down from the sea snake and raised the poison fangs in his hand. A terrifying vortex was formed, exploding all his Dan realm strength. The pod of dolphins exhibited a frightful look as they let out a despairing shriek. Die! The vortex in the hand of that elder grew to a size of 12 meters before he hurled it far ahead. Pack. All creatures with wisdom are the citizens of Dragon Palace. Whoever kills them shall die. Suddenly an enormous mustard palm descended, wiping out the vortex of 12 meters. Prime Minister Turtle clenched his fist, and that Dan realm expert was crushed into dust. What? The remaining 3 members of Creepy Snake Group changed their expressions drastically as a huge shadow emerged before them. The trio quickly spun around only to see a face that struck terror into them. Behind them, a horrifying monster of 80 meters encompassed them from above. The monster gave off gray energy that seemed to contain incomparable might around him. On that monster stood some people, amongst which was an eccentric old man with a turtle shell on his back. The 3 of them went into a trance with their minds going crazy. A scary monster of 80 meters and a turtle man with a shell? Boom! At this time, however, Prime Minister Turtle swung his arm again, and the enormous mustard palm slammed at the trio. The trio of Creepy Snake Group was killed immediately since they did not have any means to resist it. Buzz! Buzz! When the pod of dolphins saw Wang Xian and his gang, they sensed their aura and emitted sound waves. All of them developed intelligence and contained spiritual energy within their bodies. Wang Xian looked downward with radiance flashing in his eyes. Dragon King, these dolphins already developed intelligence and have proceeded to cultivate themselves, Prime Minister Turtle at the side said as he stared at the pod of dolphins. Buzz! Several pink bottlenose dolphins let out a shriek again, and a pod of dolphins swam over. The dolphin, which was carrying Tang Inxian, also swam towards Wang Xian. Dragon King, save her. Save her. A weak voice was transmitted to Wang Xian. Such a cute dolphin. Shall you watch the dolphins with interest on her face? Hey brother, there's someone on it. Wang Xian nodded his head and waved his arm. The girl that was on the back of the dolphin slowly floated towards him. After Wang Xian took Xiaoyu, Lan Qingwei and the rest back to the Dragon Palace, he ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace to rush over here. Who knew they would meet someone hunting down a pod of dolphins on their way? It's a girl. Lan Qingwei and the girls looked over with puzzled looks. Her? When Wang Xian saw her face, he was stunned as he revealed a quizzical expression. Tang Inxian. It turned out to be Tang Inxian. What, Xiao Xian? Do you know her? Seeing his surprised look, Lan Qingwei asked this with curiosity. Yes, I do. Wang Xian nodded his head and swung his arm to hold her body. She's beautiful. Elder Fong was stunned as she took a glance at Wang Xian. The rest of the girls, including Lan Qingwei, also looked at him with suggestive looks. Ahem, we just met a few times. Wang Xian's expression remained unchanged as he placed his hand on her. The Saintess of Heavenly Sound Sect did not meet you just a few times. I remember you gifted her a zither too. Lan Qingwei stared at Tang Inxian with glistening eyes, and no one was sure how Lan Qingwei had gotten her news. She got some snake and erotic venom in her. Sun Lingxiu commented plainly after some light from Sun Lingxiu fell upon Tang Inxian. If we were not here, Xiao Xian would probably contribute his body as an antidote to this beauty. Ajaya said with a faint smile. What are they talking about? Wang Xian instilled dragon energy into her body, clearing all the toxins in her body rapidly. Cough. Tang Inxian opened her eyes and felt nothing wrong with her body. Even her spiritual energy was restored. She was slightly stunned before she turned her head around. For a moment, Tang Yinxian was stupefied as she looked at Wang Xian with surprise. She regained consciousness and asked, "Why are you here?" Upon hearing what Tang Yinxian had said, Wang Xian felt several sharp gazes looking at him from the surroundings. Cough. Wang Xian cleared his throat and forced a smile onto his face. "Yes, it's me. What a coincidence. I never expected to meet you here." Her? Tang Yinxian looked around with doubt and noticed Xiaoyu, Yinxian, Sun Lingxiu, Ajaya, and Elder Feng. When she looked farther, she froze. An old man was carrying a turtle shell and a 2-meter devil monkey was exuding daunting aura. There was even a clam girl with a huge clamshell, a huge prawn that could stand, and tons of odd-looking, scary-looking marine creatures. This is... Tang Yinxian immediately took a look below her feet. That terrifying creature that was over 70 meters huge seemed to be swimming slowly ahead. However, it covered several thousand meters each second. On the back of this monster, there was a group of terrifying creatures. From her perspective, the weakest would be the group of Dragonians whom she knew a little better. "They are members of my dragon palace." Wang Xian turned to Tang Yinxian and remarked plainly, with no intention to hide it at all. The 9 cauldron worlds were about to descend upon the real world. When the timing was right, he would also reveal the Dragon Palace to the public by announcing their existence. Dragon Palace? Tang Yinxian was a little lost as she looked around her in disbelief. Woo-woo! At this moment, she could hear the screeches of dolphins. She turned around, caressed the dolphin who had been carrying her, and asked with a gentle voice, "Are you guys all right?" Woo-woo! A pink bottlenose dolphin rubbed its face against Tang Yinxian, shook its head and let out 2 screeches. "You were saying they killed over 100 of your companions?" When Wang Xian heard the pink bottlenose dolphin, his face darkened as he asked the dolphin this. Woo-woo! The pink bottlenose dolphin nodded its head and said, "Dragon King, those people are so cruel. Not only did they kill our companions, but they also slaughtered all the marine races around them. I'll take revenge for you." A light flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. "You can understand them?" Tang Yinxian was astonished as she stood by the side and saw Wang Xian conversing with the pink bottlenose dolphin. "You could say that they are my citizens." Wang Xian looked towards the dolphin and smiled. The pink bottlenose dolphin poked Tang Yinxian with its nose as it tried to talk to her. On stricter terms, these dolphins are the first batch of intelligent creatures within the region of our Dragon Palace. Moreover, from the sound waves that it emitted previously, they seem to have entered a rather unique path of cultivation. Prime Minister Turtle was observing the pod of dolphins while pondering about them. If there are intelligent species, we will impart knowledge to them. Even if they can't make it past the Dragon Gate eventually, we still have to guide and restrict them to some extent. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded its head. Since the Dragon Palace would be establishing its dynasty within the sea, it would naturally have its citizens. Ordinary marine creatures wouldn't be considered as their citizens. Only when marine races had their intelligence manifested would they be considered citizens. For marine races that had no intelligence, their deaths wouldn't be significant. However, for marine races that had intelligence, the Dragon Palace would have to step in if they were slaughtered rampantly. In the plans that Wang Xian and Prime Minister Turtle had, the Dragon Palace would only care about the dominance of the seas in the future. Marine creatures wouldn't step onto land and would be restricted from attacking humans. This would result in an isolated sea civilization. Just as the marine races were evolving rapidly, the spiritual energy waterfall would be the greatest encounter for them. However, the marine races were being slaughtered rampantly by humans currently. The Dragon Palace couldn't just ignore it. Not only would the Dragon Palace want to be involved, but they also wanted revenge for the marine races that had been slaughtered. Wang Xian looked ahead and asked Tang Yinxian, "Are there many martial artists under the spiritual energy waterfall?" "I don't know. When we are cultivating under the sea surface, a group of foreign martial artists dived into the water directly and started slaughtering the marine creatures around them." Tang Yinxian shook her head and sorrow filled her eyes. The deaths of over 100 dolphins had truly caused her heart to break. From her perspective, these dolphins were even more loyal than humans. "In that case, let's just head there directly." Wang Xian didn't question it further. He stood upright while staring coldly towards his 12 o'clock. While standing on the Kuan, his eyes flickered. In less than 2 minutes, the pungent scent of blood assailed his nostrils. Lots of marine races are dead. At least 1 billion of them. Although these marine races had no intelligence, they were rather gifted considering that they had arrived under the spiritual energy waterfall in advance. Prime Minister Turtle's face darkened upon picking up the scent of blood from the water. It seems like they are pretty strong. Wuxia squinted his eyes. A blue and red light flashed in his eyes as he observed his 12 o'clock vigilantly. Balls of energy appeared in his vision. Among them, Wuxia saw an existence with an image resembling the vast sea within his body. That figure was seated and was absorbing the spiritual energy that had fallen into the sea at a frenzied pace. Immortal. There's an immortal realm existence right ahead. Wuxia lifted his head and looked towards the mountain peak. It's not just one. There are a total of 3 of them. Dragon King. No matter how many immortals they have, we have to take revenge for the 100 citizens of ours that were killed, Prime Minister Turtle remarked coldly. Naturally, a faint sense of killing intent emanated from Wuxia's body. Roving Heavens and Roving Sword stepped forward and stopped behind Wuxia. On a huge Kuan, Wuxia and the other 3 Immortal-class Dragon Palace members stood at the very front. Behind them was a group of powerful Dragon Palace members. The 1,000-strong group of Dragon Palace members was starting to exhibit their dominance. The might of the Dragon Palace was now vaguely visible. A terrifying aura shrouded forward. Below the spiritual energy waterfall, countless sea snakes and a middle-aged man sat on the peak of the underwater mountain. The founder of the creepy snake group sat on the peak of the center mountain and had a grayish poisonous snake wrapped around his neck. The poison snake rested its head on the old man's head while absorbing the spiritual energy that was falling from the sky. Wang! What horrifying aura! At this moment, Dashi jerked open his eyes abruptly. A blood-red light flashed across his eyes as he looked ahead. What terrifying aura! What's the situation? Could there be other immortal realm existences heading here? Around him, the crowd of creepy snake group members opened their eyes instantly as they looked ahead in shock. Boom! The moment they opened their eyes, they stood up immediately. Even Dashi got on his feet as he stared intensely at the ginormous creature approaching him. His gaze fell on the group of figures on the ginormous creature and was instantly astonished. However, the next moment he flicked his tongue out gradually and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. Over 70 meters. That's definitely the largest living creature on Earth. They are the ones. Tang Yinxian, who was standing by the side, was infuriated upon seeing the creepy snake group members. The pot of dolphins also screeched in anger. Rest assured, none of them is getting away today. Dragon King. Leave this to my devil division. Roving Heavens patted his ear and a golden rod appeared in his hand. He lifted the golden rod up with a strong desire for battle as he remarked. All right. Wuxia nodded his head. He turned around to face Roving Sword and Prime Minister Turtle. Don't let them get away. Rest assured, Dragon King. After killing so many of our citizens, we would never let them escape from this place. Today, we will have the blood of an immortal for the memorial ceremony of our dead citizens of the Dragon Palace. The blood of an immortal for the memorial ceremony. Roar. In the sea, the 70-80-meter-long Kuan was floating quietly in the sea. Its 5 to 6 meter wide eyes were staring at the place in front of it, emitting a fierce light. On the Kuan, Ao Chitian stood in the front, followed by 800 demon monkeys. This group of demon monkeys only had the strength of the infant realm. They were holding level 12 spirit weapon sticks in their hands. Behind them, the group of demon monkeys stared at the front with blood-red eyes. Ao Chitian slowly raised the metal rod in his hand and roared loudly. Roar, kill. A low roar filled with killing intent was heard. Blood boiled and demonic chi soared into the sky. The demon monkeys behind him attacked the group of Yin snakes in front of them at a terrifying speed. Ao Chitian carried the metal rod on his shoulder, but he didn't move. His gaze was fixed on the leader of the Yin snakes group, Big Snake, in the middle. An immortal-level existence. Who is that? Big Snake licked his tongue and his triangular eyes revealed a cold expression. There is actually an immortal level existence. Where did this force come from? He stared at the devil monkey who was attacking them directly, and his gaze swept across the dolphins on the Kuan. Fighting with me. Big snake, a beast. A trace of coldness flashed in the snake's eyes. It stared at Ao Chitian and growled in a low voice. Roar, I am Ao Chitian. When the demon monkey heard the snake's voice, his body slowly began to change. Layers of scales covered his entire body and his fangs were exposed. I will tear you apart today. The demon monkey roared and moved, directly charging toward the snake. Roar! In an instant, the demon monkey's figure increased to 7 to 8 meters, and the cudgel in his hand smashed towards the huge snake. Beast! The huge snake waved its arm, and the gray poisonous snake on its neck turned into 12 meters in size, and its huge mouth directly bit towards the demon monkey. Roar! Ao Chitian's cudgel directly smashed towards the huge gray snake. The gray snake twisted its body and wrapped itself around the cudgel, crawling towards Ao Chitian along the way. Ao Chitian's expression did not change when the gray snake's huge mouth bit towards his head. Roar! Ao Chitian suddenly had a burst. The devil chi on his body suddenly condensed into a black devil dragon, and a terrifying dragon's aura directly covered it. The gray snake's body trembled. Dragon's might. Ao Chitian, who had fully unleashed his dragon bloodline, could fully activate his divine dragon bloodline. In terms of combat strength, among those of the same level, perhaps only Ao Jian, who cultivated the Heartless Sword principle, could fight with him. Bang! Ao Chitian's large hand grabbed the giant gray snake and threw it ruthlessly toward the bottom of the sea. Boom! The terrifying power caused a huge wave to rise from the bottom of the sea. Be careful. At this moment, Xiaoyu, Tang Yinxian, and the others who were watching from the Kuan saw the huge snake suddenly appear above Ao Chitian's head. The terrifying poisonous fangs attacked his head and they warned him loudly. Humph! Ao Chitian's ears twitched and with a cold shout, a tail that was more than 10 meters long swept towards the huge snake. Boom! The terrifying collision instantly caused the seawater within a radius of several kilometers to surge in all directions. What a terrifying battle! Tang Yinxuan's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. The battle before her eyes was too terrifying. Each and every move had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Even the entire sea was surging wildly in the aftermath of their battle. Awe! In the surrounding area, the devil monkeys that were emitting monstrous demonic chi were like the devil monkeys in the chaotic world, tearing apart the members of the Yin snake group. The devil monkeys were considered relatively weak among the few races in the Dragon Palace. Their strength, which was at the lowest level of the Xiantian realm, was completely unleashed. It was simply not something that existences of the same level could withstand. With a body size of 3 to 4 meters, terrifying defense, and powerful strength, they directly tore the members of the Yin snake group into pieces. Water-extinguishing cannonball, you guys deserve to die. Seeing the deaths of his subordinates, the big snake's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his arm, a 100-meter-long water cannonball directly attacked the surrounding demon monkeys. Your opponent is me. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to the water tribe that you have killed. Ao Chitian waved his arm and the 100-meter-long devil chi directly dispersed the water cannonball. Then he waved the stick in his hand again. Damn beast! The snake stared at Ao Chitian with an embarrassed expression. The sea water within a few kilometers of him surged violently, and a sea python condensed from water energy gathered around him. Each sea python was several thousand meters in size and they exuded a terrifying power. Roar! Ao Chitian stood at the bottom of the sea. The demonic dragon formed from demonic energy rose from his body, and it stared coldly at the giant snake above his head. Kill! The sea python that was several thousand meters in size charged at Ao Chitian, and the demonic dragon above Ao Chitian's head met it directly. The blue sea python collided with the black demonic dragon. Boom! The terrifying collision of energy instantly caused the mountain peak at the bottom of the sea to fall to one side. At this moment, on the island at the side, the island had a circumference of about 5 kilometers. On the island, 2 powerful top-tier forces were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The old man with the red metal mask and the two-headed woman instantly stood up when the terrifying energy came from below. There's an immortal god fighting. It's the big snake. That guy is fighting with another immortal god. It might be a powerful creature from the bottom of the sea. The big snake is really unlucky. It would be interesting if it died. The two people let out gloating smiles. Their bodies slowly floated in the air and looked down. Boom! However, at this moment, the entire island suddenly split open and sank to the bottom of the sea. Damn you, wasting our time. The two-headed woman, Yanmei, let out overlapping and sinister sounds. With a wave of her arm, the area where the island split open actually overlapped under the mighty force. The range of the battle between the two immortal gods is too large. All of you, move aside, the old man in the red mask said in a deep voice to his subordinates. Boom. At this moment, a huge snake with blue energy all over its body rushed out of the sea. At the same time, Ao Chitian, who was 7 to 8 meters in size, also came out of the water. You too. Come and help me kill this beast. The huge snake looked at the old man with Yanmei's two heads and the red mask and growled in a low voice. Why are we fighting? What does it have to do with us? The two of them smirked and hovered in the air, looking at each other mockingly. They're fighting. Don't worry, as long as we can get 1 or 2 immortal god-level corpses, we'll be lucky. If we both get injured, that'll be even better. The appearance of Yu Ding, the immortal god's corpse, is good news for us. In the air, 2 pairs of blood-red eyes stared downwards. Their eyes were filled with greed, excitement, and bloodlust. Dragon King, this snake's strength should be close to that of a middle-level immortal. Ao Chitian alone cannot take it down. In the ocean, Prime Minister Gue watched Ao Chitian and the snake's battle and said with a twinkle in his eyes, Dragon King, I'll go. With Ao Chitian and I working together, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Ao Jian, who was standing at the side, pleaded to Wang Xian. Go! Wang Xian nodded his head slowly and looked at the top of the island. I hope the 2 immortals don't make a move. Otherwise, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Ao Jian, who was standing at the side, started to move. He stabbed the longsword in his hand at the huge snake that was a few thousand meters away. A terrifying metal sword that was 1,000 meters long seemed to pierce through the void as it attacked in an instant. Pooh! The snake that was fighting with Ao Chitian saw the terrifying metal light and its expression changed slightly. It waved its arm and the seawater below instantly condensed into a defensive water shield. However, when it was caught off guard, the terrifying sword light still made it spit out blood. Another immortal god-level existence. The snake spat out a mouthful of blood and its expression instantly darkened. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice. Ao Jiandi's figure appeared at Ao Chitian's side and there was no expression on his face. 2 immortal gods, which faction are you from? The sea water behind the snake rose to a height of 100 meters, and it stood motionless behind him. It was ready to attack and defend at any time, and it looked at Ao Jian and Ao Chitian with a gloomy face. The force that will take your life. Ao Jian said coldly. The long sword in his hand trembled and thousands of long swords silently attacked him from behind the snake. The snake's face changed drastically. A demon monkey had already made him feel a little troubled, and now there was an immortal god who was not weaker than the demon monkey. Since when were there so many immortal gods? The number of immortal gods in the entire subcontinent was less than 2 hands. We have no enmity. If you want to cultivate at the bottom of the sea, Ice Snake will let you have it. Snake waved his hands, and his entire body was surrounded by the dark blue seawater, which was at least 100 meters thick. You killed more than 100 of my dolphins. Today, I will take your immortal god's blood as a sacrifice. Golden metal swords appeared behind Ao Jian. The densely packed swords covered an area of 1,000 meters. What? Killed more than 100 of your dolphins? Hearing his words, the snake widened his eyes and growled with an embarrassed expression. More than 100 dolphins? That was only more than 100 fucking dolphins. You fucking want the life of an immortal god. Even though the snake had lived for over 200 years, this was the first time it had heard such a ridiculous thing. They wanted to go against an immortal god for the sake of over 100 dolphins? The red-masked elder and the Yanmei two-headed woman who were watching the show were also slightly stunned. That's right. Kill our people and die. Roar. 10,000 swords were launched. Eochitian roared. With a violent aura, he raised the metal rod in his hand and smashed it with demonic chi. The snake's expression changed drastically. With a wave of his hands, he set up a 1,000-meter defense. A bunch of lunatics. I'm not playing with you anymore. The snake's expression changed drastically. It moved and was about to flee into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Eochitian roared and moved his body, leaving behind a terrifying wave trail. He stood in front of the snake and stared at him with his blood-red eyes. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a long sword silently stabbed toward the snake's chest. Pooh! Ah! Damn it! The snake's expression changed drastically. He lowered his head and looked at the hole in his chest that had been penetrated without warning. His expression was extremely gloomy. The flesh on his body squirmed, and the wound quickly healed. The snake can't escape. If we don't act, the snake might die. The Yenmei two-headed woman and the red-masked old man looked at each other, and their eyes flickered. Snake, give me the 9-spirit snake gallbladder that you nurtured, and I can save your life. The Yenmei two-headed woman's two heads looked at each other, and a cunning smile appeared on her face. I want all the territories of your snake group, the red-masked old man also said with a smile. Okay. The big snake's expression changed drastically. It gritted its teeth and nodded heavily. Haha. Okay. Okay. The two of you, for our sake, let's forget about this matter. The red-masked old man revealed a smile. His aura shook and an overwhelming aura instantly erupted. In the sky, the clouds turned fiery red and contained terrifying flames. We have saved the life of the giant snake. So, if the 100 or so dolphins of yours are dead, so be it. The face of the Yenmei two-headed woman started to blur. The island that was on the verge of collapsing beneath them started to levitate. The island that was a few kilometers in size was controlled by her. An immortal-level powerhouse was really capable of destroying the world. As expected, he still made his move. In the ocean, Wang Xian, who was standing on the Kuan, heard the other two foreign immortals making their move. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Dragon King, let me exercise my body. Prime Minister Gue smiled and reached out to take the turtle shell off his back. The turtle shell was flickering with a yellowish glow. In that case, all three of you stay. Wang Xian's eyes were cold as he moved his body. Roar! A dragon's roar came from Wang Xian's mouth. The dragon's roar exuded a terrifying majesty. The shell of the turtle in Prime Minister Gue's hand emitted a light as he attacked the two-headed woman directly. Boom! 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 Standing in the sky, the red-masked elder and the Yenmei two-headed woman, who were emitting a terrifying aura, released their auras. They stared menacingly at Ao Jian and Ao Chitian. However, a power that terrified them came over and their expressions changed slightly. There are also immortals. 2 of them. Their expressions changed drastically. Mad-An, you only killed more than 100 of your dolphins and you actually sent out 4 immortals. What kind of force are you? The Yenmei two-headed woman let out a sharp roar and let out a sharp voice. Dragon Palace. Wang Xian rushed out of the water and opened his mouth. A deep blue water sword flew towards the red-masked elder. Buzz. At the same time, Prime Minister Gue's turtle shell emitted a strong earthy yellow light. The island that was suspended in the air for a radius of 5 kilometers collapsed immediately. The soil on the surface of the island attacked the Yenmei two-headed woman. You bunch of lunatics, get lost. The Yenmei two-headed woman's figure moved and she opened her 2 faces. With a wave of her arms, she directly scattered the island. Boom! 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 In the sky, terrifying fireballs directly fell from the fiery red clouds and met the azure water sword. My subordinates only killed over 100 of you dolphins. Don't go too far. The big snake saw a total of 4 gods. The face revealed a ferocious look, berserk roar. The giant snake went completely berserk, and the surrounding seawater rolled like a terrifying tsunami. If you want to kill me, I'll make you pay a heavy price. The giant snake's expression was ferocious. He stuck out his terrifying tongue, and when his tongue landed on the surface of the sea, it made a sizzling sound. He wanted to kill over 100 dolphins. This wasn't fucking killing your entire family. It was just over 100 dolphins. For the first time, he heard that he was going to fight an immortal god to the death for such a ridiculous reason. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. The snake was going to fight with its life on the line. Once an immortal god was going to fight with his life on the line, even if they were not careful, they might die together. Die! Ao Qitian held the metal rod tightly in his hand and attacked ferociously. Ao Qitian, who was filled with demonic energy, did not care whether he was going to risk his life or not. Shadowless, shadowless. Ao Jian also shouted coldly. The air trembled as sharp swords that could not be seen or made any sound slashed towards the giant snake. We don't care about this matter anymore. Boom. In the sky, the old man wearing a red mask was emitting a fiery red light. In the sky above him, balls of fiery red clouds were hurling terrifying fireballs towards Wang Xian. A solemn look appeared in his eyes. Going against a terrifying force that had 4 celestials was definitely a terrifying thing. If he knew that they had 4 celestials, he would definitely not take advantage of them and help the snake. Right now, they only wanted to escape as soon as possible. Since we are enemies, then we are enemies. The flesh and blood of 3 celestials. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Since he had already made his move, he would not let go so easily. With the flesh and blood of the 3 immortals, if it was absorbed by the dragon pool, the energy contained in it might be able to allow a member of the Dragon Palace to advance to the immortal realm. Wang Xian's body trembled. The entire ocean instantly calmed down. It was as calm as a mirror. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, countless water swords shot out from the ocean and attacked the red-masked old man in the sky. The collision of water and fire. Humph! The masked old man looked extremely embarrassed. With a wave of his hands, the entire 1,000-meter-wide fiery red cloud fell into the ocean. Boom! 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 A terrifying explosion was heard. The blue light and fiery red flames covered a radius of several thousand meters. I will remember what happened today. The old man moved his body and wanted to escape into the distance. Water prison! Wang Xian shouted softly and chased after the old man with the terrifying seawater. Don't go too far. When the old man saw Wang Xian chasing after him, his 10-meter-long body and his water-blue majestic face made him look extremely embarrassed. What was this terrifying monster? Was it a divine dragon from China? Roar! Wang Xian swung his dragon tail and his entire body glowed with a brilliant blue light. Below him, the sea water within a 10-kilometer radius rose into the air and completely enveloped the old man. Waterfall water blast wave. Flaming giant body. The masked old man looked extremely embarrassed. With a jolt of his body, he turned into a 50-meter-tall figure. The fiery red mask exuded a terrifying aura as drops of flaming liquid dripped towards his body. You forced me to do this. The terrifying flame giant turned the surrounding seawater into fog and spread over a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The water from the great waterfall clashed against the flame giant. At the side, walls appeared out of thin air to block the Yanmei two-headed woman. Prime Minister Gue held the turtle shell in his hand and stared at her with a wise gaze. Damn it, do you think you can keep us here? The two-headed woman stared at Prime Minister Gue with a sinister look. Her 2 heads were extremely ferocious. The terrifying battle between immortals and gods erupted in an instant. Wang Xian. How could he turn into a divine dragon? Tang Yinxian was standing on the kuan below. She raised her head in shock and looked at Wang Xian, who had turned into a divine dragon in the distance. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Bloodline? Lan Qingwei smiled at Tang Yinxian. Bloodline? Tang Yinxian muttered to himself. He recalled the records about the European continent. There were cultivators in the European continent who could transform into werewolves, bats, and demons. This was also a bloodline. Immortal God, immortal God. I didn't expect his current strength to be so terrifying and powerful. Tang Yinxian muttered as he scanned the surroundings. Lan Qingyue, Ajaya, and Sun Lingxiu looked at each other and didn't say anything. Sun Lingxiu was the kind of girl who didn't like to interfere in anything. If Tang Yinxian really had anything to do with Wang Xian, she wouldn't mind. Ajaya was an interloper to begin with, so she didn't have the right to express her opinion. Only Lan Qingwei sighed and pouted, then shook her head carelessly. 7 immortal gods attracted 7 immortal gods. That's a divine dragon, the legendary divine dragon. I didn't expect there to be a divine dragon in the ocean. That divine dragon's body is simply too perfect. If it could be refined into a slave, it would be the most perfect and powerful mount. Haha, that divine dragon, I must get it. 7 immortal gods. I didn't expect there to be so many immortal gods in the real world. We can only sit back and reap the benefits when both of them suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, we wouldn't be a match for so many immortal gods. No matter what, I'm definitely going to take that divine dragon as my mount. Haha, let's fight, let's fight. In the end, both sides suffer heavy losses. What a pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. The 2 pairs of blood-red eyes in the air were filled with excitement and madness. They were watching the battle below. However, Wang Xian and the rest did not feel that someone was watching them. Damn monkey, get lost. At this moment, the giant snake let out a horrifying scream from below. He used both hands to block Ao Chiyan's cudgel. But at this moment, 5 soundless metal swords pierced through his body, causing his expression to change. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He opened his huge mouth and his tongue suddenly grew crazily, piercing through Ao Chiyan's chest in an instant. Roar! Ao Chiyan roared, grabbed his tongue, and fiercely pulled it over. Ah! The snake screamed again. If you want me to die, you won't have it easy either. Burn the immortal god's blood and explode. The tongue in Ao Chiyan's hand instantly turned red and exploded. Boom! The entire sea area exploded at the same time like 1,000,000 tons of bombs. Roar! Ao Chiyan roared angrily, and his body was covered in wounds. Die! Ao Jin's expression changed, and he instantly turned into a golden swordfish that was about 10 meters long. Using his body as a sword, he directly slashed at the snake. However, at this moment, the expression of the snake, who was far more miserable than Ao Chiyan, changed drastically. Extremely cold, extremely hot, explode. He stretched out his 2 arms, and fresh blood merged into the water energy, causing another terrifying explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded and the seawater was stirred up. The sky changed color. The blue light, the fiery red light, and the earthen yellow light made this area seem like hell on earth. Any living creature within a 7 to 8 kilometer radius would be affected by the terrifying shockwaves. The members of the Dragon Palace and Xiaoyu who were standing in the ocean were surrounded by a faint layer of gray energy. The most terrifying part of the Kuan was its defense. It relied on its terrifying physical body to travel the 9 heavens and hunt down the top bloodline existences in the world. Even though this Kuan had only been nurtured for a few months, it was already beginning to show its prowess. When the Kuan reached level 13, its strength would receive another terrifying increase. At that time, it would even be comparable to Wang Xian. A level 13 Kuan could fly in the sky. At that time, a Kuan that was more than 100 meters long would definitely be the most terrifying creature on Earth. Ah! At this moment, a shrill sound was heard. Ao Jian's terrifying sword passed through. Half of the snake's body was split in half and fresh blood flowed into the sea uncontrollably. The bright red blood contained a powerful energy. On Ao Jian's tail there was a long wound. Roar! At this moment a sky-shaking roar was heard. Ao Chiyan, who was covered in blood, raised the metal rod and smashed it at the snake with terrifying power and demonic chi. Ao Chiyan's attack became even more violent and fierce under the condition of being injured. As the metal rod smashed past, the snake's expression changed drastically. Its tongue grew out again, stirring the air above it to form a water-blue defense. The blue defense contained his blood, making the defense even more terrifying. Boom! As the metal rod smashed past, the blue defense quickly cracked. Stab! At this time, Ao Jian attacked again. The entire 10-meter-long sword body was completely restrained in golden light. Not a single golden light was emitted. It was like a terrifying giant sword from ancient times. No? The snake widened its eyes and looked at the restrained golden sword in horror. Pooh! The long sword passed through and the snake's body was completely split into two. Bang! Ao Chitian grabbed the upper half of the snake's body with his terrifying palm and squeezed it hard. A terrifying sound was heard once again. Kill the immortals and slaughter the gods. There are still two more. Ao Chitian let out a violent sound. Without any hesitation, he attacked the flaming giant in front of Wang Xian. Ao Jian was still in the shape of a sword. It was like a sharp sword that did not require control as it slashed towards the two-headed woman. You are seeking your own destruction. If you dare to fight with us, I will fight to the death to keep you alive. The red-masked elder's expression changed drastically when he saw Ao Chitian's attack. He roared furiously. Roar! What greeted him was Ao Chitian's terrifying metal rod and monstrous demonic aura. Roar! Wang Xian roared as well. His body circled in the water of the waterfall. Terrifying water dragons gathered around him and attacked the flaming giant directly. Damn it! You guys are courting death. The old man in the red mask had a gloomy look on his face. He was a little terrified. However, he was more furious. Streaks of blood patterns gradually appeared on the flaming red mask. Boom! The flames intensified once again. The terrifying arms swung towards Wang Xian. One in front and one behind. Wang Xian circled around the old man in the red mask and arrived behind him. His dragon head turned red immediately. He transformed into a flaming divine dragon. Roar! He opened his dragon mouth and bit towards the elder in the middle. Ah! The red-masked elder ignored Wang Xian completely. The violent flames smashed towards Ao Chitian directly. Ao Chitian, who was already severely injured, hurriedly dodged to the side. Go to hell! When the red-masked elder saw Ao Chitian dodging, he clawed with his arm. His arm, which was nearly 20 meters long, grabbed onto Wang Xian's body. Hee. In an instant, the flames on Wang Xian's body intensified as well. His dragon claw clawed at the center of his body. Ah! The old man in the red mask had a look of fear on his face. Why did a water-type monster suddenly turn into a fire-type monster? The dragon claw swung and broke his arm. If you want to kill me, I won't let you off easily either. Risk it all. The red-masked old man was completely risking his life now. After knowing that there was a high chance of him dying here, he completely disregarded it. If he risked his life, there was still a chance of escaping this place. If he didn't risk his life, he would definitely die. All the experts who could become immortals and deities had experienced thousands of battles of varying sizes. They had all fought their way out of the sea of blood. They did not lack courage and means. Even if they had to die, they had to be at the bottom. Chitian, you assist from the side. I will be the main attacker. Wang Xian reminded Ao Chitian. It was obvious that the red-masked elder wanted to risk his life for Ao Chitian. If Ao Chitian died again, he might die permanently. The revival of the soul returning was not unlimited. It had to meet various conditions. For example, Ao Chitian had just been revived. If he was killed again, even the soul returning would not be able to revive him. It's the Dragon King. Ao Chitian also realized this and did not focus on attacking. He stared at the flame giant with his eyes full of demonic flames. A bunch of lunatics, you bunch of lunatics. At this moment, Yanmei's two-headed shriek came from the side. Prime Minister Gui alone was equal to her. Now Ao Jian, who had terrifying attack power, came. In just a minute, wounds appeared on her body. Since we're going to die, let's die together. Yanmei's two-headed head emitted a deathly aura. Earthy yellow energy split out from the center of the two heads. Ahoy! Horrifying screams rang out as the two heads actually tore apart their own bodies. The earthen yellow earth energy formed the other half of their bodies. In an instant, they charged towards Ao Jian and Prime Minister Gui desperately. He's consuming his life force. Let's consume her to death. Prime Minister Gui waved his arm and a huge earthen yellow cage directly trapped her inside. However, it did not even last a second before it was torn apart. However, Prime Minister Gui was not in a hurry. This move of hers had caused a lot of damage to his body. Splitting his head and body in half, even an immortal would not be able to hold on for long. The intense battle began. Even Wang Xian, who was facing the red-masked elder, had many bloody wounds on his body. A large amount of fresh blood spilled into the sea and pieces of dragon scales fell into the sea. However, in comparison, the old man in the red mask and the two-headed woman were even more miserable. I feel like my body is boiling and my blood is burning. Ha ha ha. Kiki, don't be careless. Don't be careless. We can only hold on for 1 minute with the Royal Heaven formation. We must kill them all within 1 minute. Otherwise, we will miss our chance. Don't worry. I only want the divine dragon. Then leave the rest to me. A cold voice sounded from another dimension. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ocean went berserk. A battle between immortals and gods. Each move contained a terrifying energy that could destroy the world, especially two immortals who were fighting with their lives on the line. Raging flame hibernation. The 50-meter-tall flame giant was now only about 40 meters long. The red-masked old man in the middle was filled with malevolence and killing intent. Both of his hands slammed heavily into the void. His arms were decreasing at a terrifying speed. The flames in his body were burning, causing the flames within a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers to burn. Boom! 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 The flames exploded in the air. Wang Xian had a serious look on his face. He clawed at the fire giant's chest with his dragon claws. The flames couldn't cause much damage to it. However, at the same time, the masked old man had protected his body well after being injured once. The terrifying flames made Ao Qitian afraid to get close to him. The terrifying attack that was unleashed by burning his own life force would cause Ao Qitian's body to suffer a terrifying attack the moment he entered. Ao Qitian was standing on top of the fire giant. He was prepared to deal a fatal blow at any time. If you want to kill me, one of you will definitely die with us. A tragic look appeared on the masked elder's face. You won't be able to last until all the flames in my body are completely burned. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws expressionlessly and attacked the flaming giant once again. At the same time, the flames of both parties weren't able to cause much damage to each other. The only thing they could do was to compare the strength of their physical bodies. After all, the flames of the flaming giant were condensed from energy. On the other hand, Wang Xian's physical body was the body of a divine dragon. His powerful physical body grabbed directly at the flaming giant. Boom! The fire giant raised his terrifying arm and smashed it forward. His arm was even larger than Wang Xian's entire body. With a single strike, a large area of flames on his arm dissipated. However, Wang Xian's body was also sent flying for a few thousand meters. I don't know how long this fellow has been in the immortal realm. Be it his attack techniques or the use of flames, he is simply too powerful. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Wang Xian's mouth. However, you still have to die. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. In the universe, there were less than 3 people who could rival the physical body of the divine dragon. Even if he was injured from the impact, he would be able to recover very quickly if he wanted to. Crack, 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 crack. Wang Xian raised his right claw, which was covered by the thick fire liquid. The entire dragon claw turned into 7 to 8 meters in size and charged at the fire giant again. Take this. At the same time, the demonic aura around Ao Qitian condensed into a solid form to surround the surroundings for defense. He brandished the metal rod in his hand and smashed it directly at the flaming giant. Boom! Another terrifying collision of flesh and flesh. At this moment, the sun had already set. The flames illuminated a radius of dozens of kilometers like the sun. Haha, if you want to kill me, one of you will have to die. After a wave of impact, the masked elder's face turned slightly pale as he roared ferociously. Ah! No, no! However, at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the side. A golden light flashed past, passing through the body of the Yenmei two-headed woman. On the other side, a 10-meter-large turtle shell ruthlessly smashed into the body of the other two-headed woman. Although spreading your body apart can unleash more powerful attacks, your defense is much weaker. The Earth attribute is best at defense. You give up your advantage and accelerate your death. Prime Minister Gui's voice was heard. The 10-meter-long turtle shell was emitting earthy yellow energy and had a terrifying suction force. On top of the turtle shell, sharp earth thorns were attacking nonstop. We have no grudges with each other. Why do you want to kill us with your life? A head whose body had been chopped off shouted with a face full of unwillingness. We have no grudges with each other. But why do you want to prevent us from taking revenge? Do you think we are easy to bully? Prime Minister Gui's eyes flickered. He waved his arm and the turtle shell emitted mountains, rivers, and trees which pressed down on them. Boom! The turtle shell pressed down on these two bodies. They fell directly into the ocean and gave off a loud boom when they landed on the seabed. There's still one more. Prime Minister Gui looked at the flaming giant. Ao Jian pointed the tip of his sword at it. Kill! Wang Xian shouted coldly. The golden sword was a terrifying mountain peak that condensed into yellow soil in the void. It was a rod that emitted demonic aura. Kill, kill, kill. I want to kill all of you. When the red-masked elder saw Ao Jian and Prime Minister Gui killing the two-headed woman, a hint of despair and madness flashed in his eyes. He roared loudly and the flames on his body instantly turned the area within 10 kilometers into a flaming domain. However, Wang Xian and the rest did not retreat, for celestials were attacking one at a time. Furthermore, each of them was in a situation where they were evenly matched. They were completely crushed. Boom! Wang Xian, Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and Prime Minister Gui's attacks arrived. Flames splashed out in all directions. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater evaporated instantly and turned into mist. Following that, it condensed into clouds in the sky and the rainstorm fell instantly. The entire process did not take more than a minute. The flame giant collapsed. The red-clothed masked elder in the middle could not help but spit out blood. His eyes were dim. Roar! A metal rod with demonic flames smashed into his body. His body fell to the bottom of the sea. Phew! Wang Xian took a deep breath. He felt exhausted all over. This battle lasted for a total of about half an hour. It's really hard to kill someone whose strength has reached the level of an immortal god. It takes a lot of strength to attack two people of the same level. I even have to guard against being killed together. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he reverted back to his human form. His entire body was covered in wounds. Each of the wounds was extremely grievous. If he were to use his dragon energy to deplete it, it would be at least a few million dragon energy. Apart from the injuries on his body, he was also extremely exhausted. Beside him, Ao Qitian was also panting heavily. The blood on his body had already covered his entire body. Most of the blood was his own. The only one who was not injured was Prime Minister Gui. The powerful Earth attribute defense and the Earth turtle shell on his back made his defense almost invincible. However, Prime Minister Gui had expended too much energy. The earthy yellow glow on the turtle shell was extremely dim. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the others hurriedly flew towards Wang Xian. Tang Yinxian, who was standing on the Kuan, hesitated for a moment before following them. She stood on top of a pink-nosed dolphin and followed behind. Wang Xian had saved her life, causing Tang Yinxian to feel extremely complicated. She had a good impression of him when he gave her the zither. Later on, she admired the Dragon King. Later on, the Heavenly Note sect was destroyed. Then, she was saved by him today. Woo woo. At this moment, Tang Yinxian suddenly felt a throbbing and panic coming from the pink-nosed dolphin beneath her. She had felt this feeling not long ago when they were being hunted. Crisis. Unnatural torrential rain fell from the sky. Every raindrop was the size of a bean. Within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, it was a completely different world from the outside world. The throbbing and panic from the pink-nosed dolphin gave Tang Yinxian a bad premonition. Sometimes, a woman's sixth sense was very terrifying. Woo-woo! The pink-nosed dolphin beneath her once again let out a panicked sound. Tang Yinxian frowned as she scanned her surroundings. Heavy rain. Other than heavy rain, it was still heavy rain. Tang Yinxian lifted her head with a blessed expression and looked towards the sky. In front of her, a waterfall of spiritual energy descended from the sky, making this place seem like a fairyland. Tang Yinxian frowned as the crisis in her heart intensified. The pink-nosed dolphin brought her to Wang Xian's side. Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and the others were treating Wang Xian's injuries as they asked with concern. Everything seemed to be normal. However, the pink-nosed dolphin's throbbing was accompanied by a bad premonition in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly saw two pairs of blood-red eyes appearing in the sky. Following that, two blood-red ferocious faces appeared in the void. The ferocious faces opened their mouths, and a terrifying black energy was brewing in their mouths. Two balls of terrifying energy were aimed at Wang Xian and Prime Minister Gue. Tang Yinchuan's expression changed drastically. "Be careful." A look of horror appeared on her face. She moved to the side of Wang Xian and a water energy shield appeared in the sky. "Ha!" Tang Yinchuan's sudden cry stunned Wang Xian and the rest for a moment. Following that, a terrifying energy that made their hearts palpitate attacked them. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. "Heavenly voice Wuji, use your body as a zither." At this moment, he saw Tang Yinxian who was beside him as if she had transformed into a zither. She was putting up a defense above him. Wang Xian waved his arm. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, in the void, that black energy was like an aurora. In an instant, it passed through Tang Yinchuan's body and directly penetrated half of Wang Xian's body. He didn't even put up a defense. Boom! At the side, the moment Tang Yinxian reminded him, Prime Minister Gue, who had raised the turtle shell in his hand, widened his eyes. His body fell to the bottom of the sea at a terrifying speed. Fresh blood was spat out. Xiao Xian, brother, Tang Yinxian, Lan Qingyue, Xiao Yu, and the other girls exclaimed from the side. Damn it, damn that girl. If not for her reminder, we would have killed the two of them. It doesn't matter. The two of them are already heavily injured. There are only two left. 1 minute. Let's end this quickly. At this moment, a shattering sound came from the void. Two figures came from inside. One of them was wearing a blood-red robe. His lips were blood-red and his eyes were also red. He was a demonic middle-aged man. The other one was pitch black. He had a pair of snow-white arms, and his eyes were also blood-red. The two of them seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood, and their bodies were exuding a terrifying blood qi. At the same time, a shocking aura was emitted from their bodies. This was definitely not a strength that a lower immortal could unleash. Roar, you deserve to die. On the side, Ao Chitian saw that half of the Dragon King's body had been directly penetrated and instantly became furious. His body had actually grown to a terrifying size of about 13 meters. He held the metal rod in his hand and violently attacked the two people in the sky. You two, die. Ao Jian's body was extremely cold. He directly transformed into the body of a golden swordfish. With the sword, a golden light flashed and carried the soundless sword as he directly attacked. If you are not injured, you can still spar with us. Now! The black-clothed demonic youth's snow-white arm instantly turned pitch black. Black energy that was like an aurora instantly attacked Ao Jian. At the side, a long spear appeared in the hands of the blood-red clothed demonic middle-aged man. The long spear was extremely blood-red. Buzz! The terrifying long spear attacked Ao Chitian. Sensing the terrifying power above, Ao Chitian and Ao Jian's expressions changed drastically. Their current strength was already less than half of their peak. Now that they had encountered two existences that were even stronger than them, they were no match for them. Ao Chitian's blood-red eyes could only passively defend as he smashed heavily towards the spear. Boom! Pa! The terrifying blood-red spear collided with Ao Chitian's metal rod and actually instantly broke it. This caused Ao Chitian's expression to change drastically. The metal rod was something he had once obtained in the ocean. It was extremely hard and was a grade 13 material. It could completely be used to create a grade 13 spirit tool, a spirit tool used by immortals and deities. Although this metal rod was only a body in Ao Chitian's hands, it was stronger and more solid than a grade 12 spirit tool. However, today, under the attack of the long spear, it actually directly broke. Ao Chitian's palm cracked, and blood gushed out wildly. His body also fell into the sea at a terrifying speed. Boom! On the side, a dense black light and the dazzling gold collided. The two waves of energy were in a stalemate in the void, as if the world had been divided into two. Eh? What a terrifying sword principle. However, the demonic middle-aged man in blood-red clothes saw Ao Jian blocking his attack, and his arm shook. A blood-red bow appeared in his hand. He pulled at the void and said, "Ghost-devouring arrow." Whoosh! A ferocious demon shot out from the blood-red bow and instantly landed on Ao Jian's body. Boom! The terrifying force caused Ao Jian's blood to splatter in all directions as he fell into the sea. Kiki, 7 immortal level corpses. This is great, this is simply great. Ha. That divine dragon general is my mount. The blood-red glow in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black was abnormally demonic. He laughed out loud and directly grabbed at Wang Xian. The blood-red middle-aged man was also filled with excitement as he dived downwards. He flew towards the place where Prime Minister Gui had fallen. Xiao Xian. Wang Xian heard the voices of Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the others. He was slightly dazed and his entire body was abnormally weak. This was the last time he was injured. It was even a threat to his life. He saw Ao Qitian and Ao Jian being severely injured in the ocean. Wang Xian turned his head and saw that Tang Yinxian, who had been penetrated by the black energy, was almost dead. His heart ached slightly. His gaze swept past Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the other girls at the side. A hint of blood flashed in his eyes. "Wait for my resurrection." He growled and raised his head to look at the two demonic middle-aged men in the sky. "Roar, you deserve to die." Wang Xian instantly transformed into the body of the 5 elements divine dragon. Although he was now in an extremely dilapidated state, there was an additional bloodlust and fierceness. Buzz! The 5-colored radiance on Wang Xian's body intensified. A resplendent green sword that was 100 meters long appeared in the void. The sword was extremely green. The moment the green sword appeared, the middle part of Wang Xian's body dissipated. Only the dragon bones were connected. Buzz! Wang Xian's body trembled again. His dragon whiskers collapsed and dissipated. His dragon head had almost turned into a skull. The terrifying flames landed directly on the emerald green longsword. The longsword was emitting a brilliant glow. In an instant, the emerald green longsword turned into a flaming longsword. What makes fire? Buzz! Wang Xian took another while. The dragon scales on his body dissipated immediately. An earthy yellow energy covered the flaming longsword directly. Fire generates earth. Buzz! The dragon claws disappeared quickly. The rich gold landed on the earth sword. Earth generates gold. Buzz! Finally, Wang Xian's tail turned into an azure blue light and entered the golden sword directly. Gold generates water. It was a water sword, an azure blue water sword. The water sword was still about 100 meters long. However, this azure blue radiance seemed to carry the entire ocean. It was as though the entire space had this azure blue longsword as the center of the world. It was as though there was only this resplendent azure blue water sword in the entire world. The extreme blue flashed past. Not good. Wood begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets gold, and gold begets water. The 5 attributes were mutually reinforcing. When Wang Xian used all the dragon qi in his body to unleash his attacks, he would be able to use all the dragon qi in his body. Under the circumstance of mutually reinforcing, he would be able to obtain a terrifying upgrade. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying blue long sword pointed at the starry sky and disappeared into the horizon. Ah! Damn it! 2 agonizing screams were heard. In the sky, the 2 demonic middle-aged men were cut in half by the lazy waste. They stuck the 2 halves of their bodies together in horror. Both of their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, damn the divine dragon. The demonic middle-aged man in black clothes let out a ferocious roar. Xiao Xian! Brother! From below, the miserable cries of Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the others could be heard. Seeing Wang Xian's miserable state, tears instantly flowed out of his eyes. Dragon King! The furious roars of the members of the Dragon Palace could be heard from the surroundings. Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and Prime Minister Gui came out of the sea. They stared at the two people in the sky with blood-red eyes and attacked them without any hesitation. Damn girls! Damn divine dragons! The two demonic middle-aged men roared indignantly when they saw Ao Qitian and Prime Minister Gui attacking them. Just you wait. Just you wait. When the Yuding appears, we will take your bodies and make you our slaves. The two demonic middle-aged men roared ferociously. Their bodies moved and entered the crack in the void. Just you wait for me. We will take your corpses very soon. The fearful roars came from another world. Wang Xian only had a sliver of life left in his dragonbone body. He stared coldly at the void and said, "Very soon, I will look for you. Very soon, I will look for you." Crack, crack, crack. The void fissure closed. Roar. Ao Qitian looked ahead and revealed a furious expression. His terrifying claws clawed at the void. The void fissure appeared again. Qitian, stop. Let's see the Dragon King first. Prime Minister Gui shouted at Ao Qitian with a pale face. Roar. 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 Ao Qitian thumped his chest and looked at their Dragon King. Bang! Xiaoxian. Brother. Wang Xian's body fell into the sea. He was only left with his bones and had lost all signs of life. Lan Qingyue and the rest flew over and caught Wang Xian's huge dragon bones. Their faces were filled with tears. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui and the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace also had a drastic change in expression. Buzz. Prime Minister Gui waved his arm and a 5-colored origin stone appeared in his hand. 3 dragon balls slowly flew out from Wang Xian's body. Return to the Dragon Palace immediately. The Dragon King can still be resurrected. Prime Minister Gui quickly said. Yes, yes, the soul returning wood. With the soul returning wood, little Immortal can still be resurrected. Lan Qingyue and the rest quickly came to their senses. They wiped the tears from their faces and said anxiously, woo-woo, woo-woo. However, sorrowful sounds came from the side. Ao Qitian was hugging Wang Xian's dragon bone. They turned around and saw 200 to 300 dolphins gathered around. In the middle, Tang Yinchuan's body was being lifted up. Streams of sound waves entered Tang Yinchuan's chest. There was a hole the size of a bowl. The terrifying black energy instantly penetrated her chest, and a large piece of her flesh disappeared. Tang Yinxian was only at the Xiantian level. Such a terrifying injury was enough to kill her instantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 4 pink-nosed dolphins surrounding Tang Yinxian suddenly emitted a special sound wave. The 4 pink-nosed dolphins were emitting a pink light which gradually entered Tang Yinchuan's body. The pink color on the 4 pink-nosed dolphins slowly disappeared and turned into the same color as the ordinary dolphins. Ha! Prime Minister Gui revealed a surprised expression. Bring this lady and these dolphins. Dragon Queen, we have to rush back immediately. Yes, we have to go back immediately and take the 3 immortal gods' bodies with us. Lan Qingyue and the others nodded quickly. Occupy this place. Prime Minister Gui ordered Ao Yeka of the Dragon Protection Department. The others did not ride on the Kuan. Instead, Prime Minister Gui brought them to the Dragon Palace with the power of the immortal gods. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the Dragon Palace. Put the Dragon King's dragon bone into the dragon pool. Prime Minister Gui said to Ao Qitian immediately. Yes. Ao Qitian held the dragon bone and put it into the dragon pool. At this moment, there was not much dragon blood in the dragon pool. The revival of the group of draconids and the Golden Swordfish clan had consumed a lot of dragon blood. The dragon blood in the dragon pool did not support the revival of Wang Xian at all. Throw the corpses of the 3 immortals into the dragon pool. Prime Minister Gui stood beside the dragon pool and said with a solemn face. Yes. The corpses of the snake-masked elder and the 2-headed woman were placed beside the dragon pool. Walala! The corpses of the 3 immortals were slowly absorbed by the dragon pool. Golden dragon blood that emitted a terrifying energy flowed out from the mouths of the 9 divine dragon pillars. Prime Minister Gui waved his arm and threw the 5 elements origin stone into the dragon pool. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the dragon throne, the soul returning would emitted a gray light as a dragon-shaped soul fruit slowly condensed. Prime Minister Gue, can the little immortal be resurrected like this? Lan Qingwei and the other girls stood at the side and did not dare to disturb him. When they saw that the arrangement was done, they asked anxiously, Dragon Queen, as long as we have enough energy, the Dragon King can be resurrected. It's us who failed to protect the Dragon King, Prime Minister Gue said as he knelt down in front of Lan Qingyue and the others. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian also knelt down. With the soul returning wood, the Dragon King can be resurrected. However, the Dragon King has condensed thousands of dragon qi. It will take a lot of energy to resurrect him. I wonder if the energy of the three immortals can resurrect the Dragon King. Also, I don't know how long it will take for the Dragon King to be resurrected. We need to gather energy for the Dragon King now. Lan Qingwei, Sun Lingxiu, Jiaya, and Elder Fan were extremely anxious, but they had no other way. Coming back from the dead was a very heaven-defying matter. If Wang Xian didn't have the ancestral tree and the two heaven-defying treasures, the soul-returning wood, coming back from the dead was simply a legend. They could only ask Prime Minister Gue anxiously and wait. The soul-returning wood has already grown the soul of the Dragon King. What we need now is the dragon blood and the energy of the three immortals. Prime Minister Gue's eyes sparkled. He turned to Ao Jian and Ao Qitian and said, Let's recuperate for a while. We will go to the chaotic sea area later and hunt down the Devil Fish King. Okay. Ao Qitian and Ao Jian nodded and their eyes were cold. Should we go to other unknown sea areas and kill immortal-level creatures? Look again. The Dragon King's dragon bone hasn't disappeared, and the five elements origin hasn't either. The energy of 4 immortal-level creatures should be about the same. Prime Minister Gue looked hesitant. If it doesn't work, we'll take the risk and kill other immortal-level creatures. Prime Minister Gue, if we have enough energy, how long will it take for my brother to be resurrected? Xiao Yu asked while pulling Prime Minister Gue's arm. Grand Princess, if we have enough energy, it will take at most a month to be resurrected. Prime Minister Gui slowly stood up. Dragon Queen, Grand Princess, I need to make some preparations first. You go. Prime Minister Gue, Lan Qingyue and the others quickly said. Brother. Xiao Yu looked at the dragon pool and could not help but cry again. Xiao Yu, don't cry. At that time, Xiao Xian had already considered that she would die and that she could be resurrected, so we don't have to worry. A few girls stood by the dragon pool with slightly red eyes and waited quietly. Prime Minister Gue came to the dragon field of the Dragon Palace and looked at the dolphins and Tang Yinxian, who were floating in the air. The pink light surrounded the dolphins, which was quite unbelievable. After the dolphins learned how to cultivate, they seemed to have awakened a very special energy. After the girl's body was pierced through and her life force dissipated, she was surrounded by a sound wave. It's completely opposite to the effects of the soul-returning wood. The soul-returning wood absorbs and protects. This pink energy contains a powerful life force. Perhaps, under the treatment of these dolphins, she can be resurrected. Prime Minister Gue stood there and looked, his face full of surprise. This group of dolphins had easily jumped over the dragon gate and even brought Tang Yinxian in. He was somewhat shocked. The rest of the aquatic species that leaped over the dragon gate were all desperately charging towards the Dragon Palace. However, they were very easy to do. In the future, this group of dolphins might even be a powerful subordinate of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue moved his body and entered the dragon cave to recuperate from his injuries. Are they dead? Should I wait for resurrection? Wang Xian felt his consciousness gathering in a hazy manner. When he realized that he had appeared on the soul-returning wood on the dragon throne, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he had expected, the soul-returning wood was extremely powerful. Wang Xian had no choice but to exhaust his body and fight with the two demonic middle-aged men. If he had not used up all his energy to launch the strongest attack and repel the two men, they would have been truly finished. With the terrifying strength of the two demonic middle-aged men, they would definitely be annihilated in their original state. By then, after all the experts of the Dragon Palace had died, he wouldn't be able to resurrect even if he wanted to. At that time, the strongest attack that he had unleashed was the best choice. People from the Yuding world, just you wait. Endless killing intent surged in Wang Xian's heart. As long as I resurrect, Even if you don't appear in the world, I will enter your world and turn the sky and earth upside down. And Tang Yinxian. Wang Xian was stunned. When he recalled how Tang Yinxian used her strongest defense to block the black energy back then, the killing intent in his heart became even stronger. If she had not reminded him back then and did not face the black light, he was afraid that the attack would have already killed him and Prime Minister Gui. The consequences of his and Prime Minister Gui's death would also mean the destruction of the Dragon Palace. I will avenge you, Wang Xian mumbled. He looked around and could sense a radius of 10 meters around him. He couldn't sense anything further away. Shu Qing. Wang Xian looked towards the dragon throne and revealed a smile. Eh? At this moment, Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression. In his soul state, he could see Guan Shuqing's body and her soul. However, what surprised Wang Xian was that there were 2 gray dots of light in Guan Shuqing's body. Both dots of light were extremely dim. Does everyone's soul have 2 dots of light? Shuqing's vitality is already very strong, but she didn't wake up. Could it be related to these dim dots of light? Could it be that the strength of the soul is too weak and couldn't support this strong body, so she couldn't wake up? Wang Xian was bewildered. He didn't expect that he would discover the reason why Shu Qing couldn't wake up. Time passed slowly. The next day, Prime Minister Gui and Ao Jian and Ao Qitian walked out of the Dragon Palace. Half a day later, they brought over the body of the Devilfish King. In the Dragon Pool, after the 10-meter-long dragon bone absorbed the dragon cave in the Dragon Pool, flesh and blood began to grow. At this speed, the Dragon King's body will be fully recovered in half a month. Prime Minister Gui stood beside the Dragon Pool and said thoughtfully, "Is there enough energy?" Sun Lingxiu frowned and asked Prime Minister Gui. "I'm not sure." Prime Minister Gui shook his head slowly and suddenly had an idea. "Dragon Queen, I'm going to get something." As he spoke, he moved and arrived at a cave on the surrounding mountains. The jellyfish corpses that were emitting crystal light were piled inside. They were immortal jellyfish, level 11 immortal jellyfish. Their bodies were immortal matter, a very precious thing. All creatures want to evolve towards immortality, and the divine dragon will eventually go in that direction. This immortal matter is an enormous energy. Back then, the Dragon King was prepared to use it to create an immortal jellyfish race, but now it seems that there's no need. The eternal material dragon pool can't absorb it, but it can use endless wood to completely melt it. The endless wood was a different type of eternal tree. It had endless flames that would never be extinguished, and it was similar to the eternal material. The level of the endless wood was obviously higher than the eternal jellyfish, so it should be able to melt it. If the eternal material was used to condense the Dragon King's body, it could make the Dragon King's strength and recovery power a terrifying increase. Ha! Just as Wang Xian was immersed in his own world, he sensed the arrival of Prime Minister Gui and looked over curiously. Pa! When he came to the bottom of the dragon throne, Prime Minister Gui saw the soul fruit of Wang Xian and knelt down on the ground. He bowed and placed the body of the eternal jellyfish under the eternal wood. Sizzle! 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 The flames emitted by the endless wood were not that terrifying. When held in one's hand, there would only be a kind of heat. It would not cause much harm to the person. However, when the body of the eternal jellyfish was placed under the wood, the sound of burning could be heard. Prime Minister Gui moved his arm and a huge earthy yellow bowl appeared in his hand. He then placed the immortal substance into the bowl. Each immortal jellyfish had a body size of dozens of meters. All the immortal jellyfish had melted about 2 to 3 tons of liquid. The liquid emitted a milky white glow and contained a special energy. As expected, the indestructible immortal substance will be burned under the endless wood. A gleam flashed across Prime Minister Gui's eyes. After melting all the immortal jellyfish, he bowed to Wang Xian's soul fruit once again. Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gui with a satisfied expression on his face. Once he became a member of the Dragon Palace, he would have 100% loyalty and no second thoughts. This was very important to the development of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui plucked Wang Xian's soul fruit and went to the dragon pool. Xiaoyu, Lan Qingwei and the rest stood there and waited quietly. Eldest Princess, Dragon Queen. Prime Minister Gui nodded at them. Then, He moved his body and placed Wang Xian's soul fruit on the dragon's head. Buzz! When the soul fruit entered the dragon pool, Wang Xian instantly felt that he could sense his own body. Crash! Following that, the immortal material was placed into the dragon pool. The immortal material was a special energy. Even the dragon pool could not convert it into dragon blood. Could only be absorbed directly. Phew! I can finally control my own body. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he activated the divine dragon transformation immediately. The surrounding dragon blood gushed into his body crazily. Wang Xian was like a sponge, absorbing all kinds of energy crazily. The Dragon King is resurrecting. Prime Minister Gui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the energy in Wang Xian's body in the dragon pool. He spoke to Xiaoyu, Lan Qingwei, and the rest. It might not take more than a month for little Immortal to be resurrected. Lan Qingwei and the rest saw the changes in the dragon pool, and their worries were also relieved. Eldest Princess, Dragon Queen, I'll go take care of the matters in the Dragon Palace first. Prime Minister Gui bade farewell and left. With a flash, he came to the dragon cave. He looked ahead and checked on Tang Yinxian, who was floating in the dragon field. Then, he called Ao Jian and Ao Qitian to swim down the spiritual energy waterfall. Soon, when they arrived, the bottom of the spiritual waterfall was filled with countless aquatic creatures. They stayed quietly at the bottom of the sea and absorbed the spiritual energy. Besides the aquatic creatures, all the members of the Dragon Palace were also cultivating there. Prime Minister Gui looked satisfied. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian, you guys guard the surroundings. These aquatic creatures are the foundation of our Dragon Palace. We must ensure that their cultivation will not be disturbed. Don't worry, Prime Minister Gui. Leave it to us. Ao Qitian patted his chest and promised. Okay. Prime Minister Gui glanced around. The appearance of this spiritual energy waterfall can shorten the development process of the aquatic creatures around the Dragon Palace by 80 to 90 years. It won't take long for the aquatic civilization to be established. It seems that we have to nurture the civil officials as soon as possible. Prime Minister Gui muttered to himself. He took out a book and a pen from his interspatial ring and began to plan for the future development of the aquatic creatures, as well as the establishment of the underwater order after the appearance of the civil officials. Time passed slowly. The vitality of Wang Xian in the dragon pool grew stronger and stronger. The body of the divine dragon was growing slowly. The tremendous energy of the 4 immortal god corpses, coupled with the special energy of the undead matter. Within 10 days, Wang Xian's 10-meter-long body had completely recovered. However, 1/3 of the dragon blood in the dragon pool had yet to be absorbed. 12 days later, Wang Xian's body had grown to around 13 meters. Almost all of the dragon blood in the dragon pool had been absorbed. Beside the dragon pool, Xiaoyu, Lan Qingwei, and the rest looked at Wang Xian, who was lying in the dragon pool nervously. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Welcome back, Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui, who was at the side, revealed a smile on his face. He knelt on the ground respectfully and said to Wang Xian, who was in the dragon pond, "Roar." A faint dragon roar came from Wang Xian's mouth. He opened his eyes slowly and a 5-colored light flashed past. Xiao Xian, brother. When Xiaoyu, Lan Qingwei, and the other girls saw that Wang Xian had woken up, their eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Xian looked at them and smiled. His body floated up slowly as he slowly adapted to his body. His 13-meter-tall body was about 3 meters larger than before he died. A terrifying energy was transmitted from his body. Wang Xian felt that his body had undergone some special changes. The defense and recovery speed of my body has at least doubled. Although my offensive power has not increased, my current self is much stronger than before. Based on my cultivation base, I should be a middle-level immortal. If I were to face those 2 demonic middle-aged men again, I would definitely have the strength to fight them. I might even be able to suppress them. His dragon god body's defense was already very terrifying. Now that his defense had doubled, it was a qualitative change. This time, even if he were to take the demonic middle-aged man's attack head-on, he would at most be slightly injured. Wang Xian's body moved and flew to the side of the dragon pool. His body moved and transformed into human form. Brother! Xiao Xian! A few girls hugged him with their eyes slightly red. Wang Xian smiled at them and patted their backs. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "What are you worried about? I told you guys in advance to wait for my resurrection. Even if we knew, we would still be worried." Xiao Yu hugged Wang Xian's arm and said with tears of joy, all right. Isn't this all right?" Wang Xian comforted the 5 girls for a while before walking towards Prime Minister Gue. "Dragon King, you've worked hard these few days." "I've worked hard for the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue smiled. "How are things under the spiritual energy waterfall now?" Wang Xian nodded and asked. "Don't worry, Dragon King. Everything is in good order." Prime Minister Gue followed beside Wang Xian and walked into the Dragon King's palace. "Where is Tang Yinxuan's body? Has she been buried or?" Wang Xian was silent for a while and asked Prime Minister Gue with a heavy heart. "Dragon King, Miss Tang's current situation is very special. Please follow me," Prime Minister Gue said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian was slightly stunned and looked at Prime Minister Gue in surprise. "Dragon King, look over there." Prime Minister Gui pointed to the front. Wang Xian looked ahead and his expression changed. He moved and appeared directly in the dragon field. He looked at Tang Yinxian, who was surrounded by a type of dolphin, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Wang Xian walked slowly towards her and came in front of her. He looked at the position of Tang Yinxuan's chest. At this moment, the injuries there had completely disappeared. Her entire body was emitting a pink glow. She was lying there like a young girl with a pink element, making her look exceptionally attractive. "What's going on?" She clearly. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he stared at the dolphins around him. He was full of smiles. "It's good that she's not dead. It's good that she's not dead. You saved our lives." Wang Xian heaved a heavy sigh of relief and walked towards her slowly. When the dolphins saw Wang Xian walking over, they took the initiative to open a path for him. Wang Xian walked to Tang Yinxuan's side and looked at her body. He reached out his hand and couldn't help but touch her face. A smile appeared on his face. "I knew it. I knew he was a scumbag. A pervert." In the Dragon King's bedroom, 5 girls were standing on the stage and looking at the dragon field. Lan Qingyue couldn't help but snort coldly when she saw this scene. Sun Lingxiu smiled faintly. "Speaking of which, Tang Yinxian can be considered to have saved our lives." "Sigh." Ajaya sighed and shook her head. Xiao Yu stuck out his tongue. "In the past, I decided to find a boyfriend only like my brother. In the future, I will definitely not find someone like him. If I want to find someone, I must find someone who can't beat me. That way, he won't bully me and will do whatever I want." As she said this, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind and she couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Yu, looking at how happy you are, do you have someone in mind?" Lan Qingyue saw Xiao Yu's somewhat familiar smile and sized her up from head to toe. How is this possible?" Xiao Yu was stunned and quickly shook his head. "Really? Why do I feel like you have someone in your heart?" Lan Qingyue said with a smile. "How is this possible? I haven't met my Prince Charming yet." "Impossible. This is impossible." Xiao Yu shook his head hard and firmly denied it. "Xiao Yu, you're already 21 years old. You can find a boyfriend now." Sister-in-law, you should take good care of my brother now. It's not good to have too many sister-in-law. You guys are enough." "You little girl." "Create a dragon cave for her by the side. Let her stay in the dragon cave and wait for her to recover." Wang Xian turned around slowly and said to Prime Minister Gue, "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. "Also call Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and the strange demon clan over." Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke again. "Dragon King, are you going to?" Prime Minister Gue hesitated for a moment before asking. "I'm going to kill my way into that world." Wang Xian's eyes were cold as he spoke. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue felt a chill in his heart. He immediately nodded his head and walked out. "The ancestral tree has acknowledged me as its master. In the future, I will have the insane ability to resurrect endlessly. However, Resurrecting requires a huge amount of energy to reconstruct my physical body. The stronger I am, the more dragon blood I will need to resurrect. In the future, it will be extremely difficult to resurrect me. I might not even be able to support myself to resurrect. This time, even if the two demonic middle-aged men wanted to defeat us, it would be difficult for them to kill us. Every 9 cauldrons world will have rich resources. There, I will make use of the resources in that world to elevate Ao Yao to the immortal god realm. When that happens, I will turn the 9 cauldrons world upside down. Wang Xian was a person who would always seek revenge for his flaws. When the two demonic middle-aged men ambushed them, both parties were already at a stalemate. That Wang Xian would not wait for them to come to him. Instead, he would go to the 9 cauldrons world to look for them. He would fight his way into the 9 cauldrons world. He would fight to nourish the battle and kill to stop the killing. Today, my yellow cauldrons world has appeared. Citizens of the real world, please enlighten me. Ha ha ha. Today, our yellow heaven immortal sect has appeared. Please enlighten us. Today, our Hunyuan immortal sect has appeared. We are the only Hunyuan in the world. Today, our upper 9 immortal sects have appeared. All the talented people in the world can join our immortal sect. At this moment, weak voices entered his ears. Wang Xian was stunned and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. His body moved and appeared in the sky above the dragon palace. He looked in the direction of Wuxia. Today, the celestial sect of the yellow cauldron world has appeared. The celestial sect of Wuxia has reappeared in the world. All the sects have worshipped and all the outsiders have submitted. The overlapping voices of 5 to 6 celestials were heard. This voice had spread across more than the entire Wuxia. Phew! Wang Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with shock. The 9 cauldrons world has appeared. The yellow cauldrons world has appeared. The yellow cauldrons world had appeared in a high-profile manner. The immortal gods had used their mighty power to announce their arrival to the world. One could imagine that Wuxia and even the entire world had undergone a drastic change because of the appearance of the 9 cauldrons world. Ancient martial arts would no longer be an ancient martial art but a martial art. It was very likely that more people would come into contact with martial arts and become martial artists. And one by one, the immortal sects would control the entire martial arts world. This is the immortal sect. Wang Xian was amazed by the announcement of these few immortal deity statues. One day he would also announce the Dragon Palace like this. Dragon King. Dragon King. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue, Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and a group of strange demons came to his side and greeted him respectfully. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. The Golden Age has already begun. We have to increase our strength as soon as possible. His eyes flickered as he turned his head and looked in the direction of the spiritual energy waterfall. Let's charge into the 9 cauldrons world. Dragon King, are we going to take revenge? Ao Qitian clenched his fists tightly and said with a ferocious expression. That's right. Let's go find them. Wang Xian nodded his head with a cold gaze. His gaze swept across the members of the Dragon Palace in front of him. Prime Minister Gue, you will guard the Dragon Palace. Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and the strange demon clan will follow me. There were 3 immortals, 15 nascent realm experts, and more than 130 Dan realm experts. This was an extremely terrifying force, especially for the strange demon clan. Their assassination techniques were extremely terrifying. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue and the rest responded loudly immediately. Get ready. We'll head over tomorrow. Wang Xian said to them. With a flash, he arrived at the bedroom in the Dragon Palace. Xiao Xian. Seeing Wang Xian enter, Lan Qingyue and the rest immediately walked over. I'm preparing to go to that world tomorrow. Wang Xian said to them. What? The 5 girls were stunned as they looked at him in astonishment. The yellow cauldron has already appeared in the world. We have to take revenge this time. Don't worry, I'm the owner of the ancestral tree and the soul returning tree. As long as I have the resources to revive, I can revive indefinitely. Wang Xian assured them. Ding. Do you want to build the sea pacifying needle? Level 1 sea pacifying needle requires 1 ton of level 13 materials and 3 tons of level 12 materials. After comforting Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest, Wang Xian went to the location of the sea-pacifying needle. The sea-pacifying needle could be taken away. The main function of the needle was to stabilize the calm within a 100-kilometer radius of the Dragon Palace. Even if there was a tsunami, it would calm down once it arrived here. When I first built the Dragon Palace, I only needed a little bit of materials. It was completely a blessing. Now, I need a lot of materials to build a sea-pacifying needle. Wang Xian looked at the huge sea-pacifying needle and looked at the materials in his interspatial ring. With all the materials in my interspatial ring and the metal rod in Ao Qitian's hand, I can create a sea-pacifying needle. Wang Xian thought to himself. Then he asked Ao Qitian to bring over his broken metal rod. This time, he had to be fully prepared when he entered another world. Ao Qitian's weapon had to be at least a good one. Ding! Do you want to create a sea-pacifying needle? When all the materials were ready, the system's voice sounded. Confirmed. Boom. 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 Beside the first ocean-pacifying needle, another huge ocean-pacifying needle slowly appeared. The ocean-pacifying needle was 5 meters thick and 200 meters tall. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and held the ocean-pacifying needle. Shrink! Buzz! The ocean-pacifying needle instantly shrunk and turned into a 2-meter-long golden cudgel. The words ocean-pacifying needle in gold were very obvious. A level 1 ocean-pacifying needle is comparable to an immortal level weapon. Wang Xian waved his arm and threw it at Ao Qitian. This ocean-pacifying needle is a gift for you. Thank you, Dragon King. A burning look flashed across Ao Qitian's eyes as he caressed the ocean-pacifying needle with a face full of love. Big! With a flick of his arm, the ocean-pacifying needle expanded to a size of 4 meters. Ao Qitian grinned. This kind of weapon that could expand and shrink was the best weapon for him. He could even make the ocean-pacifying needle grow to a size of 200 meters when he was fighting. He moved his body excitedly and flew toward the dragon field. He was prepared to wave it around. Ao Qitian is the only one in the entire Dragon Palace who has a weapon at the level of an immortal god. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. The sword in his hand was still a level 12 spiritual weapon. He did not know how to forge a level 13 spiritual weapon because it involved a formation. Hence, he had to engrave a formation on the weapon. Due to the formation, the ocean-pacifying divine needle could become bigger and smaller. Currently, the wood dragon bead and the fire dragon bead still require at least a year of nurturing before they can be upgraded to the level of an immortal god. The water dragon bead is only level 12. It's still a little lacking to upgrade it to level 13. I don't have the gold dragon bead and the earth dragon bead at the moment. Wang Xian looked at his 3 dragon bead weapons and had a thought. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elements divine dragon. Able to transform into a human. Level 9. Dragon energy, 19,000, 3421/10, 000, 000. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe below one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon chi. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Fire refining technique. Using the fire of origin to refine everything. Water refining technique. Using the water refining technique to refine things for fun. Battle skills. Water clone, elementary. Blade storm, intermediate. Instant water, elementary. After this revival, my dragon energy has increased by more than 10 million. However, I'm still 800 million away from leveling up. The next morning, Wang Xian, Ao Qitian, Ao Jian, and the rest of the mysterious clan stood in the air. They stared at the sky with cold expressions. Xiao Xian, you have to be careful. Brother, be careful. Don't let me and my sisters-in-law worry. Below, Xiao Yu, Lan Qingwei, and the rest raised their heads to look at Wang Xian and instructed him loudly. Don't worry. You guys wait for me here. Wang Xian nodded at them and took a deep breath. Red and blue light flickered in his eyes. The formation is not activated yet. We will definitely be injured after entering. We have to find a place to recover from our injuries first. Wang Xian instructed them. It's the Dragon King. A group of more than 100 members of the Dragon Palace replied to Wang Xian. All right, let's charge in. Killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He stared at a spot where the formation was weak. With a wave of his arm, a crack was torn open. Go in! Ao Jian shouted loudly. The strange demons quickly entered the formation. Following Ao Jian and Ao Qitian, they tore through space and entered the formation. Crack! 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 The terrifying attack of the formation instantly arrived. The stronger the person was, the stronger the attack of the formation would be when he entered. Those at the immortal level could protect those at the infant and Dan stage from entering, but they could not allow Wang Xian to enter safely. Hiss! The attack of the formation instantly caused many wounds on their bodies, causing Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. In just a split second, another piece of sky appeared in Wang Xian's sight. In a sea area, there were numerous islands. There were many strange black birds flying in the sky. The black birds looked like crows. They had blood-red eyes as they scanned the area below them ferociously. The buildings on the islands were mainly black. Even the seawater below was a little black, causing the entire sea area to be filled with a gloomy feeling. It did not look like the fairyland in the Yongchang world. Wang Xian and the rest of them moved and went straight to the sea below. Ao Yao, lead your clansmen to investigate the surroundings first. Wang Xian and Ao Jian sat cross-legged at the bottom of the sea to recover from their injuries. They ordered the strange demon clan to investigate the surroundings. With the strange demon clan's terrifying concealment ability, even an immortal god-level existence would not be able to detect them if they did not use their full strength. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded his head. He waved his hand at the group of people and immediately dispersed to his surroundings. Phew! 2 days later, Wang Xian opened his eyes. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian, who were at the side, also stood up slowly. In these 2 days, not a single living creature has appeared around us. Wang Xian stood up and looked ahead. According to his senses, there were no living creatures. The entire seabed was like a dead zone, emitting a terrifying atmosphere. Dragon King, the demonic middle-aged man who attacked us back then cultivated a strange cultivation technique. It should belong to the demonic path, Ao Jian said in a deep voice. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. Ao Yao is here. Dragon King. At this moment, figures appeared in front of them one by one. Have you investigated everything? Wang Xian asked. I have a rough idea of this world. This world is called the Yuding world. There are only 2 million living people in the entire world. The Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao are the 2 immortal sects that rule this world. According to our understanding, in the past, there were 3 immortal sects in this world with a population of 10 million. The other immortal sect was destroyed by the collaboration of the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao. Besides the 2 million living people, there were also nearly 10 million dead puppets. The whole world was like a demonic domain. Dead puppet. Wang Xian looked at Ao Yao in astonishment and asked. Yes, Dragon King. They can control and refine corpses, making them their subordinates and weapons. Ao Yao replied. In that case, the 2 demonic middle-aged men are from the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he asked. Yes, there are 6 immortals in this world. Each immortal sect has 3. Ao Yao said solemnly. 6. A hint of solemnity flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. If all 6 immortals were to attack, they would be able to kill them. However, they were in the dark while the enemy was in the light. How many islands are there? Wang Xian looked into the distance and asked in a deep voice. There are a total of 8 islands with humans living on them. The 2 largest islands in the middle are the ones inhabited by the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and the Immortal God Corpse Chief Dao. Ao Yao reported to Wang Xian. In that case, the rest of the people are living on the other 6 islands. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Let's go and take a look. Dragon King, these are the clothes of their world. Regardless of gender, they have protected themselves very well. Ao Yao took out a few pieces of black and blood-red clothes. They were similar to the clothes of the devilish middle-aged man. The blood-red clothes represent the Jade Hand sect while the black clothes represent the Corpse Chief path. Perfect. Wang Xian looked at the clothes and draped them over his body. Ao Qian also wrapped a piece of clothes around himself, revealing only 2 eyes. Let's go! Wang Xian moved his body and flew towards an island in front of him. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian were on either side of him. As for the strange demons, they completely concealed themselves. It's similar to the ancient times. Wang Xian and the rest came to the edge of an island and looked ahead. There were many ancient buildings. The entire island was about 30 to 40 miles in circumference. In the middle was a street with shops around it. There were not many people on the street. Most of them were wearing blood-red and black clothes. Only a few of them were wearing white clothes. White meant that they had not joined the 2 immortal sects. When he came to the street, he realized that it was very quiet inside. The people around him seldom spoke. Stepping on the black bricks gave him an uncomfortable feeling. Wang Xian looked at the shops around him and saw a weapons shop. He gestured to Ao Qitian and Ao Jian before walking inside. As soon as he entered the shop, Wang Xian saw a woman dressed in revealing and cold clothes standing by the door. The woman's face was extremely pale and had a pretty face. However, Wang Xian could not sense any signs of life from her. His expression changed slightly. This was a puppet, a dead person. Take a look at what you want. At this moment, a cold voice came from inside. Veteran, have you finished forging my spiritual weapon? At this moment, a haughty voice came from outside. A young man dressed in blood-red clothes walked in with his head slightly raised. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men who were exuding a strong murderous aura. He was only dressed in a blood-red robe. His face was not concealed at all, revealing his uniqueness. Young Master Shui, the spiritual weapon has been forged for you. An old man stood up from inside. With a smile on his face, he took out an exquisite box and placed it on the table. Wang Xian looked at the box and narrowed his eyes slightly. A grade 12 material. It was actually a grade 12 material. The young man walked over and opened the box. A black longsword was held in his hand. Not bad, not bad. The young man looked satisfied. As expected of the hands of a grandmaster. Here, 100 blood coagulation pills for the dance stage. A jade bottle was thrown over. The old man opened it and looked at it. He looked delighted. Young Master Shui, after the last day of business, we won't be doing it anymore. Oh? Why not? The cauldron of you is about to appear. High-quality weapons are in short supply. The young man looked at the old man curiously. Young Master Shui, after the cauldron of you appears, this blood coagulation pill won't be worth much anymore. Moreover, the materials I have will be worth a lot. The old man said with a smile. That's true. When our 9 cauldrons appear, it will be the time for us to wreak havoc in the world. Young Master Mingxue, who is established by the immortal god, should have the strength to join us, right? Of course. When the cauldron of you appears, Mingsha will shock the heavens. Kiki. When the time comes, the heavens will allow us to fly freely. The young man and the old man conversed without any scruples, especially the young man in blood-red clothes. His face was filled with arrogance. When Wang Xian heard their conversation, the red and blue light in his eyes swept across the surroundings. A trace of shock and killing intent flashed past. The spiritual artifacts on the surrounding walls were all forged using crude methods. A level 12 material to forge a level 11 weapon. This was not a weapon forging technique, but a forging technique. There were more than a dozen level 12 spiritual weapons in this weapon shop. These were all level 13 materials. If one knew about formations, they could definitely forge immortal spiritual weapons. What filled Wang Xian with killing intent was the blood-clotting pill in the jade bottle. The so-called blood-clotting pill was not a medicinal pill. Instead, it was a kind of medicinal pill that was formed by condensing the flesh and blood of living beings or even humans using a special method. Consuming this blood-clotting pill would naturally increase the energy. No wonder there aren't any living beings in the ocean of the island. It turns out that all of them have been refined into blood-clotting pills. What a crazy world! Wang Xian's eyes were cold. With a wave of his arm, the door of the shop was shut. Ha! The old man and the young man were stunned. They immediately looked at Wang Xian. Who told you to close the door? The young man shouted coldly and slowly pulled out his spiritual sword. An ordinary disciple, whose subordinate. Wuxia slowly took off his hat and waved his arm at the two middle-aged men behind the young man. Boom! A flame landed on the two of them, rendering them silent. When the young man and the old man saw Wuxia's attack, their expressions changed drastically. Flame fire attribute. Who are you? Ah! At this moment, the puppet lady who had been standing at the door suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed at them ferociously. The puppet had an attack power at the dance stage. This puppet was an expert at the dance stage. Aojian pointed with his finger and a metal longsword smashed her head into pieces. Metal attribute. You guys are not from our world. The old man was shocked when he saw Aojian's attack. In the world of the Cauldron of You, there were no fire and metal attribute cultivators. There were only demon and water attributes. Do you guys know these two people? Wuxia stared at them coldly. With a wave of his arm, the images of the two demonic middle-aged men appeared in the void. This is. The two of them swept their gaze over and their faces turned gloomy immediately. They stared at them with flickering eyes. Who is this? Wuxia waved his arm and his hairy palm grabbed the necks of the young man and the old man as he asked in a stern tone. These are our Lord Snow Demon and Lord Blood Arrow. Who are you and what do you want to do? The young man was grabbed by Wuxia's neck. His face was flushed red as he growled in a low voice. Which immortal sect are they from? Wuxia asked coldly. Lord Snow Demon is the sect master of the Jade Hand Immortal sect while Lord Blood Arrow is the sect master of Corpse Chief Dao. Can you let me go? A hint of fear flashed across the young man's eyes as he said with a trembling body. No, Wuxia said coldly. Wuxia's arm shook, and both of them fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Wuxia took the jade bottle from the old man's hand and opened it. The blood-clotting pills were poured out one by one, emitting a meaty fragrance. Wuxia frowned slightly and threw them aside. He looked at the surrounding walls. There were many rough spiritual artifacts, but the materials were exceptionally precious. Especially the grade 13 materials. There are more materials in this world than in the Yongchang world. It might be because there are fewer people here. Wuxia thought to himself. He took out an interspatial ring and kept it all with a wave of his arm. At present, he had killed quite a number of experts from the Nine Cauldrons world. There were dozens of interspatial rings in Wuxia's hand. Any more would be able to hold it. Let's see if there are any other treasures. Wuxia pointed to Aojian and Wuxia behind him. Then he sat on a seat at the side and waited quietly. On the island, many strange demons were walking on the streets openly, entering every area. Even in the daytime, they were still walking and scrupulously. As long as they did not attack, they would not show themselves. Dragon King, the map of the entire island has been drawn. Every shop has recorded it. This island is under the control of Corpse Chief Dao. We found a venue in the middle. Corpse Chief Dao is selecting elites to form the Netherkill organization there. Half an hour later, Ao Yao appeared in the room and reported to Wuxia. How are the elixirs in the elixir store on the island? Which family has more resources? Find them as soon as possible. Wuxia instructed Ao Yao. There is a herb garden in the central area. There are many grade 5, grade 6, and grade 7 spiritual herbs in there. Ao Yao replied. Check it out first. Search all the places on the 6 islands thoroughly. There are 6 immortals here. Once we make a move, we must be absolutely confident. Wuxia said in a deep voice. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded. With a move, he disappeared. Wuxia stood in the shop and waited quietly. After half a day, Ao Yao returned with news after news. Wuxia did not make a move. Instead, they moved and flew towards another island. Each island was about 50 kilometers away. This Dingyu world was not smaller than the Yongchang world. However, a large area was like an ocean. Time passed day by day. Wuxia did not make a move. The information was reported to him one by one, giving him a detailed understanding of this world. For days later, Wuxia and the rest returned to the original island. He held a document in his hand. On it was the list of the Netherworld Killer Organization. At the same time, this was the most elite and core disciple of the two great immortal sects in the entire Yuding world. This Netherworld Killer Organization was a setup of the Yuding world. During these few days, Wang Xian had some understanding of the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao Immortal Sect. The Jade Hand Immortal Sect was an assassin organization in ancient times. Furthermore, it was one of the strongest assassin organizations in the Jianghu. Corpse Chief Dao, on the other hand, was a force that everyone in the Immortal Sect wanted to beat up. They used the corpses of the strong as puppets to control them. The Devil Dao in the Jianghu was born from Corpse Chief Dao. Compared to the Devil Dao, they were more powerful and cruel. Now that Yuding was about to appear, the two immortal sects were preparing to establish the Underworld Killing Organization, which was also known as the Assassin Organization. First, it was to intimidate the Jianghu. Second, it was to obtain huge benefits. On the information, there was a list of all the members of the Underworld Killing Organization and their detailed residences. There are a total of more than 1,000 people, 300 nascent realm, and over 1,000 elixir realm experts. They are the core force of the entire Yuding. I don't know if the Netherworld Killer or the Strange Demon is more powerful. A hint of killing intent appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. He looked ahead with a smile and his eyes were filled with coldness. Tonight, I'm preparing to attack overnight. I want to kill all the core forces of the two great immortal sections. When the time comes, the furious immortal gods will definitely search for the murderer everywhere. As long as they meet the scattered ones, they will surround and kill them. With Wang Xian and the rest's strength, they could not kill the 6 immortal gods directly. They could only scatter them and attack them one by one. In addition, send 20 strange demons to all the shops, herb gardens, and the treasure vaults of the big families. Bring all the treasures here. Wang Xian looked at Ao Yao and instructed. We will attack together with you. Wang Xian looked at Ao Jian and Ao Qitian. We must not let what happened here get out. Tonight, let this place fall asleep. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian nodded. Boom. At this moment, the sound of thunder came from the sky. Wang Xian looked at the sky with a smile on his face. The rainstorm tonight. Even the heavens are helping us. Crash. At around 9 o'clock, the entire island quieted down. The rain poured down in torrents. There were no pedestrians on the streets and all the shops were closed. This was a cruel world. There were once more than 10 million people in this world, but only 2 million people remained because of the battle. According to the information obtained from the strange demon tribe 10 years ago, there were still more than 10 million people in this world. However, in 10 years, there were less than 8 million people. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the resources of Yuding world had already been used up. Second, it was because of the blood solidification pill. The blood solidification pill was announced by an immortal god, and then the 4 immortal gods began to raise goo. That's right, nurture goo. 10 million people were used as goo. When 10 million people fought, the ones left were the elites. They used this method to select the elites, creating the situation of hundreds of thousands of innate experts. 2 of the immortal gods were born during these 10 years. The price was that the number of people dropped to over 2 million. In the end, the immortal god gave the order to stop fighting. According to all the signs, the immortal gods here are all doing this for the appearance of the cauldron of you. They knew that the 9 cauldrons had appeared, so they did such a terrifying thing in order to make their subordinates stronger. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. The only sound left on the entire island was the sound of a rainstorm. Do it! Wang Xian looked at the sky and shouted softly. There was no sound in the surroundings. The aura of the strange demons had also disappeared. Wang Xian and Ao Jian also headed toward the addresses on the information. In a luxurious ancient building, 4 to 5 middle-aged elders sat in the center of the hall. There was wine, meat, and wine on the table. Around them, there were guards. These guards were not living people, they were puppets. During the 10 years of Yuding nurturing goo, brothers had turned against each other. Father and son were enemies. The guards were not the most loyal, only the puppets were the most loyal subordinates. Thus, the puppets around them listened to their commands. Yuding will appear in half a month at most. As the leader of Underworld Assassination Team, we need to make some progress as soon as possible. Haha, with our strength and our 10 years of killing experience, when we enter the real world, even the other experts of the Nine Cauldrons world will not be able to stop us, Underworld Killer, from showing off our abilities. At that time, we will make the entire Jianghu jittery. We can't look down on the heroes of the world. I heard that Lord Snow Demon and Lord Blood Arrow were seriously injured not long ago. Yes, we don't know the exact reason for the serious injuries. However, I heard that Lord Snow Demon's maidservant said that an immortal god in the real world used up his life to launch an attack that heavily injured the two lords. Our world is too small. After we get out, we will become the kings of the darkness. The 5 middle-aged elders spoke with confidence. The appearance of the cauldron of you made them excited by the slaughter and bloodshed. They wanted to become the kings of the darkness, making everyone fear them. Pooh, 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 pooh. The 5 of them raised the wine cups in their hands. However, at this moment, sharp claws entered their heads and pierced through them. Take away all the treasures. A low roar sounded as all the spirit tools were taken away one by one. In the surroundings, the puppets fell to the ground after their master died. There was a clap of thunder outside as if a prelude had been drawn. Who? I will fuse into the darkness and become the king of darkness. In a sturdy basement, an old man slowly walked in. His figure slowly melted into the darkness. The entire basement was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. This darkness wasn't night, but was covered by demonic chi. Only existences stronger than him could see him, but only immortals and gods were stronger than him. There were more than 10 beds around him, and he had no idea where the old man was lying. You guys are really vigilant. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the basement, making the old man who was lying on the bed feel a chill down his spine. Pooh! However, just as he was about to stand up, a water sword directly pierced through his body. How? The old man's face was full of disbelief. He was an expert who had fought his way out from the mountain of corpses, yet he was actually assassinated. There are more than 60 infant realm experts on this island. In less than an hour, we will be able to finish them all off. The 6 islands are at the exact moment of daybreak. It will be the moment when the people of this world will feel the world turning upside down. Wang Xian mumbled and disappeared into the rainy night. His body moved and he arrived at another place. At the same time, Ao Jian and Ao Qitian's bodies were also moving rapidly across the entire island. Even though Ao Qitian's physique was not good at assassination, it was a piece of cake for an immortal to assassinate an infant realm expert. They would never have imagined that the enemies that their 2 immortal masters had provoked in the real world would bring them such a terrifying disaster. This is the medicinal garden on the island. There are 5 infant realm experts guarding it. This group of infant realm experts also has 10 infant realm puppets. Wang Xian came to the location of the herb garden at the center of the island. There were 6 islands, and each island had a herb garden. A large number of herbs were planted in the herb garden. Among them, the demonic attribute pills and water attribute pills were the main ones. With a thought, Wang Xian used his water swords to kill the 5 infant stage powerhouses easily. Then, he kept the spiritual herbs into his interspatial ring. There are quite a number of grade 7 spiritual herbs. A glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Although grade 7 spiritual herbs were precious, they were not of much use to immortals. Only grade 8 spiritual herbs were useful to immortals. Wang Xian moved his body and disappeared. When he arrived at the ocean, Ao Jian and Ao Qitian had already arrived. Dragon King! The 2 of them shouted. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed the energy coming from behind him. The strange demon clan had arrived. Is there anything wrong? Wang Xian asked directly. No. The strange demon shook his head. Although the people in this world are very vigilant, they return to their homes every day because of their vigilance. Not a single one of them is left behind. All right, let's go. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked at the other island and moved forward rapidly. With the 3 of them at the immortal god level, it was easy for the strange demon clan to deal with the other elixir realm experts. If the immortal god wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to discover Wang Xian and the rest, let alone the existence of the elixir realm experts. The slaughter was going on at a terrifying speed. The core experts of the two immortal sects of the Jade Hand Immortal sect, Corpse Chief Dao, were decreasing at a terrifying speed. One island after another passed by and Wang Xian's 5 to 6 interspatial rings were filled up. There was a large amount of metal materials and spiritual herbs. This was especially so for metal materials. There were many spiritual artifacts in this world because more than 8 million people were killed. Many of the Dan stage experts even had level 12 spiritual artifacts in their hands. Moreover, a large portion of the spiritual artifacts were made from level 13 materials. This made Wang Xian extremely excited. With these materials, he could forge many spirit weapons. In the future, when he could inscribe formations on the spirit weapons, he could definitely forge immortal-level weapons. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the last 3 infant-stage powerhouses fell to the ground. The few puppets around them fell at the same time. After putting away the grade 12 spirit weapons, Wang Xian waved his arm and left a few words on the ground. Then he moved and flew directly toward the beach. Dragon King, Dragon King. When he arrived, Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and the strange demon clan were already waiting for him. Let's go! Excitement flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. The group entered the water and came to a remote depth of the sea. Dragon King, these are the spiritual artifacts and spiritual herbs in the interspatial ring. Ao, you passed more than 100 interspatial rings to Wang Xian. Most of these interspatial rings belong to the people they assassinated. All of them were filled with treasures. The sun will be up in 2 hours. Ao Yao, let me raise your strength to the immortal realm first. A glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he took out spiritual herbs from the interspatial ring. He took out all the spiritual herbs that could not be combined to refine pills and turned them into dragon energy directly. Following that, Wang Xian poured majestic dragon qi into Ao Yao's body. The immortal god, who was good at assassination, was crucial to their revenge. Whether they could kill the 2 demonic young men depended entirely on Ao Yao. The dragon spike was used to assassinate the immortal god. Boom! At the bottom of the sea, a terrifying aura was emitted. It was directly blocked by Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and Wang Xian. Ao Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and at the bottom of the sea, was emitting a bright energy. His entire body was milky white. After cultivating the divine dragon transformation of light, the strange Yao was even more terrifying than before. Unlike Sun Lingxiu was more powerful in the treatment of light because she was a doctor. On the other hand, the strange demon tribe was extremely good at using the concealment of light. The 1.8-meter-tall Ao demon's nearly 1.5-meter-tall arm was flickering with light. Gradually, white scales covered it completely. On the claws, specks of white light were flickering, making the entire claw look extremely penetrating. Buzz! All of a sudden, Ao Yao's body disappeared from their sight. Even if Wang Xian and the rest tried their best to sense it, they could not sense any living beings there. Wang Xian moved his arm and a water sword landed there. As a result, the water sword landed on the bottom of the sea. Ha! Dragon King! At this moment, Ao Yao's body appeared at the side. He was wearing a white leather coat that completely covered his body. The hazy light energy made it impossible to see his true appearance. He was very pretentious. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Ao Yao, it seems that your concealment has become much stronger. How confident are you in assassinating immortals of the same level? 30%. 30% confidence. Ao Yao hesitated for a moment before she replied. 30%? Wang Xian frowned slightly. I will reveal myself when I attack. Moreover, when I want to assassinate someone, I will definitely have killing intent or killing intent. Immortals can sense it. Once my first attack does not cause a serious injury to the other party, it is basically impossible to kill the other party. Ao Yao replied. That's true. 30% is already very terrifying. Wang Xian nodded his head. It was not easy to kill an immortal powerhouse. A 30% chance was already very terrifying. No matter how powerful the concealment was, if the immortal powerhouse was prepared, he would be able to react. Furthermore, he could still force Ao Yao to reveal herself in a special way. 30% is enough. A glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. He didn't want Aoyao to assassinate the immortals alone. Instead, he wanted Aoyao to assassinate them when they were besieging them. This could increase the success rate to 70% or even 90%. It's daybreak. The world is about to boil. Wang Xian looked up at the sky. The rainstorm was still pouring down, but the sky was already bright. However, at this very moment there were two islands in the middle of the world of Yuding. These two islands were not very big. There were two mountains that were about 100 meters tall on them. Black trees grew on the entire island and strange black birds were flying in the sky above them. More than 1,000 Netherkill members have been selected. Next, the deity will train them individually and teach them an assassination combat technique. I really envy them. Netherkill is a powerful organization jointly established by our two great immortal sections. In the future, it will definitely become famous and awe-inspiring in the world of martial arts. Hee. It's also good for us to follow the Lord Immortal God. Killing is the most exciting thing. It's too boring to stay by the Lord Immortal God's side. I like the weak begging for mercy under me and the frightened faces. Hee. Two figures appeared in the sky. They stood on two 5-meter-long black strange birds and came to the top of a small island. This was a small island with no people. To be precise, all the people who used to live on this island had been killed. The small island was located in the center of the 6 islands. Oh, where are they? Where are the members of Netherkill? Why haven't they arrived yet? It's already 9 o'clock. We told them to wait here at 8 o'clock. The two old men standing on the strange black bird revealed sullen expressions. They were the famous people who followed the immortal god. How dare these people of Netherworld Killer disobey them? That's not right. It's impossible that all the members of Netherworld Killer didn't come. Could it be that we informed them of the wrong time yesterday? An old man frowned slightly. The time isn't wrong. Come. Let's go to Lianshang Island and take a look. Another old man's face darkened as he pointed in a direction. The strange black bird that he was sitting on immediately flew over. An old man beside him also followed closely behind. When they arrived above Lianshang Island, their gazes swept downwards. Everything was as usual. There were some pedestrians on the street. Something's not right. The old man swept his gaze over and discovered that the weapon shops and medicinal pill shops were all closed. This is bad. Lord Mo Qian and the others have been killed. Right at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded from the middle of the island. What? The expressions of the two old men changed drastically. Their bodies moved and they flew directly towards the medicinal garden. When they saw the 5 old men lying in the room, their faces revealed an embarrassed expression. A fatal blow. With their strength, how could they be killed in one blow? Unless it's someone they are familiar with, they would have a chance. An old man saw the wounds on the corpses on the ground and the puppet lying on the side. There was no sign of struggle or battle at all. He analyzed with an embarrassed expression. He turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man with a fierce gaze. Lord Oracle, it's not me. I want to enter the herb garden to tidy up the spiritual herbs. But without Lord Mo Qian's permission, I have no right to enter. After shouting for a long time without an answer, I knocked on the door. In the end, the door was directly opened and I saw. The middle-aged man said with a face full of fear, his face full of sweat. When the 2 elders saw the middle-aged man's expression, they had already made a judgment in their hearts. Under the circumstances where the immortal god had decreed that killing was prohibited, no one dared to offend the dignity of the immortal god. Let's go to the herb garden and take a look. An elder's heart moved, and he flew directly to the sky above the herb garden. When he saw the empty herb garden inside, his expression immediately became unsightly. Someone actually came to snatch the medicinal garden. How audacious, truly courting death. The old man's face was filled with anger as he shouted. Not good. Manager Wang of the 1,000 Tool Workshop has been killed. Right at this moment, a terrified voice suddenly came from the street not far away. The old man's expression changed. Only now did he remember that all the members of Netherkill had not arrived. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. Let's go. The 2 old men moved and flew directly towards the street. Who is it? Who killed my father? Suddenly, another furious voice sounded, causing the two old men's expressions to instantly become ugly. Let's go to the shop to take a look first. The two old men exchanged a glance and immediately went to the sky above the shop. The people passing by below looked inside with astonished expressions. The two old men directly entered the shop and saw an old man lying on the ground with a child puppet beside him. All the spiritual artifacts in the shop had disappeared. Don't touch the corpse. Don't go in. The two old men swept their surroundings with grim expressions. Then, their bodies moved and flew toward the location of the voice. In a luxurious courtyard, a middle-aged man was hugging his father's corpse with a face full of grief and indignation. Brother Chin. The two old men were slightly shocked. They knew the person who died. He was a famous expert of the Jade Hand Immortal sect. In the entire Yuding, he was also a super expert that could be ranked in the top 5 below Immortal God. His strength had already reached the half-step Immortal God realm. However, at this moment, the spot between his brows was directly penetrated. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. There were still no signs of a fight in the surroundings. A single fatal move. In the entire Yuding, who has the strength to kill Brother Chin with a single move? Other than the Immortal God realm, who else? An old man said with an embarrassed expression. Brother Chin has just become one of the vice leaders of Netherkill and then someone. As another old man spoke, he suddenly felt a little terrified. Not good. Something big might have happened. The old man's expression changed drastically. His body moved and he directly flew toward a courtyard not far away. That was also the residence of an expert from the Jade Hand Immortal sect. At the same time, it was also the future management of Netherkill Group. When he landed in the courtyard, he smelled the stench of blood. This caused his expression to change, and he directly entered the room. In the room, a corpse whose head had been crushed was lying there quietly. Not good, the sky might collapse. The old man's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his figure flew into the distance once more. Gu Duan, he's dead too? From behind, another old man flew over and asked with a sullen face. Yes, the sky might collapse. Let's go to the residences of the other Netherkill members. The old man's face was filled with fear as he flew towards the residences of the Netherkill members one by one. In the end, the sky really collapsed. He's dead. All the Netherkill members were killed. How is this possible? How is this possible? The old man's face was filled with disbelief and his body trembled slightly. There are so many experts, even half-step spirit realm experts. How can they be assassinated? This is Netherkill, the strongest 1,000 people in the world of Yuding. Unless an immortal god makes a move, otherwise. Another old man growled in a low voice. Go report to the immortal god. I'll go to the other 5 islands and take a look. The old man hurriedly said. All right. The two figures moved and flew away at the fastest speed. When the old man arrived at the other island, he discovered that the entire island had already fallen into chaos. The deaths of the experts were discovered one by one. Everyone's faces were filled with fear as they discussed in the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 6 figures flew over from the sky. 2 demonic young men, a strange youth, 2 old men, and a bewitching woman. The 6 of them stood in the sky above the island, their expressions extremely unsightly. Netherkill members, there are still alive. The devilish middle-aged man with snow-white arms shouted in a low voice with a gloomy face. His voice instantly spread across the 6 islands in the surrounding area. The disciples of the Jade Hand Immortal sect and Corpse Chief Dao on the island raised their heads to look at the 6 immortals in the sky with terrified expressions. But there are still alive. After more than 10 seconds, there was no reply. The demonic youth with snow-white arms growled with an ugly expression. Still, there was no reply. Dead, all dead? How is this possible? How is this possible? On the side, an immortal god old man was trembling, his eyes were blood-red as he growled. This was the strongest person in Yuding, the elites of the 2 immortal sects. They had the right to dominate the world in the future. In order to nurture these top people, they even used tens of millions of people as goo to create their strongest subordinates. Now they were all dead. Their 10-year plan was completely destroyed. Lord Immortal God. There are words left in the medicinal garden here. At this moment, an old man in blood-red clothes said in fear. In the sky, the figures of the 6 immortal gods instantly disappeared and appeared on the medicinal garden in the middle of the island. At this moment, there were no more spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. A line of words was written on the ground. Snow Demon Blood Arrow, we have returned for revenge. We want to destroy your immortal sect. The line of words was clearly engraved on the ground. Seeing the words on the ground, the 2 demonic middle-aged men instantly revealed furious expressions. Snow Demon Blood Arrow? Who have you provoked? The woman next to them stared at the words on it with an unsightly expression as she asked in a low voice. The other 3 immortal gods also stared at the 2 with flickering eyes. Sect leader, all the members of Netherkill were killed in one blow. Regardless of whether they were at the dance stage or the half-step immortal god stage, they were all killed in one blow. Some had their heads crushed, some had their vitals pierced through by sharp swords, and some were stabbed to death by dagger-like weapons. An elder beside him reported in a deep voice, at least 2 immortal god experts and a group of infant stage experts attacked. Damn it! The snow demon's body emitted a dense black murderous aura, and its blood-red eyes shot out a terrifying light. We haven't left the Dingyu world for hundreds of years. The only immortal gods we've offended are the 3 immortal gods from half a month ago. However, one of them is already dead. The other 2 must have come to avenge them. The demonic chi on Xue Jian's body surged and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone in the surroundings lay on the ground in terror, not daring to move. He actually dared to barge into the Dingyu world and kill our subordinates. I want to kill him. I want to skin him and strip him of his bones. I want to make him a slave, so that he will never be able to rise again. The snow demon raised its head and its snow-white arms slowly turned black. Snow Demon Blood Arrow, just who did you provoke? You actually let the other party kill their way into our world. The devilish youth stared at them coldly, letting out a somewhat aged voice. There are 3 immortal god-level sea creatures in the real world, and only 2 of them are alive. Blood Arrow replied coldly. Sea creatures? It was the time you were injured half a month ago. The bewitching woman coldly snorted and asked them. They dare to enter our world, kill my subordinates, and destroy our plans for more than 10 years. Don't even think about getting out. The snow demon roared furiously and didn't answer the woman's question. They left their words here and want to destroy our immortal sect. They definitely haven't left our world yet. The devilish youth's eyes flickered. Our losses are so great now. If we can't capture those 2 immortal gods, our 10-year plan will be destroyed in an instant. Wind Devil, Wind Fiend immediately head to the weakest part of the array formation. If they want to leave, they can only do so from there. Get everyone from the immortal sect to dig 3 feet into the ground and find them for me. I want them to enjoy all the torture in the human world. The eyes of the snow demon were filled with madness and killing intent. All right. The 2 elders nodded. The other party is an immortal god. A disciple at the core realm won't be able to find them. We'll go look for them personally. Once we find them, we'll immediately notify them. The 6 immortals immediately flew around, 2 of them guarding the weakest part of the array to prevent them from escaping. The snow demon Blood Arrow, the devilish youth, and the bewitching woman all flew in one direction. Below them, more than 1 million people from the 6 islands began to search. More than 1,000 of Netherkill's members were killed in one night. It's too terrifying. That's more than 1,000 of the most powerful people in our Dingyu world. Every one of them is an expert with rich combat experience. Every one of them has killed more than 1,000 enemies. Now that Dingyu is about to appear in the world, more than 1,000 of the most powerful people in our world have been killed. After the world appears, our Dingyu world is probably going to decline. That's right. I heard that the immortals from the real world came to our world to take revenge. Immortals, please let us look for the immortals. If they hide, we won't be able to find them. If we find them, it will be our death. Everyone from the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao felt a chill in their hearts. If they were asked to look for the murderer of the experts from Yuding World, even if they found him, the consequences would be obvious. However, if they didn't look for him, the immortal gods in the Immortal Sect wouldn't let them off either. Over 1 million people began to search the 6 islands. At the same time, the snow demon, blood arrow, the demonic youth, and the bewitching woman were also looking at the islands in the sky, using their powerful energy to sense them. The torrential rain was still falling, making their search a little more difficult. The four people's expressions were extremely ugly, but it was impossible for them not to continue their search. The murderer was still in their world. If they were allowed to assassinate him, it might not be long before the two Immortal sect disciples were all killed. An Immortal God-level expert would lower his status to kill a core-stage disciple. It was simply a wave of his hand that annihilated a large number of them. The Snow Demon and Blood Arrow are really troublemakers. They've ruined the future of the entire Immortal sect. If we still can't catch those two Immortal gods, the losses would be too great. The devilish youth swept his gaze downwards with a gloomy expression. With a flick of his finger, 3 puppets appeared in front of him. 2 old men and a young girl. Their faces were incomparably pale. Their bodies were covered in white fur and their eyes were blood red. Search for them. As long as there's someone sent, report immediately. The devilish youth ordered the 3 puppets. It's master. They spoke emotionlessly. They sniffed slightly and entered the ocean. In the other direction, the black strange birds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth emitted quacking sounds. Under the control of the devilish woman, they entered the ocean directly. They're here. At the same time, at the bottom of the ocean, a devilish person sent a message. A hint of a smile flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. An immortal god is here. Get ready. Wang Xian held a jade plate in his hand. This was an array formation. Concealment array formation, level 1. A level 1 array formation. Back in the Yongchang world, when the experts from the spirit tools and elixir shops came to assassinate him, they used the concealment array formation to cover the entire sky. In the space of the concealment array formation, the sound of the battle would be completely concealed. However, this concealment formation was a grade 1 formation after all. Furthermore, it was not a trapping formation or a killing formation. Immortals could easily get out of the formation. However, this was sufficient. Wang Xian placed the jade plate of the concealment formation in the hands of the 4 infant-stage strange demons. He instructed them to activate it in the surroundings at any time. The torrential rain fell on the surface of the sea with a series of sounds. The 3 puppets were in the middle of the sea, searching the bottom of the sea. The devilish young man in the sky was staring downwards with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. The other party had 2 immortals. Although they could not kill him in an instant, they might be severely injured by a sneak attack. Being vigilant, he would not put himself in any danger. The first one is really vigilant. The figure of a devilish young man appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. He narrowed his eyes slightly. After calculating the direction of the devilish young man's movement, Wang Xian immediately gestured to the surrounding devilish demons. The 4 nascent soul-stage devilish demons brought along the concealment formation and slowly swam up to the surface of the sea. Their speed was very slow and they occupied 4 positions. With the 4 devilish demons' movement, even Wang Xian could not see or sense their existence. In the sky, the demonic young man slowly looked at the flying figures in front of him. His gaze was also scanning the surroundings. Now, when the 3 puppets were only 2,000 meters away from Wang Xian and the rest, Wang Xian had a thought. At the same time, he gave an order to Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, and the 4 strange demons. Boom! In an instant, they burst out with a terrifying speed and attacked the demonic young man in the sky. Ha! The devilish young man instantly looked in the direction of Wang Xian and the rest. His expression changed slightly. We've discovered them. Come quickly! He let out a wild roar. This sound would definitely be able to spread throughout the entire Yuding world. Buzz. However, at this instant, he felt that his voice was blocked by an energy. Formation. The devilish young man's expression changed slightly. Die! At this moment, Wang Xian let out a cold shout from below. 5 spiritual swords stabbed towards the demonic young man. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Ao Jian's longsword and Ao Qitian's ocean-pacifying divine needle also attacked the demonic young man directly. 3 immortals. The demonic young man's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his arm, a puppet clad in grade 13 metal appeared in front of him. The puppet met Wang Xian and the other 2 directly. Eat my stick! Aochitian shouted excitedly. The ocean-pacifying divine needle in his hand suddenly became 10 meters long and half a meter thick. Boom! A terrifying force landed on the puppet, causing it to fall down instantly. The devilish young man's expression did not change. 2 blood-red daggers were thrown directly at Wang Xian and Ao Jian. The daggers collided with Wang Xian and Ao Jian's spiritual swords. You actually ambushed me? Do you think I'm so easy to ambush? HMPH, 3 immortals dare to barge into the Ding of You world and assassinate our underlings. We will bury you here forever. The devilish young man waved his arm. Instantly, the entire concealment formation was filled with demonic aura. Just you wait. The devilish young man let out a sinister voice and fled outside at a terrifying speed. Poochie. Just as he turned to flee, a terrifying snow-white arm suddenly appeared. A sharp claw directly pierced through the devilish youth's chest. With a pull of the long arm, a large chunk of flesh was instantly grabbed out. What? No, there's actually... In an instant, the devilish youth revealed a terrified expression. Beside him, a terrifying immortal killer appeared out of thin air. Just now, he actually didn't discover the other party's existence. This made him feel somewhat incredulous. He was an immortal god-level expert and his specialty was assassination. An assassination king was assassinated. Just now, their attack was a feint. The real assassination was here. The bewitching youth's eyes were filled with despair. Yuding world, the first immortal god had fallen. Bang! The body of the devilish young man fell into the sea and landed at the bottom of the sea. Wang Xian moved his body and entered the sea. The surrounding monsters disappeared and Ao Chitian and Ao Jian followed closely into the sea. It's a pity that it's not one of the 2 devilish middle-aged men. Wang Xian stood at the bottom of the sea and looked at the body. He was slightly disappointed. However, there's no rush. With Ao Yao Yao around, the ambush and assassination can be almost 100% successful, even if the opponent is a middle-level immortal. Wang Xian waved his arm and the interspatial ring in the devilish young man's hand flew into his hand. There are really a lot of treasures. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. There were a total of 3 blood-red daggers. Including the 2 that were thrown out just now, there were a total of 5 daggers. All 5 of them were grade 13 daggers and were extremely sharp. After the collision with their spirit swords, a gap appeared on his 5 spirit swords. Apart from the 5 grade 13 daggers, there were also many metal materials. All of them were grade 13. There were very few elixirs and the like. There were only some healing spiritual herbs. In this world, it was obvious that there were more materials for spirit tools while various types of spiritual herbs were rarer. There were not even a single medicinal pill. There were no alchemists in this world. Let's go. Let's change positions. Wang Xian kept the corpse into his interspatial ring and said to Ao Jian and Ao Chitian. Yes. Ao Jian and Ao Chitian nodded. I'm afraid that they will know about the disappearance of the demonic young man very soon. I don't know when that time comes. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. The disappearance of an immortal god would definitely cause them to feel fear. After all, it was better to lose an immortal god than to lose 1,000 infant stage warriors. They should be moving together next. It will be troublesome to assassinate them again. Let's kill another one before they discover us. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. Time is of the essence. The most obvious spot is on the left. There is an immortal god among the black birds in the sky. It's a pity that it's not the 2 demonic middle-aged men. However, it's too much of a waste of time to search for the 2 demonic middle-aged men. Moreover, accidents might happen. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He moved his body and flew towards the left. He stopped when he was 10 kilometers away from the immortal. The senses of an immortal were extremely terrifying. They could sense any unusual movements within a 10-kilometer radius unless they had concealed themselves beforehand. However, there were more than 10,000 blackbirds in the sky. The probability of being discovered was rather high. Set up an ambush at the place that she is searched. With the vigilance of the people in the Dingyu world, they will definitely choose the safest route to return after learning that the demonic young man was killed. The route that she took just now is definitely the safest route in her eyes. Set up an ambush when she returns. Although there is only a 50% chance, we can give it a try. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the area that the demonic woman passed by in the sky. He slowly came to the bottom of the sea and waited quietly. He waited for the woman to return. He wasn't sure if the woman would take this path, but he could only take a gamble. The Ding of You world wasn't very big. With the speed of an immortal god, once he was discovered, it would take less than a minute for all the immortal gods to rush over. Within a minute, Wang Xian was confident that he could assassinate one immortal god, but he would definitely be targeted by the other 4 immortal gods. Currently, with the strength of the 2 middle-aged men, even if it was 4 against 4, they did not have the slightest chance of winning. The 2 middle-aged men were gods. Ao Jian and Ao Qitian had to join forces to barely be able to fight against them. It was obvious that Ao Yao could not deal with 2 of them. In a 4-on-4 situation, they might be killed. He could not take the risk. He would only take action when he was fully prepared. All of you, be prepared in the surroundings. Once you enter our range, activate the formation. If you are a little far away from us, give up. Wang Xian reminded the surrounding strange demons. It's the Dragon King. The 4 strange demons holding the formation jade disc nodded. They came to the surface of the sea and waited quietly. It's too difficult to kill an immortal-level existence. Wang Xian sighed slightly. He stood in the middle of the sea and calmed his mind. Time passed slowly. The immortals from all directions were searching carefully. The range of their search was very wide and fast. With the puppets and the strange blackbirds, they could search an area of nearly 20 kilometers in one go. You can find any clues. 2 hours later, a voice suddenly came from the north. The voice echoed throughout the entire Yuding world. No! No! A cold and charming voice sounded. They frowned and scanned their surroundings. The Yuding world was not big, but it was not small either. Even if they were immortals and gods, it would be difficult for them to search every corner. Young demon, what about you? At this moment, at the northern end of the world of the Cauldron of You, Blood Arrow heard that there was no response from young demon. He frowned and shouted again. His voice sounded once again in the entire world of the Cauldron of You. The snow demon and the bewitching woman also raised their brows. Their eyes flickered as they stood on the spot. Young demon. After more than 10 seconds, there was still no reply. This made Blood Arrow slightly stunned. He growled in a deep voice and shouted again. Not good. Let's return to the island and gather. There was still no reply. The snow demon's expression changed as she shouted loudly. Go! The bewitching woman also felt her scalp go numb. The young demon had actually lost contact and lost contact. The result was very likely that he had been killed. That old pervert, the young demon, is even stronger than me. The bewitching woman's eyes flickered as her eyes were filled with vigilance. Her figure moved and she returned to her original path at a terrifying speed. She didn't even bring along the strange black cries around her. Boom! Boom! She waved her arm and the human skull staff appeared in her hand. The demonic aura around her body condensed into a powerful defense. With her vigilance, she didn't step into the area that she hadn't searched earlier. Instead, she returned to her original path. She's here. When Wang Xian heard the voice, he held his breath. When he saw the woman who was full of vigilance and had even set up a defense around him, a glint flashed across his eyes. She's really vigilant. However, it's also because of your vigilance that she took your life. Wang Xian looked at the woman who was flying over quietly and shouted softly, Do it! Buzz! In an instant, the woman's figure appeared above them. At this instant, the concealment formation was activated. Wang Xian and Ao Jian and Ao Qitian attacked at the same time. Everything happened in an instant. The terrifying attacks of the 3 of them caused the expression of the woman in the sky to change drastically. Oh no, they are lying in wait for me. Hurry over. Oh no, they are lying in wait for me. Hurry over. The bewitching woman let out a sharp voice and shouted angrily. It's too late. Wang Xian revealed a cold expression. The attacks of the 3 of them arrived in an instant. You guys! The bewitching woman felt that her voice was blocked by a layer of energy. Her expression was extremely ferocious. She waved her arm and the human skull staff in her hand was swung forward. Evil ghosts devour gods. Hiss! 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 One by one, the evil-looking human skull staff emitted ferocious ghost shadows. The terrifying energy attacked Wang Xian and the rest. Boom! Wang Xian's spiritual sword dispersed the ghost shadows formed by the demonic aura. The ocean-pacifying divine needle and Ao Qitian's sword attacked the woman. Ah! A ferocious look appeared on the evil-looking woman's face. She resisted the attacks of Ao Jian and Ao Qitian. She spat out blood instantly and fled into the distance. Can you escape? Wang Xian's expression did not change. 5 spiritual swords charged towards the demonic woman in an instant. Ao Jian waved his arm and golden silent longswords appeared in front of the demonic woman. Boom! Ao Qitian held a terrifying ocean-pacifying needle that was 200 meters in size and smashed it towards the demonic woman. The attacks caused the demonic woman's expression to change drastically. Her eyes revealed a look of panic. Young demon was killed by you guys? She let out a shrill scream. The human skull staff in her hand spun rapidly around him. The demonic aura on her body formed numerous devil gates to defend herself. The longer she stayed here, the lower her chances of survival would be. Boom! The demonic woman forcefully withstood Wang Xian and Ao Jian's attack. Under Ao Qitian's attack, her entire arm was deformed. Her entire body was extremely miserable. Buzz! However, the bewitching lady's eyes were filled with intense excitement. She rushed out of the formation and escaped. Save! She raised her head. Her eyes were filled with madness as she opened her mouth to cry out for help. PFFT. At this moment, despair appeared on her face. No wonder, no wonder. The bewitching lady widened her eyes and stared at the strange demon beside her. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Bang! The bewitching lady fell toward the bottom of the sea. Wang Xian waved his arm and made her fall onto the surface of the sea. Then he kept her interspatial ring. Wang Xian stood on the surface of the sea with a smile on his face. There are already 2 of them. I'm afraid they are already panicking. Dragon King. It might be a little difficult to assassinate them next. Ao Jian said with a slightly solemn tone. There's no rush. We'll wait here. I don't believe that they will never act alone. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Even if they really gather together, we'll wait until Yuding appears and Prime Minister Gui is added. If there are sufficient resources, another immortal god will appear in the Dragon Palace, and we can attack them directly. Snow Demon and Blood Arrow were the leaders of the 2 immortal sections. The other immortal gods were weaker than them. Furthermore, according to the information he obtained, in the 10 years when tens of millions of people were raising Gu, 2 old men were the ones who advanced to become immortal gods. Clearly, those 2 old men were only inferior immortals. If there were 6 immortal gods, Wang Xian could attack them directly and kill them directly. Let's play with them slowly, Wang Xian said with a cold gaze. So what if they were immortals? Even if they were high and mighty and controlled the lives of tens of millions of people. However, if they provoked him, they would have to pay a heavy price and pay with their lives. Go to the island and find a place to hide. Now! They definitely won't dare to search anymore. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He moved his body and flew toward an island. At this moment, everyone was standing at the location of the 6 islands. Above one of the islands, the Snow Demon and Blood Arrow were standing in the air. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. Huff! Huff! At this moment, the silhouettes of 2 old men appeared. Their faces were filled with shock. Something happened to young demon? It's possible. Snow Demon's face was gloomy. His entire body was shrouded in demonic chi. Only his blood-red eyes were filled with a brutal expression. If it were 2 lower-level immortal gods, it would be impossible to kill young demon. Unless there are 3 of them. Furthermore, we didn't sense any energy from the fight. They might have used a method to block us. An old man said with a gloomy face and flickering eyes. They only dare to launch a sneak attack. They must be weaker than us. The 5 of us will search together and search from the weakest part of the array to the inside. As long as they are still here, we will definitely be able to find them. Blood Arrow held a blood-red demonic longbow in his hand. Even if we have to turn the world of the Cauldron of You upside down, we must kill them all. The two elders fell silent for a moment. The killing intent in the snow demon's body seemed to be corporeal, making people feel extremely cold. Why isn't Hong Ying here yet? Blood Arrow suddenly widened his eyes and looked in the direction where the demonic woman was searching. The expressions of the few people changed drastically as they fixed their gazes on her. A trace of fear flashed through their eyes. Hong Ying! An elder shouted in a deep voice. His voice resounded throughout the entire world of the Cauldron of You. No one responded. There was no sound. Who? The two elders' breathing was heavy. They were originally the weakest of the six. Now that Hong Ying and the young demon, who were stronger than them, had disappeared, it was obvious what would happen to them if they were the ones who were attacked. A faint sense of panic surged into their hearts. The two elders exchanged a glance and looked at Snow Demon and Blood Arrow. What should we do now? What should we do? Snow Demon and Blood Arrow trembled slightly. Young Demon was dead, and Hong Ying had been killed without anyone knowing. Should they search for the unknown powerful enemy? What if the enemy was ambushing them? The two of them did not dare to take the risk. But if they did not find the enemy, wouldn't they have to live in fear in the future? As immortals and gods, as rulers who controlled a small world, they had never encountered such a thing. Assassination. Thinking about how they were best at assassination, they felt that it was a great irony. Don't let me know who you are. Don't let me know where you are. The snow demon clenched its arms tightly, and its snow-white arms emitted crisp sounds. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. Let's go back and think of a way to deal with them for the time being. Blood Arrow slightly narrowed his eyes and said to them. The two old men nodded in agreement. At this time, forget about continuing to search. It was already good enough that they were not assassinated. A special light flashed in the eyes of the two old men as they flew toward their island. The snow demon and the blood arrow turned into a demonic shadow and disappeared. Below, the people on the island, the disciples of the Jade Hand Immortal sect and Corpse Chief Dao, watched this scene in shock. Their immortal gods had fallen, and there were two of them. Two immortal gods have fallen. Now, even Lord Snow Demon and the others have returned to the island in fear. The enemy is simply too terrifying. In just half a day, two immortal gods have fallen. In addition to the elite disciples of our two great immortal sects, the sky of Yuding is about to change. At most, our world will appear in a month. When that time comes, I'm afraid. What kind of terrifying existences are our enemies? Will they come and slaughter us? On the island, the people from Yuding world were conversing with a solemn expression. Not far away, Wang Xian was listening to their conversation with a smile on his face. He walked into a restaurant and ordered some food on the second floor. The food in the restaurant was placed on the table slowly. The entire island was in a state of panic. The death of two immortal gods was much more shocking than the 1,000 strongest experts in Yuding world in the morning. The immortal gods were the masters of this world. Now, two of them had been killed in just half a day. They were afraid that if the other party attacked them, they could only wait for death. Get the strange demon to monitor the two islands at all times. Once they come out, report immediately. Wang Xian drank his wine and spoke to Ao Yao, who was invisible. It's the Dragon King. A voice came from the void. According to the time, the Ding of You will appear in about 10 days. Wang Xian had a contemplative look on his face. With the corpses of two immortals and a large batch of spiritual herbs in the interspatial ring, we should be able to nurture an immortal god. As long as the Ding of You appears, we will attack. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he drank the wine in his cup gently. At night, the 6 islands in the world of the Ding of You were brightly lit. It was not as quiet as a few days ago. Some people gathered together in panic. Wang Xian and the rest stayed in a remote courtyard. Herbs were placed around them. There were more than 50 types of grade 6 spiritual herbs which could be used to refine one type of elixir. Wang Xian refined all of them into elixirs. The rest of the grade 4 and grade 5 spiritual herbs were also refined into elixirs. Perhaps the most dangerous place was the safest place. Wang Xian stayed on the island for 2 to 3 days without anyone noticing. Among them, there was also the reason why the strongest person on the island was an expert at the elixir realm. The snow demon Blood Arrow and the other two old immortals had not come out ever since they entered his island. Wang Xian was not in a hurry. He took out the myriad refining table and began to forge spirit tools. Currently, he had the most materials in his hands. Level 12 spirit tools were made in batches. Boom! Boom! Finally, 15 days later, Wang Xian felt the entire world shake. Sounds of exclamations could be heard from his surroundings. He moved and arrived outside. The world has appeared. The cauldron of you in our world has disappeared. Our world is now connected to the real world. The sky has changed. What action will we take next? There was no notice from the great immortal. Ever since he entered the island half a month ago, he has not come out. Everyone in the Ding Yu world felt the changes in the world. They were all discussing in shock. Aojian, go and call Prime Minister Gui over. Bring the other two immortal god corpses back to the dragon pool, and let the boss of the nine-headed Hui absorb them before bringing them back. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said to Aojian, "It's the Dragon King." Aojian nodded his head. His body moved and he flew towards the Dragon Palace at a terrifying speed. Now that the world of the Yu Cauldron had appeared, the disappearance of the array formation meant that from today onwards, the world of the Yu Cauldron would also disappear. He could arrive at the Dragon Palace directly from here. The Yu Cauldron has appeared. Why isn't it coming out? Wang Xian looked at the island where the four immortals were located. However, at this moment on two islands with a 100-meter mountain peak. On one of the islands, the snow demon, Blood Arrow, and two elders were sitting in a large hall. There were only the four of them in the entire hall. It was extremely spacious. The four of them sat there gloomily. The two elders looked at the snow demon and Blood Arrow. Now that Yu Ding has appeared, are we not going out? It's been half a month. The assassins might have already left. Close the island. The snow demon sat there without any expression on his face. He raised his head and looked at the two old men. Now that we've appeared, we don't have the capital to fight for hegemony in the martial world. We'll close the island for 10 years and use 10 years to create a group of powerful subordinates. There's no point in Yu Ding appearing. The Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao don't have the strength to fight against the 9 cauldrons. We'll just close the island for 10 years and nurture another group of experts. Blood Arrow's blood-red eyes also had a trace of madness. The two old men's pupils shrunk when they heard their words, their bodies turning numb. In the past 10 years of nurturing Jiu, although they had broken through to the immortal god realm, their experiences during those 10 years still made them feel terrified when they recalled it. The bloodshed and slaughter were happening every day. Right now, there are only 2 million people. Even after 10 years, we cannot nurture the experts of the past. The two old men said in a deep voice, "The star guiding disc can be opened for the last time. With the star guiding disc, in addition to 10 years, it's enough." The corner of the snow demon's mouth revealed a cold expression. Who knows, with the star guiding disc, we might be able to nurture 1 or 2 immortals. Star guiding disc? The two old men's hearts trembled slightly. They nodded heavily, and their eyes flashed with fervor. The star guiding disc was a supreme treasure that the Jade Hand Immortal Sect, Corpse Chief Dao, and the Upper 9 Immortal Sects had obtained together. It was also because of this treasure that the 3 of them were able to become immortal sects. It was also because of this treasure that the Jade Hand Immortal Sect's Corpse Chief Dao destroyed the Upper 9 Immortal Sects. The opening of the star guiding disc could set up a starry sky. Cultivating under the starry sky would allow one to cultivate at a speed more than 10 times that of the Yu Cauldron. In the past, the star guiding disc would only be used to nurture disciples when the immortal sect was in trouble. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the enemies hidden in the darkness will make a move to destroy it. An old man said with a slightly grave expression. What I want is for them to make a move to destroy it. A ferocious expression appeared on the snow demon's face. They haven't dared to show themselves for a long time. It must be because their strength is inferior to ours. Otherwise, they would have already attacked us. With the star guiding disc, it's fine if they don't show themselves. But if they do, it's exactly what I want. When the time comes, even if they are heavily injured, I will still kill them. The star attraction disc is not only to train their subordinates, but also to lure them out. Such a powerful true treasure, they will not give up. A smile appeared on Blood Arrow's face. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everything was under their control. Then I will announce it. If they are still here, they will definitely be tempted. We just need to wait quietly. The eyes of the 2 old men flashed with a glint. The Star Usher was also a very powerful true treasure to them. Have you heard? The Immortal God has announced that our Yuding world will temporarily close the island and not come out. His Excellency will take out the Star Guide disc and let us cultivate. The Star Guide disc is a cultivation treasure. Really? He really wants us to cultivate under the Star Guide disc. It's said that the Star Guide disc is a cultivation treasure. Can form its own starry sky. Cultivating under the starry sky is more than 10 times that of the outside world. It seems that the Star Guide disc can only be opened for the last time. After this, the Star Guide disc will disappear. With the Star Guiding disc, we will be able to reach the peak of the Dan stage in a year's time at most. We might even be able to reach the infant stage. This time, there are too many experts in the Yuding world who have died. The Immortal has no choice but to take out his trump card. This is a huge opportunity for us. Wang Xian sat in a restaurant and listened to the excited conversations of the people around him. He knocked on the table gently. Star induction plate, what is this? A cultivation treasure. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Is this a bait or? Wang Xian revealed a contemplative look on his face. However, he smiled immediately after. Regardless of whether he was a bait or not, he would be able to break the 10,000 arts by then. Is it here? At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a familiar aura. His body moved and he disappeared from the restaurant. Dragon King. When he arrived at the courtyard, Wang Xian saw Prime Minister Gue and Aoqi. They greeted him respectfully. Yes. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them. How is the situation in the Dragon Palace? Dragon King, everything is progressing in an orderly manner. The spiritual energy waterfall has allowed many of the aquatic species in the Dragon Palace to step onto the path of cultivation. In addition, 6 more spiritual energy waterfalls have appeared in the Wuxia region. I have already placed your blood essence into the dragon vein. Miss Tang Yinxian has awakened. She has become the Princess Dolphin in name. The dolphins have all awakened their wisdom under the spiritual energy waterfalls. Furthermore, their potential is very strong. In the end, the eldest princess and the Dragon Queen hope that you can return as soon as possible. Prime Minister Gui reported to Wang Xian. Why is Aoqi here? Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at the leader of the strange prawns and asked with some doubt. Dragon King, the 9-headed Hui has experienced the baptism of the spiritual energy waterfall and is currently making a breakthrough. According to them, they will be able to make a breakthrough in 3 years at most, or at least 2 years. Prime Minister Gui explained, that's why I allowed Aoqi to absorb the energy of the 2 immortals in the Dragon Pond. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. Ao Yao. Get someone to check if the star steering wheel is a trap or if it's real. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yu nodded and disappeared. He's about to make a breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at Aoqi and smiled as he felt the violent lightning energy in his body. Yes, Dragon King. There's still a little bit left. The leader of the 3-meter-long strange prawns had a respectful expression on his face. Let me help you. Wang Xian waved his arm and a surge of dense dragon energy entered Aoqi's body directly. Crack. Crack. In an instant, a terrifying lightning energy was transmitted from Aoqi's body. Prime Minister Gue waved his arm and the earth-like energy covered the surroundings. Lightning kept brewing in Aoqi's body. Especially where his 2 huge arms were, dazzling lightning was flowing on his arms. His 2 arms started to undergo huge changes. One of them became like a spear, while the other looked like a hammer, an extremely sturdy hammer fist. Crack. Crack. His tail slowly split apart from the black shrimp line, forming 2 strange feet. This foot also looked like a hammer. The shell on his body slowly covered his chest, and the shell on his back turned into something that looked like wings. But it looked more like a windbreaker. Aoqi's head was pointed and his eyes were flashing with lightning. It was very strange, but his appearance was very sharp. He had an inexplicable sense of dominance. Thank you, Dragon King. Aochi stood up slowly. His body was about 2 meters tall. Following that, he immediately knelt on the ground and placed his hammer-like right hand on the ground. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. Aochi's body was very domineering. His right hand was a hammer, his left hand was a spear, and his feet were like hammers. Behind him was a lightning shell that looked like a windbreaker. From his appearance, one could tell that Aochi's strength was not weak. At least, he was much stronger than the thunder god in the movie. Wang Xian smiled. 10 minutes later, Ao Yao's figure appeared beside him. Dragon King, we have already investigated the matter regarding the star-guiding disc. The Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Path do indeed have such a precious treasure like the star-guiding disc. This afternoon, the 4 immortals will open the star-guiding disc around their island and open up a space for everyone in Dingyu to cultivate. Ao Yao reported. This star-guiding disc can allow more than 2 million people to cultivate in it at the same time? Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise. It is said that the star-guiding disc has a radius of 5 kilometers. There are less than 2 million people in it. However, it can last for a year. Ao Yao said, is there really such a precious treasure? In a year's time, the spiritual energy contained in it is more than 10 times that of the outside world. It is only slightly inferior to the spiritual energy waterfall. However, the duration of the spiritual energy waterfall cannot be compared to it. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze across the 5 underlings beside him. Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, Prime Minister Gue, Ao Yao, and Ao Qi were the underlings of the 5 immortals. Including him, the 4 immortals could fight. Regardless of whether this is a conspiracy or not, all of you must die. Wang Xian looked at the island where they lived and his face revealed a cold glow. 3 hours passed very quickly. On the 6 islands, everyone from the 2 immortal sects was rushing towards the Immortals' Island excitedly. Some of them took ships while others flew directly. There were more than 2 million people rushing over. Wang Xian and the rest walked at the back. Their eyes were sparkling as they looked ahead. I heard that only 100,000 people can cultivate together at a time. I wonder how the Immortal will arrange it. Even if I have to cultivate in there for a month, I feel like I can break through. 2 disciples of the Immortal sect came from the front with excited expressions. The Immortal God is coming out. The Immortal God is coming out. Just as they approached, they heard exclamations coming from the front. 4 tall figures stood in the void. 2 demonic middle-aged men were emitting terrifying demonic chi. The other 2 old men seemed to contain a terrifying ocean. The might of an immortal god spread out in all directions, causing everyone's faces to reveal reverence. 1 million people stood there motionlessly, looking up at their gods. Right at this moment, in the sky, the snow demon and blood arrow each took out a blue jade plate that was half a month long. Ka! Under everyone's gaze, the 2 blue crescent jade plates fused together. Boom! A crisp sound rang out. Not a single one of the 2 million people in the surroundings dared to speak, even their breathing was very weak. Everyone stared at the 2 blue jade plates in the hands of the immortal god. The moment the 2 crescent jade plates closed, a ray of blue light was directly emitted from within. The light expanded slowly and gradually surrounded an area of 5 kilometers. Gradually, a white aura appeared in this space. This is spiritual energy? What a rich spiritual energy. This star-guiding plate is real. A hint of heat flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he stared at the space of 5 kilometers. Today, we will open the star-guiding plate and help the disciples of the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao to cultivate. All the disciples, cultivate well. Blood Arrow slowly took a step forward. As he stood in the air, he swept his gaze across the surroundings and said while looking down, "Thank you, Lord Immortal God. Thank you for your grace." The disciples of the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao stared at the 4 immortal gods in the sky with burning eyes. They immediately knelt on the surface of the sea and on the ship and called out respectfully. More than 2 million people gathered together and knelt down at the same time. What kind of scene was this? It was extremely shocking. This was the dignity of an immortal god. A satisfied expression appeared on the faces of the four immortal gods, but soon after, their eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Snow Demon, Blood Arrow, and the two elders stared at the outermost position. Their 6 figures stood there. They did not kneel down. Instead, they raised their heads and stared at them with cold smiles. "You finally appeared? Damn you guys!" Blood Arrow's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. With a move of his arm, a blood-red longbow appeared in his hand. "It was you who killed Young Demon and Hong Ying. It was you who killed the members of my immortal sect." The blood-red light in the Snow Demon's eyes flickered crazily. The violent killing intent instantly filled the entire sky with demonic aura. Beside them, 2 old men were holding blue magic staffs in their hands. Their eyes were flickering as they stared at Wang Xian and the rest. The sudden murderous aura and terrifying power shocked the 2 million people who were kneeling down. Their bodies were instantly covered in cold sweat and their faces were filled with terror. "Snow Demon, Blood Arrow, do you still remember us?" Wang Xian stared at the Snow Demon and Blood Arrow in the sky with a smile on his face. Then he moved his body. Roar! Wang Xian's body instantly transformed into a terrifying divine dragon that was 13 meters long. With a roar, his voice reverberated within a radius of tens of kilometers. A pair of majestic eyes stared at them. Roar! Following that, Ao Qitian, who was beside him, also roared loudly. His body instantly transformed into about 8 meters. His entire body emitted a terrifying demonic aura as he stood beside Wang Xian. "We are here for revenge." Prime Minister Gui's eyes revealed a cold expression. His body moved slightly and a turtle shell appeared in his hand. He stared at them with a murderous aura. Clang! The sound of a sharp sword was heard. A dazzling golden glow instantly transformed the entire world into a golden peak world. A terrifying 10-meter-long sword appeared beside him. Crack! Crack! The terrifying power did not stop. The sound of thunder and lightning instantly exploded throughout the world. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck a strange 2-meter-tall creature in the sky. "You dare to hurt our Dragon King? Die! Die!" Ao Yao did not hide his body. His white, bright body stood in the void, flickering as if he could disappear at any time. Although his power was the smallest, it made everyone's hair stand on end, giving people a fatal feeling. The majestic divine dragon that gave off endless majesty. The chaotic demonic monkey that gave off monstrous demonic chi. The old man with the unfathomable turtle shell that could not be ignored. A golden sharp sword that seemed to be able to pierce through the void. A creature that controlled heavenly lightning and had terrifying lightning on its body. There was also a white demon that seemed to be able to escape into space at any time. 6 terrifying auras were staring at him coldly. They were filled with killing intent. "It's you, divine dragon. How is this possible? Are you still alive?" When the Snow Demon and Blood Arrow saw the 6 immortals that were emitting terrifying auras, their expressions changed drastically. They stared at Wang Xian intently. "Are you surprised? I told you that I will come for revenge. I will kill my way into your world." Wang Xian's gaze was cold as he swayed his majestic body. "All of you will die today." When he finished speaking, Ao Jian, Prime Minister Gui, and the rest flew to the surroundings in an instant and surrounded him. 6 immortals, 6 immortals. The Snow Demon and the Blood Arrow growled. 6 immortals want to kill us? Dream on. They had never expected that the enemy had 6 immortals. There were 6 of them. In particular, none of them were human. Each of them was exuding a wild and violent aura, especially the divine dragon in the middle. It was even more powerful than when they had launched a sneak attack not long ago. They had originally wanted to use the star attraction disc to lure them out and then kill them. In the end, just as they had hoped, the person was drawn out. However, it was actually the 6 damn immortal gods. In a battle, it was not certain who would win or lose. Hiss. Beside them, the 2 old men also sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes swept over the 6 strange-looking immortal gods with terrifying auras. Their eyes were filled with fear. The 2 of them exchanged a glance. An inexplicable luster flashed in their eyes. "We are enough to kill all of you." Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold expression as he slowly raised his dragon claw. Prime Minister Gue held the turtle shell in his hand tightly while Ao Yao disappeared into the void. Ao Qitian's sea-pacifying divine needle was held in his hand as it slowly grew longer. The crackling sound of thunder could be heard. Thunder rumbled in the sky from time to time. Kill! Kill the two immortal gods of my Yuding world. All the experts, even if you are seriously injured, I will kill all of you today. The snow demon's eyes were blood-red as it raised its head and roared. Its voice spread across hundreds of kilometers. Kill! I will make your corpses into my slaves and make you suffer for eternity. The blood arrow instantly drew the blood-red longbow. The battle between the 10 immortals was about to start. Wait, Sir Dragon God. At this moment, the voices of the two old men were heard. Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he stared at the two old men. The snow demon and the blood arrow stared at the two old men. The expressions of the two old men didn't change at all. They cupped their hands at Wang Xian and said, Sir Dragon God, we don't have any enmity with you. We don't want to participate in this. Wang Xian was completely stunned when he heard the old man's words. Don't want to get involved? Are you trying to stay out of this? Wind Demon, what are you guys talking about? The snow demon glared at the two old men with her blood-red eyes and roared furiously. Sect leader of the snow demon sect and sect leader of the blood arrow sect, you guys are the ones who provoked us. Young demon and Honging died because of you. We don't want to be your scapegoats. The two elders' faces were cold as they looked at Wang Xian. There was a hint of nervousness in their eyes as they waited for his reply. All right, you guys leave this place. Wang Xian laughed and stared at the snow demon and the blood arrow with a mocking expression. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Dragon God. The two old men cupped their hands at Wang Xian and walked out. Blood arrow snow demon, 10 years ago you raised Gu with tens of millions of people. Now you want to raise Gu with 2 million people. Cruel people like you deserve to die. The two old men walked out of Wang Xian's encirclement. They turned their heads with cold eyes and flew into the distance without any reluctance. We will not continue to accompany you in your madness. You two traitors. The snow demon and blood arrow looked at the two figures who flew away without any hesitation and roared with a ferocious expression. The two immortals on their side actually ran away. They fled right before the battle. Moreover, before they left, they even said that they deserved to die. This caused the snow demon and blood arrow to almost vomit blood. They stared at the rapidly disappearing figure with a ferocious and violent expression. Hee hee. Wang Xian let out a chuckle. It's just the two of you now. I'd like to see how the two of you are going to escape. The blood-red eyes of the snow demon and blood arrow stared at Wang Xian as their bodies trembled violently. The two of them were fighting against 6 immortal gods, although their strength had already reached the level of a god. However, the experts of the Dragon Palace immortal gods could not be described with common sense. Under normal circumstances, a god could suppress 4 inferior gods. However, it was already considered good that they could suppress 2 Dragon Palace immortals. 3 immortals could suppress or even kill them. Furthermore, Wang Xian's strength was comparable to a god. Now, I'm going to take your lives. This is the consequence of your sneak attack on us. Kill! Wang Xian roared. His divine dragon body moved and attacked the snow demon directly. Ao Qitian followed closely behind Wang Xian and attacked the snow demon. Prime Minister Gue, Ao Jian, and Ao Qi moved and instantly rushed towards the blood arrow. As for Ao Demon, he had already disappeared into the air. No one knew where he was. He would launch a fatal attack at the most suitable moment. Run! Run! We have to run. Lord Wind Demon and the others have escaped as well. Lord Snow Demon and Lord Blood Arrow are finished. We have to run away from here. We have to run away from the cauldron of you. We have to go somewhere else. We have to go to the Jianghu. Below, when the disciples of the Jade Hand Immortal Sect and Corpse Chief Dao saw the 2 old men leave, they were completely devastated. 6 immortals came to kill their sect leader of the Snow Demon Blood Arrow sect while the other 2 immortals ran away. The consequences of their sect leader's actions could be imagined. All the immortals of the Immortal sect were either dead or running away. All the experts of the Immortal sect were also killed. Why were they still here if they were not going to run away? In an instant, More than 2 million disciples of the Jade Hand Immortal sect and the Snow Demon Immortal sect were running away frantically like ants. Ah, even if I have to die, I will not let you have it easy. The Snow Demon's face revealed a violent expression. Her snow-white arms turned pitch-black instantly. She waved her arms, and terrifying demonic chi arms attacked Wang Xian like ghostly hands. Humph! Wang Xian waved his dragon claws. Water energy condensed into dragon claws, and thousands of dragon claws attacked instantly. Roar, take this! Ao Qitian's 10-meter-long ocean-pacifying divine needle smashed heavily at the Snow Demon. The Snow Demon's expression changed drastically, and he immediately felt a strong pressure. What made him even more terrified was that the snow-white demon had disappeared into the air and he did not know where it was. He had to guard against the sudden attack of the white demon. This made him afraid to release all of his power, and he vigilantly sensed his surroundings. Meanwhile, Blood Arrow, who was at the side, was even more terrified. He specialized in demonic arrows, and the demonic arrow in his hand had once pierced through an immortal god. It was incomparably terrifying. What made him terrified was whether it was the old man holding the turtle shell that easily blocked his demonic arrow, or that terrifying golden color that was sharp and golden, or that lightning creature that caused one's scalp to go numb. Piercing the heart, devouring the god, killing the immortal, Blood Arrow roared and pulled his arm. The blood-colored longbow in his hand instantly shot out 3 arrow feathers that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Lightning Spear, Ao Qi waved his left hand. His entire arm was instantly covered in lightning, emitting a terrifying explosion sound. The 3 lightning spears directly met the 3 black arrow feathers. Crack, 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 crack. The lightning spears directly pierced through the 3 arrow feathers. The pitch-black arrow feathers actually dimmed at a terrifying speed. In the end, although it didn't melt, the attack power on it couldn't even kill an infant-stage cultivator. Lightning Hammer. Ao Qi's lightning hammer pointed in the air, and bolts of lightning struck out. What powerful lightning control! Prime Minister Gue and Ao Jian revealed a trace of shock on their faces, and they didn't stop what they were doing. Under his control, the 100-meter-tall mountain directly flew into the air and smashed towards the blood arrow. Ao Jian's body moved for a moment. In an instant, numerous metal swords appeared around him. The metal swords were silent and extremely terrifying. In an instant, the blood arrow was suppressed everywhere. Water ripple of the great waterfall. Sea chaos. At this moment, Wang Xian and Ao Qitian's roars came from the side. The water of the great waterfall rippled and enveloped the area within a radius of 10 kilometers. The snow demon was instantly covered. However, the terrifying demonic aura supported the space of 1,000 meters. However, Ao Qitian was holding the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand, which was used to stabilize the sea. Similarly, there was another terrifying effect, which was the cholera of the seawater. With a wave of the ocean-pacifying needle, the water of the great waterfall rippled violently in one direction. In an instant, Wang Xian's great waterfall was actually able to work together with Ao Qitian. The ocean-pacifying needle attacked the snow demon. With the terrifying power of the seawater, it was as if the entire ocean was being brought down with it. In an instant, the terrifying power caused the snow demon to retreat a few thousand meters. It could not help but spit out blood. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the snow demon felt a great sense of terror. He dodged to the side in fear. Poochie! Huh? He actually managed to dodge his vital parts. Wang Xian looked over and was slightly stunned. However, he smiled immediately after. One of the snow demon's arms was severed. Scram! Die! The snow demon used all of his strength in grief and indignation and attacked the Ao demon. The white light pointed at the void, and the Ao Yao disappeared into thin air. The snow demon was stunned for a moment. It felt a sense of collapse and despair. Take this! Ao Qitian roared again. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw, and the water energy was attached to the ocean-pacifying divine needle. The energy of the entire waterfall was attached to it. A force that could make immortals tremble smashed towards the snow demon. The only remaining arm of the snow demon was placed in front of him, emitting a black light. Its eyes were filled with despair and fear. Boom! The terrifying power smashed down, and his body was smashed into the island at a terrifying speed, sinking into a depth of 100 meters. He widened his eyes, which were filled with regret. I'm not reconciled. If I had known, I would have killed all of you even if I was seriously injured. Mournful voices came from the sky above the island. They're dead, they're dead. Lord Snow Monster and Lord Blood Arrow are both dead. Under the siege of 6 immortal gods, the 2 lords cannot escape at all. The enemies they provoked are too terrifying. Let's leave as well. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. When the sorrowful and indignant voice resonated, the faces of the 2 million people who were escaping below were filled with fear. They turned around and took a glance before continuing to flee. Humph! Wuxia snorted coldly at them. With a wave of his arm, he threw the Snow Demon and Blood Arrow, the 2 celestials who were on the verge of death, onto the ground and stared at them coldly. Courting death. With a wave of his arm, 2 water swords pierced through his head. The 2 interspatial rings flew into Wuxia's hands. He opened them and looked at them with a satisfied expression on his face. The 2 interspatial rings were much bigger than the ones he had on his hands. There were many metal materials in the space with a radius of 2,000 meters. Apart from that, there were 4 to 5 grade 8 spiritual herbs. Grade 8 spiritual herbs were very useful to demigods. In addition, there were 6 grade 13 spiritual weapons in their interspatial rings. 2 spiritual swords with water energy, 3 staffs, and 1 armor. Jade Hand Immortal Sex Combat Technique, Corpse Chief Sex Combat Technique. Wuxia looked at the 2 pitch-black books and the combat techniques projection. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. These battle techniques could allow the demon monkey to train for a while. To the members of the Dragon Palace, they would be of great use. Put the 2 corpses away. This immortal god has treasures all over his body. A smile appeared on Wuxia's face. The level 13 materials were already more than 10 tons. Most of the treasures in the entire Dingyu world might be among the 2 of them. Wuxia raised his head and looked at the star guide disk in the sky. His body moved and came to the side of the star guide disk. Star guide disk. Extraordinaire. Function. Set up a training ground in the starry sky. Consumable item. Can be used 0 times. When Wuxia saw the information of the star guide disk, he was stunned. What's going on? The level has actually become extraordinaire. What is extraordinaire? Wuxia's face was filled with astonishment. Extraordinary. This was the first time he had heard of such a level. Extraordinary. Could it be the realm of immortals? Or, it's even higher than the realm of immortals? That's not right. With my current strength, I haven't even completed the first transformation of the Divine Dragon transformation. The level of immortals is merely the title of Earth's martial artists. In terms of the cultivation level in the universe, there might be another title. As for transcendence, it is very likely to be the title of the existence after the celestial being. Wuxia guessed in his heart. Currently, although his realm was called the celestial being, he knew that compared to the legendary immortal beings, they could not be called gods. The lifespan of the celestial beings on Earth was less than 500 years. Forget it, let's not think about it. This transcendence realm is obviously not the division of realms on Earth. Wuxia shook his head and stopped thinking about this distant problem. Search for any treasures in the mountain peak and take them all. Wuxia stretched out his hand and took the star guiding disc in his hand. The star guiding disc had already been activated. It would only dissipate automatically after it was used up. Dragon King, there are some spiritual herbs in the herb garden. I plan to take the entire herb garden with me. Other than the herb garden, we found a large number of corpses inside. Many of them were the corpses of infant stage powerhouses. They were used to refine puppets. These can be used as nutrients for the dragon pond. Prime Minister Gui's voice came from below. All right, take them all away. Let's go back. Wuxia held the star ushers and said to them, "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gui nodded. With a wave of his arm, a medicinal garden with a radius of 2 kilometers flew into the air and was supported by his earthy yellow energy. Let's go. The group of people moved and flew towards the Dragon Palace at a terrifying speed. At this point, the world of the Cauldron of You disappeared from the world as soon as it appeared. In the future, the martial arts world would become the legend of the world without the Cauldron of You. The Cauldron of You was destined to become the only world in the 9 cauldrons world where the immortal god was destroyed, top-notch experts were killed, and a group of immortal sect disciples escaped. A terrifying world expert had disappeared. What replaced it was the even more powerful Dragon Palace. Voila! When Wang Xian came to the surroundings of the Dragon Palace, he looked around with a face full of astonishment. Around him, a terrifying Kuan that was about 80 meters long was slowly wandering in the sky. Other than this terrifying Kuan, there were all kinds of aquatic creatures that were cultivating around the Dragon Palace. The turtles that were standing upright in the water had eyes that were filled with wisdom. They were holding a book in their hands as they explained to the surrounding aquatic creatures. Those aquatic creatures that had gained wisdom, especially those that looked like 5- or 6-year-old children, were respectfully listening to the teachings of these turtles. 1. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and discovered that the strength of many aquatic creatures had already reached the level of a martial artist of level 7 or 8. This surprised him slightly. Dragon King, the spiritual energy waterfall this time has greatly increased the strength of many aquatic creatures. It has also allowed more than 200 aquatic creatures to pass through the Dragon Gate. Prime Minister Gui looked at the situation around him and said to him with a smile, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head and entered the Dragon Palace. Some of the members of the Dragon Palace were learning some knowledge while others were cultivating. The entire Dragon Palace was in good order. Let's place the star-guiding disc at the top of the Dragon Palace first. The cultivation speed in the Dragon Palace should be able to increase tremendously. Wang Xian moved his body and arrived at the top of the ocean-pacifying needle. He placed the star-guiding disc on it. In an instant, the star-guiding disc covered an area of 5 kilometers. The dense spiritual energy instantly caused streams of white spiritual energy to appear in the entire Dragon Palace. The energy of the star-guiding disc can actually stack with the spiritual energy of the Dragon Palace. In other words, the spiritual energy in the Dragon Palace is about 20 times more than the spiritual energy in the outside world. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of heat. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the sound of a zither from the soul entered his ears. He was slightly stunned and looked towards the location of the Dragon King's bedroom. His heart skipped a beat as he sensed the situation inside. A smile appeared on his face. "It's true. I didn't realize that I was here." Wang Xian moved his body and came to the bedroom. He said with slight dissatisfaction, "Shoo." However, what he didn't expect was that Xiao Yu and Lan Qingyue glared at him when they heard his voice. They sat quietly on the bed and looked at Tang Yinxian, who was playing the zither. Wang Xian wasn't in the mood to listen to the zither. He wanted to check on the development of the Dragon Palace and flew out of the bedroom. As he felt the majestic spiritual energy in the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian decided that no matter how the outside world changed, he would cultivate in the Dragon Palace for a year first. Ring, ring, ring. Wang Xian, who was standing in the middle of the Dragon Palace, scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard a beautiful voice. This voice was transmitted directly to the depths of his heart, causing him to feel an involuntary sense of happiness. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He stood there and listened to the voice slowly. Suddenly, he felt as though his mind had been brought into it. Wang Xian was alert and immediately came out from this state. What is this? How can it infect a person's mind so easily? Wang Xian had a look of astonishment on his face. At this moment, he realized that they were in front of a mountain peak not far away. Hundreds of dolphins were lying there and making the same sound in their bodies at the same time. Although it was not as amusing as the sound that came from the Dragon King's palace, the sound could still stir up people's emotions. Dragon King, this is the special energy of Miss Tang Yinxian and the dolphins. They are able to attack with their voices, and they are also able to stir up emotions with their voices. It's a very powerful technique. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui came to Wang Xian's side and explained to him. No wonder. Wang Xian nodded his head. No wonder Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest weren't excited or happy when he entered. Instead, they asked him not to speak. He shook his head speechlessly. The energy of these dolphins has a very good effect. The water tribe cannot calm down. After hearing the sounds of the dolphins, they can enter the training quickly. Miss Tang Yinxian can even guide them to cultivate with her voice. Prime Minister Gue continued. It's so magical? Wang Xian was astonished. Yes, Dragon King. Miss Tang Yinxian saved our lives. Now, she is of great use to the development of the water tribe of the Dragon Palace. I suggest that you leave her in the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue suggested. All right. Wang Xian nodded. Go and organize the water tribe for a second sermon. Also, the effect of the star induction plate can only last for a year. Let all the members of the Dragon Palace cultivate in seclusion for a year. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded and went to organize the sermon immediately. Wang Xian moved and came to the bedroom of the Dragon Palace. When he saw the 6 girls who were chattering, he smiled. Brother. Xiao Yu walked over and hugged his shoulder with a smile. You're awake. Thank you for your reminder last time. Wang Xian patted Xiao Yu's head and looked at Tang Yinxian. No need. Tang Yinxian smiled faintly. Have you settled everything? Lan Qingyue walked to Wang Xian's side and asked him. Everything is settled. I obtained a treasure outside and I'm cultivating in the Dragon Palace. The effect is only slightly worse than the spiritual energy waterfall. Can last for a year. If you guys don't take care of things, I'm prepared to cultivate in seclusion in the Dragon Palace for a year. Wang Xian said to them. Cultivate in seclusion for a year? Lan Qingwei and the rest nodded slowly. Sure, Xiaoxian. Great changes are happening in the Wuxia world now. The arrival of the 9 Cauldrons world will have a huge impact on the real world. It will probably be chaotic for a period of time. It has nothing to do with US anyway. Let's just focus on our cultivation. Wang Xian smiled and went to the dragon throne with Lan Qingwei and the rest. He looked at Guan Shuqing, who was still unconscious. Xiaoxian, Yinxian said that there might be some problems with Shuqing's soul. Her soul is too weak to support her when she wakes up. We can find some spiritual herbs and elixirs that can strengthen her soul to help her wake up quickly. Another option is to wait for a long time and see if her soul can repair and grow on its own. Sun Lingxiu looked at Guan Shuqing's body and said to Wang Xian, Yes, we'll wait for another year. If she doesn't wake up in a year, we'll bring her to seek medical treatment. Wang Xian nodded slowly. All right, we'll cultivate here. I don't know if we'll be able to step into the immortal realm in a year's time. Lan Qingyue and the rest said with a smile. I'll organize a sermon soon. I'll start cultivating after the sermon. Wang Xian said. After resting for half a day in the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue informed Wang Xian that all the water tribe members had arrived. Wang Xian walked out of the bedroom and scanned his surroundings. He looked at the billions of water tribe members. Compared to the last time, these water tribe members seemed to be more agile, powerful, and ferocious. They exuded a spirituality. However, when they saw Wang Xian coming out, all of them were extremely docile in an instant. They looked at him in the sky devoutly. Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon and began his second sermon. The cultivation method and cultivation technique entered the minds of billions of water tribe members directly. At the location of the Dragon King's palace, 6 girls were looking at his figure with admiration. The sermon lasted for 2 hours. After that, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace and began his closed-door cultivation. Lan Qingyue, Xiao Yu, and the rest of the girls also began their closed-door cultivation. A heaven-defying cultivation-supporting treasure like the star-guiding disc could not be wasted. The entire Dragon Palace fell into silence. In the Dragon King's palace, Wang Xian and the 6 beauties were cultivating. In other places, all the members of the Dragon Palace were cultivating. Even Prime Minister Gue and Ao Jian. The 9 Hui were entrenched in the Dragon Cave. With the help of the star-guiding disc, they might be able to advance to level 13 in 1 to 2 years. At that time, the Dragon Palace would have 9 more immortals. Even in the world of the 9 cauldrons, they would be able to occupy a place. In addition, the matter of stealing the dragon vein had been arranged before they went into closed-door cultivation. Time passed slowly and the whole world underwent great changes. 2 months later, the 9 cauldrons world appeared, and countless warriors of the 9 cauldrons world entered the Jianghu. The immortal sects ruled the world, and the 20 immortal sects stood on top of the Jianghu, raising the power of the Jianghu to a terrifying level. The Jianghu was in constant strife, and there was a battle between the immortal sects and the immortal sects. The collision between geniuses and geniuses. The impact between the real world and the Nine Cauldrons world. The combination of martial arts and reality. Everything was going on, and even the battle between the immortals and gods had broken out. The sky and earth were dark, and the sun and moon were dim. All of this had nothing to do with the Dragon Palace, which was far away from the conflict. Time passed very quickly. There was no sun or moon in Cultivation. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Brother, are we going out? A year later, when the energy of the Star Ushers dissipated, Xiaoyu hugged Wang Xian's arm excitedly and asked, "It's time to go out and take a look. Qingyue, Lingxiu, Inxian, Qinglan, are you guys going out?" Qinglan was Elder Fan's name. His original name was Fan Qinglan. "It's time to go home and take a look." Lan Qingwei and the rest nodded their heads. "All right, let's go then." Wang Xian smiled and looked to the side. "Ao Yao. I'm here." Ao Yao's figure instantly left the Dragon King's palace. "Call 16 infant stage strange demons to follow me out." "You follow me out too." "It's the Dragon King." Ao Yao nodded. "Devil Azure Dragon. 1. I'm here." "Call all the members of the Dragon Gate. Let's go out." "It's the Dragon King." After a year of closed-door cultivation in the Dragon Palace, the strength of all the members of the Dragon Palace had undergone a tremendous change. Now, apart from the members who had just entered the Dragon Palace, the rest of the Demon Monkey Clan, Yuxia Clan, Golden Swordfish Clan, Strange Prawn Clan, and Strange Demon Clan had the lowest cultivation base at the Dan stage. The Demonic Monkey Clan had 90 Infant Realm Experts, Yuxia Clan, 80 Infant Realm Experts, Golden Swordfish Clan, 70 Infant Realm Experts, and 65 Infant Realm Experts from Strange Prawn Clan. All of the Strange Demon Clan had reached the Infant Realm. Moreover, 15 of them had already reached the half-step Immortal God Realm. Ao Prawn and Ao Nu were also at the half-step Immortal God Realm. Currently, there were more than 480 Infant Realm Experts and 21 half-step Immortal God Realm Experts in the Dragon Palace. The only pity was that no living creature had broken through to the Immortal Realm during this 1 year. Even so, the strength of the Dragon Palace was not something that the immortal sects in the Nine Cauldrons world could compare to. What surprised Wang Xian the most was the hundreds of dolphins. Their cultivation speed combined with Tang Yinchuan's and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was terrifying. In just a year, more than a dozen of the 300 dolphins had reached the infant realm. The dolphins' combat strength was not very strong, even though they had cultivated the water god dragon transformation. However, their support was very terrifying. They could ignite the fighting spirit of other creatures in an instant. They could maintain the clarity of the minds of other creatures and maximize their 5 senses. The circulation of the spiritual energy in their bodies was accelerated. It could almost increase the strength of a creature by 30 to 40%. In addition, they could also interfere with the enemy, slowing down the circulation of the spiritual energy and slowing down the reaction speed of the enemy. If the dolphin's ability was used in a large-scale battle, it would definitely be the most terrifying existence. Dragon King. Ao Yao Yao, Ao Jianma, Green Dragon, 16 Strange Yao Yao, and the disciples of the Dragon Gate came and bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. "Let's go back," Wang Xian said to them as he looked at Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the rest. "All right, let's go. Let's see what the outside world has become." The group of girls looked excited. They had been in seclusion for a year and just happened to see the world of the Nine Cauldrons. They believed that the entire world had undergone great changes. The group of them moved and flew towards the surface of the sea. Around the Dragon Palace, hundreds of thousands of intelligent aquatic creatures saw Wang Xian flying out and immediately bowed respectfully. Splash. After flying out of the sea, the group of them looked around with smiles on their faces. Although the Dragon Palace was magnificent and beautiful, the group of girls would feel a little impatient after staying for a long time. "Let's fly over directly." Wang Xian looked at them and flew towards the direction of Wuxia at a terrifying speed. Among them, even the dragon men of the Dragon Gate were at the infant realm. Mo Qinglong, Lan Qingyue, Xiaoyu, Elder Fan, Sun Lingxiu, and Ajaya had already reached the half-step immortal god realm. The remaining 80 or so dragon men, Wang Xian, gave them all the spiritual herbs and elixirs that they had obtained from the Ding of Yu world during this 1 year. 80-odd infant realm warriors were already strong enough. There were at most 100-odd infant realm warriors in the entire Yangchang world. With the strength of more than 100 of them, they could cause the entire Nine Cauldrons world to be afraid of them. The group flew very fast. In less than 20 minutes, they could see the city in the distance. Xiaoyu, Qingyu, Lingxiu, Qinglan, Ajaya, Wang Xian, I'm going back first. Tang Yinxian stopped. She was heading in a different direction from Wang Xian and the rest. Sister Yinxian, be careful and keep in touch. Xiaoyu, Lan Qingwei and the rest held onto Tang Yinchuan's arm as they spoke. Okay, I'll look for you guys after I stay at home for a few days. Tang Yinxian nodded. They had been together for almost 24 hours a day for a year, which made their relationship as close as sisters. Regardless of whether it was sisterhood or the dolphins in the Dragon Palace who were like family to Tang Yinxian, she would not leave the Dragon Palace. She admired and liked Wang Xian. Now that the Nine Cauldrons world has appeared, there are as many experts in the pugilistic world as the clouds. Mo Yuan, bring the 9 draconids and protect her safety. Also, the 4 strange demons, you guys protect her in secret. Wang Xian looked to the side and ordered Mo Yuan and the 4 strange demons. It's the Dragon King. We swear to protect Miss Tang Yinchuan's safety with our lives. Mo Yuan immediately shouted respectfully. This zither is a level 12 spiritual weapon. The bell isn't very useful. There's also a spiritual sword below it. Wang Xian took out a zither from his interspatial ring and handed it to her as he said with a smile. All right, there's no need for so many people to follow me. A hint of warmth flashed across Tang Yinchuan's eyes as she reached out to take it. It's all right, you're the weakest. With Devil Abyss and the rest by your side, you'll be safe. The 4 strange demons are also in the dark just in case. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at her. Let's go. Okay. Tang Yinxian smiled sweetly at Wang Xian and nodded. She waved at Xiaoyu, Lan Qingyue, and the other 5 girls before flying off in another direction. Wang Xian looked at her with a smile. She's already gone, but she's still looking. Ajaya looked at Wang Xian and teased him. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled and held Ajaya's body. Take the plane back later. Bring 20 draconids and 4 demons. Come back as soon as possible. That's more like it. Ajaya smiled happily and looked at the city ahead. Let's go. Let's go to the airport of the city in front. The group flew over and found a secret place to get down. They then sent Ajaya onto the plane. Ajaya had been with Wang Xian for more than a year. It was time for her to go home and take a look. Let's go back too. After sending Ajaya onto the plane, the sky had turned dark. Wang Xian and the rest moved and flew towards the seaside villa in Jiang City. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the sky above Jiang City. Looking at this familiar city, a smile appeared on their faces. Dragon King, our floating island is gone. At this moment, Mo Qinglong, who was at the side, said with a dark expression and a twinkle in his eyes. Due to various reasons, the floating island had been placed here all along. No one knew who had taken it away. It's fine. We'll just find it again. You guys can stay in the villa by the side. As Wang Xian spoke, he moved and arrived in the courtyard of the villa in an instant. The villa was already filled with dust and cobwebs. Weeds were growing everywhere. Wang Xian waved his arm and the weeds in the courtyard were removed. Sun Lingxiu, who was at the side, spat out the luminous dragon pearl. The dragon pearl surrounded the room and removed all the dust. The entire villa became spotless in an instant. Let's go home. Xiaoyu, Elder Fan, Lan Qingyue, and the rest walked into the room happily. Wang Xian also walked in with a smile. Cook and eat, then use your phone, watch TV, and watch movies. Xiaoyu let out a cheerful scream and quickly turned on all the lights in the room. Wow brother, the Jianghu website has been revised. It's actually divided into 8 regions. Shenyuan, Ji, Huang, Yao, Shun, Tang, Xia, and Yongchang. Each region has its own individual information. We actually belong to Shun's region. Now, Jianghu is also divided into 8 regions. Each Ding world occupies a region, and this region includes cities. Our Jiang city is under the jurisdiction of the Shun Ding world. The Ming King Immortal sect and the Puppet Immortal sect are the most powerful existences in this region. 100 kilometers north of our Jiang city is the Shunding world, which is the size of 4 or 5 cities in our Jiang city. It has changed. Our world has completely changed. Martial arts have entered the school. Now, it basically belongs to the era where all the people are martial artists. Xiao Yu's exclamations could be heard from the hall of the villa. Let me take a look. Wang Xian walked to Xiao Yu's side and looked through all sorts of information over the past year together. All the immortal sects coexisted peacefully. The immortal-level powerhouses were prohibited from taking action. The immortal-level powerhouses gave the order to forbid killing ordinary people. Numerous messages flashed past their eyes. Wang Xian and Xiao Yu opened up the posts one by one and read them. After the emergence of the 9 cauldrons and the emergence of world after world, the inevitable conflicts had led to many large-scale battles. This was especially so during the period of 7 months ago. Due to some conflicts, the immortal sect continued to fight. The entire Jianghu was in a bloody state. The ordinary disciples of the immortal sect were killed and the elite disciples came out to take revenge. In the end, the deacons and elders of the immortal sect were drawn out. Thus, some large-scale battles took place. In particular, when one of the heaven's favored disciples of the immortal sects was killed, the immortal god was enraged and killed the core disciples of the other side. When one immortal sect's immortal god made a move, the other side naturally retaliated. There might be some difference in strength between the immortal sects, but it could not completely suppress them. When the immortal god made a move, it would cause a battle between the immortal gods. 7 months ago, a total of 3 immortal god battles took place. Each time, the sun and moon lost their light, and the terrifying sounds of battle resounded throughout the entire Jianghu. The entire eastern mountain range became a 10,000-meter-long pit under the immortal gods' battle. Later, in the Shenyuan tripod world, the Shenyuan clan and the Yuan clan made an agreement with the immortal sects that immortal god-level experts were not allowed to make a move. Once they violated the agreement, they would be punished by all the immortal sects. Finally, the immortal sects sat down to discuss. The entire Jianghu of China was divided into 8 regions. The surroundings of one cauldron occupied a region. The Jianghu gradually calmed down and began to integrate into the real world. The appearance of the new world caused a huge uproar on the internet. It took 2 whole months for the people of China to accept the new world. However, the appearance of martial arts made all the ordinary people of China extremely excited. Everyone wanted to become an expert who could leap over roofs and walk over walls. Since those immortal sects had entered the real world, they were also prepared to integrate into it. The people in the real world learned martial arts while the people in the 8 tripod world learned modern knowledge. After 5 months of integration, the embryonic form of the new world had been finalized. Science and technology coexisted with martial arts. The martial arts world had also entered the world of the ordinary people. All the schools had set up a martial arts course to strengthen the body. In short, the current Jianghu was not as bad as Wang Xian had imagined. There were still battles and frictions, but there was already an initial order. Xiao Yu, tomorrow we will visit some of our fellow disciples from Thorn sect. Now, they have joined the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. All right, brother. Are you coming with us? Xiao Yu looked at Wang Xian and asked him. No, you guys go ahead. Bring some draconids and demons over. I'll go to school tomorrow. Wang Xian shook his head and said to him, School? I want to go back to school too. I haven't even completed my university career for a year. Xiao Yu pouted and said unhappily. Hee. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Lan Qingyue and Sun Lingxiu. What about you guys? Where are you going tomorrow? I'm going home. I've already told my parents. I'm going to the Divine Dragon Medical Center to check on the medical center and see if Xiao Hong is slacking off. Lan Qingyue and Sun Lingxiu said. All right, let's eat and sleep. We'll go for a stroll tomorrow. Wang Xian said with a smile. Woof woof. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking could be heard. Following that, a 2-meter-tall dog entered the villa. This, every day, come here. The bloody miracle doctor has made him so fat. Lan Qingyue and Elder Fan looked at the heavenly dog with smiles on their faces. His strength has actually reached the infant stage. Wang Xian looked at the heavenly dog in astonishment. He must have cultivated to the infant stage under the waterfall of spiritual energy. This heavenly dog's bloodline is extraordinary. It's very likely that he has achieved a huge improvement. Wang Xian touched him, and the heavenly dog immediately lowered its head obediently. The next morning, Xiao Yu and Elder Fan left directly to visit the people from the Thorn sect. Wang Xian put on a set of simple clothes and walked towards the school. Sitting in the luxurious RV, the heavenly dog followed suit. Wang Xian stroked its head with a smile and scanned the surroundings. The surroundings didn't change much, but Wang Xian saw many young and middle-aged men with long braids. There were also some martial artists who were jumping on the trees. The cars on the street were moving forward. It was obvious that they were used to the situation around them. Wang Xian didn't let the heavenly dog follow him. He came to the entrance of the school and took out his cell phone to call Wang Dehai. It's been more than a year. I wonder if this kid is still in school. Wang Xian said with a smile. Hello, old Wang. Is that you? Wang Dehai's excited voice came from the phone. It's me. Where are you, kid? I'm in school now. Are you still in school? Wang Xian heard the familiar voice and his face was full of smiles. Ah, old Wang, you're at school. Boss, I'm here. Where are you? I'll go look for you immediately. Wang Dehai said hurriedly. It was old Wang calling out to him again. I'll go look for you. Tell me where you are. I'll go look for you. There are some changes in the school. You might not be able to find me. In a spacious room, Wang Dehai stood beside a few young men and women. After hanging up the phone, he walked to the side of a woman with a smile on his face. The woman's face was exquisite, and there was a proud look on her face. She crossed her arms and held a sword in her hand, looking like an ice-cold heroine. Senior sister, I'm going to pick up a friend. I'll be back soon. Okay. The woman nodded coldly. She didn't even look at Wang Dehai, but stared at the people in front of her. There, a group of warriors were sparring. Most of them were at level 4, 5, or 6. This was something unimaginable a year ago. Old Wang, old Wang. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Dehai's figure appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. Compared to a year ago, Wang Dehai's fat body had completely turned into muscles. He was a muscular man. With a simple and honest smile on his face, he pounced on Wang Xian excitedly. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he didn't dare to look straight at him. Big brother, boss, old Wang, Dragon King, I missed you so much. Wang Dehai spread his arms and stared at Wang Xian with burning eyes. Scram! Wang Xian placed his finger on Wang Dehai's chest and said in disdain. It's been more than a year. Old Wang, where have you been? I thought. No, you were so awesome. How could something happen to you? Let's go. Wang Dehai patted Wang Xian's shoulder in excitement. I have some things to do. Now that I'm back, I won't be leaving anytime soon. Old Wang, you've been gone for more than a year. I missed you so much. I thought old Wang had forgotten about a nobody like me. Hee, we must get drunk tonight. Old Wang, let's go to the class and take a look. It seems to be a public class today. Our classmates are not gathered together. Wang Dehai said to Wang Xian excitedly. He knew Wang Xian's identity. The overlord of the martial arts world a year ago, the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate, was actually his brother. He was very excited just thinking about it. Where are our counselors? Are they bringing us along? Wang Xian asked Wang Dehai with a smile on his face. No need. Our counselors have gone to be civil servants. Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen have also dropped out of school and joined the puppet Immortal sect. Wang Dehai said to Wang Xian. Oh? Why did they join the puppet Immortal sect? Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression. Old Wang, I know about the spiritual energy waterfall a year ago. After that, I told Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen about it. Later on, we were lucky and built our foundation under a spiritual energy waterfall. After the spiritual energy waterfall was washed away, our cultivation speed was very fast. Now, I have joined the Mingwang Immortal sect. However, as there are disciples of the Immortal sect studying in our Jiang City University. The warden of the Immortal sect sent me to follow these disciples and recruit some disciples with potential. Wang Dahai explained to him. Wang Xian nodded his head. Currently, the martial arts practitioners who had undergone the baptism of the spiritual energy waterfall had a physique that far surpassed those in the Nine Cauldrons world due to the impact of the huge amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, those immortal sects would take them in as their disciples. As the disciples of the immortal sects wanted to integrate into the world, there would be a situation where the disciples of the immortal sects would go to university. By the way, where's your girlfriend, Su Qian? Wang Xian asked her with a smile. She is also in school. She joined the Mingwang celestial sect with me. Yuan Yuanyuan also joined. At that time, the spiritual waterfall of Shunding was not too far away from us. Many people had entered the spiritual waterfall. However, many of them did not stay for long before they were controlled by the martial arts practitioners of the past. Without the ability, they would not be able to enter the spiritual waterfall. As Wang Dahai spoke, he puffed out his chest and said, "Boss, what do you think of me now? A fighter of level 8 will be able to step into the Xiantian realm in 5 years at most. You are still too weak." Wang Xian shook his head. He waved his arm and landed it on Wang Dahai's chest. Before he could react, he felt a terrifying energy entering his body directly. The 8 extraordinary meridians were opened in an instant. A martial artist was at level 9, half-step into the Xiantian realm, and the Xiantian realm. In just a short instant, Wang Dahai's cultivation base was elevated to the Xiantian realm. Wang Dahai was stunned. Following that, his face turned red. He quickly hugged Wang Xian's arm and said, Fuck, boss. You are my boss for life. Get lost. I didn't plan to teach you before you stepped into martial arts. Now that you have embarked on this path, I can only help you up to this point." Wang Xian pushed his arm away. A smile appeared on his face before he threw a porcelain bottle to him. "There are some elixirs in there. It's enough for you to advance to the Dan stage. I will give it to you then." He said faintly, "Let's go for a walk. Let's have dinner together tonight." "All right." Wang Dahai nodded excitedly. He asked with anticipation, "Boss, how strong are you now? Are you as strong as the immortals from the immortal sects? What do you think?" Wang Xian smiled and didn't answer. He looked around with a smile. Even if you aren't that strong, you are at least an infant-stage powerhouse. With your subordinates, you are still very strong." Wang Dahai didn't dare to imagine that Wang Xian was as strong as the immortals. He smiled foolishly. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Dahai's phone rang. "Wang Dahai, come back immediately." As soon as Wang Dahai said that, the other party immediately hung up the phone. Wang Dahai's face was filled with helplessness. "What's wrong?" When Wang Xian heard the voice on his phone, he asked curiously. "Senior sister from the celestial sect. She asked me to rush over. Isn't school just starting? There's a batch of new students. There are dozens of martial artists who know how to cultivate. They joined the school's martial arts club. As long as they can reach the level of a martial artist above LV8, they are qualified to join the celestial sect. The martial arts club can be considered a small place for the celestial sect to select disciples." Wang Dahai explained to Wang Xian with a bitter face. "Oh, is that so? Come, let's go and take a look." Wang Xian was slightly interested and said immediately, "All right, let's hurry over then. If we are late, we will have to face her arrogant face again." As Wang Dahai spoke, he quickened his pace and walked towards the martial arts club. Wang Xian followed by the side with a smile on his face. The martial arts club was now in a single large room. The entire room was the size of a playground. It was obvious that it had just been built not long ago. In the martial arts club, there were about 200 people gathered inside. At the center, there were 3 to 4 young men standing there. "Senior sister." Wang Dahai walked in and shouted at a girl in the center. "N." The girl took a glance at her and didn't say anything else. Student Wang Xian. Senior Wang Xian. It's really Senior Wang Xian." At this moment, surprised voices came from the surroundings. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He looked around and found that he didn't know anyone other than Su Qian and Yuan. However, all the senior students in Jiang City University knew him, so he wasn't surprised. Hello. Wang Xian smiled at them kindly. It's really Senior Wang Xian. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Where's Xiaoyu? Su Qian and Yuan came to Wang Xian's side with pleasant surprise and asked him. Xiaoyu will be back in 2 days. Wang Xian said to them. Who is this? 40 to 50 people in the surroundings shouted Wang Xian's name, causing a curious expression to appear on the faces of the surrounding people. All of them were freshmen and sophomores of Jiang City University. They had never seen Wang Xian before, so they asked their seniors out of curiosity. Student Wang Xian, he should be a senior now. He used to be an influential figure in Jiang City University. He once donated 50 million to the university, but he hasn't appeared in the school for more than a year. Not only that, Senior Wang Xian has also managed to woo the former goddess of our Jiang City University. He is the most handsome Prince Charming in our school. Some students who were of the same level as Wang Xian and were of a lower grade said to the surrounding juniors and juniors, Wow, donating 50 million. That's amazing. Senior Wang Xian is also quite handsome. TSK, he's just rich. Now that the world of martial arts is in his hands, being strong is the true capital. Some of the girls were in awe, but most of them were a little disdainful. The world today was the world of martial artists. No matter how much money there was, it was useless compared to being strong. When the few people in the center heard the discussions around them, they looked curiously at Wang Xian, who was beside Wang Dehai. Wang Dehai, non-martial artists are prohibited from entering our martial arts club. A young man looked at Wang Dehai and glanced at Wang Xian before saying in a deep voice, Senior brother, my boss is a martial artist and he is very powerful. Wang Dehai quickly said to the young man, A martial artist? The girl in the middle raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard Wang Dehai's words. Her arrogant eyes swept across Wang Xian. To be able to make Wang Dehai call him boss and say that he was very powerful, he must be at least a level 8 martial artist. I'll take advantage of some time to come over and teach you 2 moves. Don't waste my time. At this moment, a young man's voice sounded. Everyone's gaze focused on the young man, their faces filled with respect. This young man was an elite disciple of the Ming Wang Immortal sect. His strength had already reached the half-step dance stage. He had specially come to the university to learn modern knowledge. He was not in charge of the martial arts club's teaching methods. This time, he was invited over by a few disciples of the martial arts club to give him some pointers. The young man had shaved off his long hair and was dressed in a white robe. He was handsome and dashing, and he had the demeanor of a proud son of heaven. Yes, it's senior brother. The young man who had spoken just now also nodded respectfully. Today, I will teach you the Ming King body sealing technique. It is an offensive technique that all disciples of our immortal sect below the Khanate realm must master. It is not bad. Junior brother Lu, find someone to demonstrate it. I will guide them. The young man in white put his hands behind his back and said slowly in a heroic manner, It's senior brother Liang. Junior brother Lu nodded immediately. He scanned his surroundings and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He pointed at Wang Xian and said, Wang Dehai said that you are strong. Come over and accompany me to practice. Let me see your strength too. If you are stronger than Wang Dehai, we can apply for you to join the Ming Wang Immortal sect. Wang Dehai was slightly stunned. When he saw the young man pointing at Wang Xian, he quickly said, Senior brother Lu, forget about my friend. I'll do it. I'll do it. I said let him do it. Junior brother Lu ignored Wang Dehai. He pointed at Wang Xian and said again. Wang Dehai's expression changed slightly. Forget about me. This fellow student, let someone else practice with you. Wang Xian shook his head and said with a smile, It's your honor for senior brother Lu to let you practice. Do you really think you're a big shot? At this moment, a burly young man shouted at Wang Xian. That's right. It's your honor for our senior brother Lu to let you practice. I would have been more than happy to choose me, but you actually refused. That's right, that's right. Don't waste our senior brother Liang's time. I'll let you practice. Some of the new students around shouted at Wang Xian hurriedly. A famous figure in the school? Wang Xian, Sorry, I don't know him. What kind of figure is he? Their senior brother Lu is a Shentian-level powerhouse. It's your honor to let you practice. Those students who knew Wang Xian immediately frowned and looked at Wang Xian with a complicated expression. After all, he was a famous figure from a year ago. The times had changed. They didn't think that a rich senior could be compared to an immortal sect powerhouse with terrifying strength. All of you, shut up. When Wang Dahai heard the words of the students around him, he shouted with an embarrassed expression. Actual combat practice is even better. At this moment, senior brother Liang glanced at Wang Xian with a smile on his face and said with a smile. He wasn't targeting Wang Xian. Instead, he had the indifference of a powerhouse. He was smiling to see what kind of ability this influential figure from a university in the real world had. In front of him, who was the Prince Charming among the many girls in Jiang City University, he was nothing. That's right. Senior brother Liang is right. Junior brother Lu revealed a big smile when he heard the young man in white. He turned his head and stared at Wang Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'll let you have one hand. Watch carefully. Next, I'll show you the powerful attack technique of our Ming Wang Immortal sect, the Ming Wang seal. Junior brother Lu placed one hand behind his back and stared at Wang Xian with a cold and arrogant expression. Then he moved. All the students in the surroundings immediately focused their attention on him. Junior brother Lu moved. Boom! However, at this moment, junior brother Lu's expression changed drastically. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He laid on the ground and panted heavily with a terrified expression. His entire body went soft and his body trembled slightly. He couldn't even speak. Wang Xian shook his head lightly. He really didn't know what kind of courage he had to dare to challenge an immortal god. He only revealed a trace of his imposing manner. Junior brother Lu, you? Senior brother Liang was stunned when he saw junior brother Lu suddenly falling to the ground. He immediately walked over. However, at this moment, an imposing manner that made him shudder overcame him. He felt as though the sky was collapsing. Bang! Senior brother Liang was sweating profusely as well. He laid on the ground and looked up at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open. He was filled with fear and disbelief. You don't know what's good for you. Wang Xian said calmly, Dahai, I'm going to take a look around. Come and find me when you're done. All right. Wang Dahai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When he saw senior brother Lu and senior brother Liang lying on the ground, a teasing look flashed across his eyes. I've already said that my boss is very powerful. Wait. At this moment, the cold and arrogant woman standing at the side revealed a look of shock. Her arrogance did not disappear completely. There was only a look of shock. Which immortal sect are you from? I am the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. Wang Xian paused for a moment and said with a smile. Dragon King of the Dragon Gate? The woman revealed a look of confusion. When Wang Xian heard the woman mumbling to herself, he felt a little self-deprecating. Things have changed, but people have changed. He was once the king of the entire Jianghu. Now that a year had passed, no one knew about his Dragon Gate. No one knew about his Dragon King. Interesting, hee. Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He walked out with a smile on his face. Bastard, Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. What is that? After Wang Xian left, the terrifying pressure on senior brother Liang and junior brother Lu disappeared. The two of them looked extremely embarrassed as they growled at Wang Dahai in a low voice. Wang Dahai pursed his lips. The Dragon King of the Dragon Gate was once a taboo existence. He was the king of the Jianghu. Even when he was facing an expert from the Nine Cauldrons world, he was still able to kill and suppress him. The Dragon Gate is a Jianghu faction established by my boss. It was very famous when the Nine Cauldrons world was not around. A faction from the past and a trashy sect actually dared to embarrass us. Junior brother Lu clenched his fists with an embarrassed expression. Senior brother Liang's eyes were also flickering and his gaze was cold. Senior brother Liang, his strength is at least at the dance stage or even higher. The lady at the side reminded him with a sullen face. I know. Senior brother Liang's expression was extremely embarrassed as he walked out directly. The group of martial arts club students were dumbstruck as their faces revealed a look of shock. Wang Xian, who was once a popular figure in the school, didn't even move. He even made senior brother Lu and senior brother Liang lie on the ground and sweat profusely. He was too strong. How strong was that Wang Xian exactly? A hint of fear flashed across the eyes of the few new students who spoke just now. Eh? Senior Wang Xian. Look, it's Senior Wang Xian. I didn't expect it to be Senior Wang Xian. It's really true. It's been more than a year since we last met. Senior Wang Xian seems to have become more handsome again. Wang Xian walked alone in the campus. He slowly walked to the lotus pond where he got the divine dragon system. He was in a very pleasant mood. After dozens of battles in the martial arts world, this quiet atmosphere made him feel very comfortable. When he was in the martial arts club, he didn't make a move. He only released a hint of his aura. He wasn't trying to act pretentious. He just thought that it was very interesting. Wang Xian was a popular figure in the school a year ago. 100% of the students knew him. Therefore, when he walked in the campus, the students in their third year and fourth year all pointed at Wang Xian and said in surprise, "Donating 50 million to the school and donating money to a female student to treat her illness." All the bonuses for the poor students in the school were related to Wang Xian. His reputation was not only because of his good looks and his pursuit of the school's goddess. It was also because of what he had done for the school. All the students were filled with respect and gratitude towards Wang Xian. When they saw that he had returned to the school, all of them greeted him warmly. "Senior Wang Xian, are you going back to school?" A girl couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I should be staying at school for some time. What's wrong?" Wang Xian smiled at her and asked curiously. "It's nothing. Senior is handsome again," the girl said with a smile and left with a smile. Wang Xian shook his head and asked a student to head to his class. At this moment, the discussion about Wang Xian's return to school flooded the forum. "Senior Wang Xian has returned. Senior has become more handsome again. My Prince Charming has returned to school. He sent a picture that he secretly took. He is simply too handsome. Senior Wang Xian has returned. La la la. Confess to Senior." Wang Xian's reputation in the school was incomparable to anyone else. What he did was truly worthy of the respect of the students. Therefore, when the news of Wang Xian's return to the school spread in the forum, the entire forum was instantly flooded with comments. Very soon, the posts welcoming the return of the seniors and declaring their love for each other were neatly posted. Regardless of the gender, the posts were neatly posted. In just a few hours, over 1,000 posts were posted. The scene on the forum stunned many of the freshmen and sophomores. What Wang Xian? What Prince Charming? What? In a classroom of the freshmen, a girl dressed sexily looked at the posts on the forum and curled her lips in disdain. Only Mu Zidao and Ming Feng are Prince Charming. What kind of Prince Charming is this Wang Xian? He is even the most popular Prince Charming in the school. How can he be compared to Mu Zidao and Ming Feng? Even Liang Guwen is better than this Wang Xian. Humph. The lady looked at the forum with some dissatisfaction. When she saw that the forum was spamming non-stop, she was a little annoyed and immediately posted the thread. "This is the male idols. What kind of male idols is that Wang Xian?" These few short words were followed by the pictures of Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. The two of them stood at the top of the school building. Their faces were full of arrogance. Their otherworldly temperament was clearly displayed. The post was released. However, within a few minutes after her post was released, it had already attracted the attention of many seniors and seniors. Upon seeing this post, they were instantly enraged. One after another, they replied below. "A handsome man is not a Prince Charming. There are many handsome men in Jiang City University. Only those who contribute to the school and their classmates can be called Prince Charming. What qualifications do the two of them have to compete with Senior Wang Xian?" "Little girl, don't you know that Senior Wang Xian was the most popular person in our school a year ago? He is the Prince Charming of the masses." This thread was like a fuse that caused an uproar in an instant. The first and second year students had no idea who Wang Xian was. However, they knew Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. They were from the celestial sect and were peerless experts who could travel in the air. Their every move carried a trace of otherworldly aura. They were the dream boys of the freshmen and sophomores. Ever since they entered the school, they had received countless love letters. They were from the celestial sect, handsome and strong. How could Wang Xian, who had some stinky money, compare to them? Therefore, when the first and second-year girls saw this post, they immediately retorted. There were even many first and second-year girls who said bluntly that a guy with a little money had no right to be compared to Mu Zidao and obviously Feng. The two of them were not on the same level. Just like a commoner and a prince, that Wang Xian was not even worthy to give Mu Zidao and obviously Feng Qiao shoes. The retorts of the freshmen and sophomores also made the juniors and seniors furious. After all, the juniors and seniors were men and women. Furthermore, they had eaten for 2 more years, so their vocabulary was more than theirs. All kinds of moral words were thrown out, causing the freshmen and sophomores to be a little dumbfounded. It made them extremely angry. The future will be a world of martial arts. Strength is the most important thing. Money is just a piece of paper to the strong. That Wang Xian is like a monkey in front of Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. He can't be compared to them at all. That's right. Support Mu Zidao and Ming Feng to teach this Wang Xian a lesson. Let him know that strength is the most important thing now. When this post was posted by the furious and enchanting girl, a smug look appeared on her face. If Mu Zidao and Ming Feng taught Wang Xian a lesson, then Wang Xian was nothing. When this post appeared, it also made the 3rd and 4th-year students furious. At the same time, they were also a little worried. The world was no longer the same as before. They knew that Wang Xian was rich, but they did not know that Wang Xian had the strength. The world of martial arts was now the world of the Immortal sect. What would they do if Mu Zidao and Ming Feng really taught Wang Xian a lesson? The 3rd, 4th, and 3rd-year students were filled with anger, but they were also afraid and extremely sullen. After all, Mu Zidao and Ming Feng were the strong ones of the Immortal sect. They were terrifying strong ones. Humph. Humph. Seeing that the aura of the seniors and juniors had weakened, those freshmen and sophomores began to mock and ridicule them in the forum with a smug look on their faces. What kind of conflict between the new and old school missions? The famous people in the school in the past were nothing but a joke now. This made those juniors and seniors extremely angry. Wang Xian did not know about the fight in the school forum. At this moment, he was standing on the rooftop and scanning the entire school with a satisfied expression. The bell for the end of class rang, and he saw groups of students walking out of the classroom. Sometimes, I don't have to worry about going to school. Wang Xian looked at the group of students below and considered staying in the school for the next period of time. He had only attended university for a year, so he still had many regrets. Furthermore, with his current strength, he didn't have to fight as hard as before. The members of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Palace were already able to take charge of their own affairs. Student Mu Zidao is obviously student Feng. Look at the school forum. Those seniors are really detestable. They actually said that someone is even more handsome than the two of you. In one of the classrooms in the school, the bell rang after class. The enchanting girl took her phone and ran to the 2 young men in front of her. One of the young men still had his hair tied up in ancient costumes, looking like a classical Prince Charming. The other one had his eyebrows in pieces, exuding a lazy and otherworldly aura. The enchanting girl seemed to be fawning over them as she showed them her post. The 2 of them smiled. When they saw the girls fawning over them, their vanity was greatly satisfied. Among the disciples of the Immortal sect, the 2 of them could only be considered as relatively talented disciples. Compared to the true Heaven's Pride disciples of the Immortal sect and the eldest senior brother of the Immortal sect, there was still a huge gap. However, in this place, everyone was centered around them. Those praises and admiration were not stingy as they spoke to them. Let me take a look. The long-haired Ming Feng reached out his hand to take the phone. A single action caused the enchanting girl beside him to be pleasantly surprised. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng, we have already spoken up for you guys on the forum. How can that Wang Xian compare to you guys? That's right, that's right. We Mu Zidao and Ming Feng can only pick the stars with one hand. How can a guy with a little money be compared to us? Around them, a group of girls in the classroom immediately surrounded them and chattered excitedly. This made the 2 of them extremely satisfied. An ordinary person. There's nothing that can compare to us. Ming Feng took a look and indifferently handed his phone to the enchanting girl beside him. Student Ming Feng, those seniors are simply too detestable. You guys should teach that Wuxia a good lesson and let those seniors know the difference between him and you guys. The enchanting girl pretended to be angry as she spoke. Mu Zidao waved his hand and raised his head slightly. Our immortal sect has a rule that we can't attack ordinary people. In other words, he doesn't have the qualifications. He doesn't have the qualifications? That's right. Mu Zidao, student Mingfeng is right. That Wang Xian doesn't have the qualifications to be on par with all of you. Some of the girls around hurriedly spoke. Senior brother Mu, senior brother Ming. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. Junior brother Liang. What's the matter? Mu Zidao looked behind curiously and waved his hand. The girls around immediately dispersed. Senior brothers. The young man walked in. He was the young man who was called Senior Brother Liang in the martial arts club. At this moment, he walked over with a sullen face and said with an embarrassed expression, Senior brothers, can we talk outside? Mu Zidao and Ming Feng saw his expression and hesitated for a moment. Then, they nodded slowly and walked out. You mean? When they heard the young man's report, the corners of their lips curled up slightly. Interesting. Dragon King of the Dragon Gate? He used to be a force in the Jianghu. If there's a chance, we can go and meet him. Oh right, what's his name? I think his name is Wang Xian. He's very famous in the school. Wang Xian. Immediately, Mu Zidao and Ming Feng were stunned. Then, a teasing expression appeared on their faces. Interesting, really interesting. Haha, I didn't expect him to be a martial artist. Is this considered a clash between the influential figures of the new and old schools? Mu Zidao laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with interest as if he had found a fun game. We can't disappoint those who support us. Obviously, Feng touched the long sword in his hand and took out a phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The youth was slightly stunned when he heard the words of his two senior brothers. He didn't understand what they meant. However, when he saw his two senior brothers enter the classroom, he didn't dare to ask further. However, when he returned to the classroom and listened to the conversations of the students around him, a ferocious look of excitement appeared on his face. Your strength is relatively strong, but senior brother Mu Zidao and Ming Feng both have the strength of the peak of the Dan stage. This time you will be in trouble. You are a force in the Jianghu that broke through the Dragon Gate. What Dragon King? You actually dare to fight against us disciples of the Immortal sect? You are simply courting death. His eyes were filled with ferocity and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, a message on the school forum had caused a stir among everyone. I didn't expect Senior Wang Xian to be a pugilistic world martial artist. Let's spar when we have the time. It was a very casual sentence, but the person who posted it was Mu Zidao. When the students of the school saw this post, they were stunned. Especially those students who were in their third year and fourth year. Their faces were filled with anger and self-reproach. Mu Zidao actually wants to challenge Senior Wang Xian. This is simply bullying. He, a member of the Immortal sect, actually dares to bully Senior Wang Xian. This is too unfair. He is too despicable. He actually did such a despicable thing. A group of students who were in their third year and fourth year replied below. However, they were quickly met with a group of retorts. Your Prince Charming Wang Xian is a martial artist. Didn't you guys say that he is the most influential person in the school? It's a good opportunity for him to spar with our student Mu Zidao. Haha, that's right. Why are you guys so cowardly? Isn't he the most powerful person in your hearts? Hee, our student Mu Zidao wants to teach your Prince Charming a lesson. He wants to know if you are afraid. Those first-year and second-year girls ridiculed them to the extreme, almost causing the third-year and fourth-year students to go berserk. Our student Mu Zidao can cripple that Wang Xian with a single finger. Without using a single finger, our student Mu Zidao is standing there exuding the aura of a powerhouse. Maybe that Wang Xian will kneel down. I hope that Wang Xian doesn't cower and spar with our student Mu Zidao. Gradually, the entire forum was filled with such voices. Fuck. 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 At this moment, Wang Dehai walked out of the martial arts club and noticed what was happening on the forum. His face revealed an angry expression. Fuck. You Mu Zidao want to spar with the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate? You're simply courting death. If it wasn't for me and you, the Immortal sect, I would have pasted on you long ago. Fuck. As he spoke, he ran towards the top of the teaching building. Boss old Wang. When he reached the top of the building, Wang Dahai saw Wang Xian sitting comfortably on it and immediately ran over. What's wrong? Your cold senior sister asked you to come out. Wang Xian looked at Wang Dahai and said with a smile. Hey, those guys are too arrogant. They think that the disciples of the Immortal sect are superior to others. What's so great about them? They're not as awesome as you, old Wang. Wang Dahai smiled. That senior brother Lu is even worse. He saw that you might have some prestige, so he wanted to step on you. In the end, he was simply courting death. Oh right, old Wang. There's another guy provoking you in the school forum. He's an elite disciple of our Immortal sect, with the strength of the peak of the Dan stage. Fuck them. Let them know how powerful and terrifying the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate is. Make that guy tremble. Wang Dahai went to the rooftop and spoke to Wang Xian angrily. When Wang Xian heard his series of words, a curious expression appeared on his face. Is that so? He took out his phone and opened the school forum to take a look. As expected, the entire school forum was in an uproar. Mu Zidao directly posted on the school's forum wanting to spar with Wang Xian. This was simply bullying. The mighty disciple of the celestial sect wanted to spar with a student. It was obvious that he wanted to show off his might. However, those third-year, fourth-year students couldn't do anything about it. They could only aggrievely ask Mu Zidao not to bully Wang Xian and could only humbly beg for mercy. This made the girls, who were in their first year and second year, look pleased with themselves. Give up. Our Prince Charming Mu Zidao only posted one post and you guys have to give up. What kind of influential person was Jiang City University? He was obviously not qualified to compete with Mu Zidao's Prince Charming. Wang Xian looked at the posts and shook his head nonchalantly. He had not returned to school for more than a year. It was normal for the freshmen and sophomores to not know him. He was not interested in Mu Zidao at all. He was just a guy who was half a step into the infant realm. If it was a year ago, Wang Xian might have been a little angry. However, he found it interesting now. The students of Jiang City University no longer knew Wang Xian. The martial artists in the martial arts world no longer recognized him as the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King. Old Wang. Should we teach that kid a lesson and let him know how powerful the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate is? Wang Dahai looked at Wang Xian swiping his phone and said from the side. Don't bother. Wang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly and started chatting with Wang Dahai. Most of the time, Wang Dahai was explaining to Wang Xian about the matters in the martial arts world by himself. He explained the various disputes that happened in the 9 cauldrons. Wang Xian was also listening to the conversation with great interest. Later on, when they talked about the martial arts world's prodigy role and the peerless beauty chart of the martial arts world, they were even more excited. Wang Xian was also looking at the photos and discussing them with great interest. To his surprise, there was actually a familiar person on the peerless beauty chart of the martial arts world. Wandering Snow from the Yongchang world. The appearance of the 9 cauldrons made the entire martial arts world much more exciting. In the past, there were only a few 100,000 martial artists of all sizes in the world of martial arts. But now, there were close to 100 million of them. Boss, you don't know. I've seen the number 1 on the world of martial arts, city-toppling beauty. She's simply too beautiful. Her figure is simply perfect. The bell rang after school. Wang Dahai spoke to Wang Xian as he walked while spitting at him. Really? Is she really that beautiful? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Look at the photo. My goodness, it's simply too beautiful. Ahem, Xiaojian is here. As Wang Dahai spoke, he immediately put away his perverted smile and coughed. Su Qian and Yuan Yuanyu and walked over with smiles on their faces. Senior Wang Xian. The two of them greeted Wang Xian with smiles on their faces. Wang Xian nodded to them with a smile. Long time no see. Let's go. I'll bring you guys out for a meal. All right, senior. We just called Xiaoyu, and she said that she would be back in 2 days. The 2 girls said with a smile. Yeah, she went to meet some friends. She'll be back soon. Wang Xian. Wang Xian, you're so rich. You've been away for more than a year. Where have you been? At this moment, voices came from the side. They were all Wang Xian's classmates. They greeted Wang Xian enthusiastically. Let's take care of some things. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to a meal today. Wang Xian smiled as he looked at the dozen of people in the class. They used to have quite a good relationship. Let's go. The nouveau riche is here. Let's eat with him. The group of students said jokingly as they walked out. Is that Wang Xian? It should be him. There's a photo of him in the forum. He's rather handsome, but he can't be compared to the imposing and elegant Mu Zidao and student Xianfeng. He can't even be compared to the other disciples of the Ming Wang Immortal sect. He's far from being comparable. Look at how handsome and noble our Prince Xianfeng is. He's just like a prince. On the side of the road, a few girls turned their heads curiously when they heard the voices. They commented in a judgmental manner. There was even a girl who took out her phone and took a photo to compare it with Mu Zidao on the forum. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. I have a very deep impression of student Wang Xian's car. Back then, it was so domineering that it crushed 4 top-notch sports cars. It's simply too diao. Walking out of the school gate, one of the students looked at the RV beside the entrance and said with a smile, That's right, that's right. It was so cool back then. It shocked the entire school. Look, there are many students surrounding the area. Clearly, they have recognized Wang Xian's tank. As the crowd was conversing, Wang Xian turned his head and indeed saw some students pointing at his car. Obviously, the incident from that time was still fresh in everyone's mind. Is he heading towards the school gate? Yes, senior brother. I heard from a classmate that guy and a group of people are heading out of the school. At this moment, the buzzing sound of metal could be heard from the school gate. This sound was even more eye-catching than the roar of a sports car. In the school, 2 relatively cool sports cars ran out from inside. Although it was called a sports car, it was completely different from a sports car. The metal shell emitted a black glow, and the wheels were also a kind of special metal. The sharp head looked ferocious and full of attack power. The puppet war chariot is a puppet war chariot made by the puppet Immortal sect. It's Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. In the entire school, only the 2 of them have puppet war chariots. It's simply too cool. I heard that it's made of precious materials and has terrifying attack power. Exclamations sounded one after another. All the students at the school gate hurriedly looked over. One was black and the other was golden. The 2 war chariots were slightly bigger than the sports cars, but they were far from being comparable to sports cars. Not long ago, there was a rich man who wanted to buy a puppet war chariot for 50 million yuan. In the end, the puppet Immortal sect didn't even care about him. Haha. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng want to show that Wang Xian a lesson. Behind the 2 puppet war chariots, 5 to 6 girls ran over excitedly. When they saw the puppet war chariot stopping beside Wang Xian and the rest, they were gloating over their misfortune. Those senior sisters actually dared to mock us just now. HMH. I'll let them see how their Prince Charming, the most influential person in the school, was humiliated in front of Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. A few girls walked to the side and took out their phones to take a few photos. They immediately sent them to the school forum. Those senior sisters, take a look. In front of our Mu Zidao and Ming Feng, your Prince Charming, that Wang Xian is nothing. Let me live stream for you guys. That Wang Xian looks like a clown in front of our Prince Charming. The girl looked at her post with a smug look on her face. She edited the picture and sent it directly. After the post was edited, it immediately appeared on the campus forum. Let's go and take a look. After the girl posted the post, she gloated and looked forward. Around them, the students were slightly shocked when they saw the 2 war chariots stopped in front of Wang Xian and the rest. They quickly looked over. Damn it. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng went to look for trouble with senior Wang Xian. Let's hurry over. Bastard. Do you think you can bully others just because you are a disciple of the celestial sect? This is bad. Let's hurry to the entrance of the school. Sai, what can we do if we go? Mu Zidao and Ming Feng are disciples of the Immortal sect. Their statuses are noble and their strength is terrifying. They can seriously injure us with just a wave of their hands. Moreover, they won't be punished. At this moment, after the post was published, it immediately attracted the attention of many students. Seeing the information on it, many students instantly revealed embarrassed expressions. The news spread quickly in the class WeChat group, and a group of students rushed to the school gate. The first and second year girls were very excited. They didn't expect their Prince Charming to be so awesome. Prince Charming must have seen the posts in the forum and come out to fight for us. A group of young girls thought excitedly and quickly ran toward the school gate. All of a sudden, all the students who received the news rushed towards the entrance. At the entrance, Wang Xian looked at the puppet war chariot that was parked beside them and sized him up curiously. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng, who were sitting inside, sized up Wang Xian with their eyes. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly. The few people in the chariot got off. Mu Zidao raised his head slightly and looked down at Wang Xian arrogantly. "You're that Wang Xian, the so-called Dragon King of the Dragon Gate." Gulp. "Wang Xian, let's not argue with them. Let's leave this place." Beside them, a few students in the class saw Mu Zidao and Ming Feng and the rest. They gulped and their eyes were filled with fear. They tugged at Wang Xian's arm and whispered, "Hee hee." Wang Xian chuckled and nodded to the students beside him. Then he walked straight out. "Stop, did I let you leave?" Mu Zidao and Ming Feng raised their eyebrows slightly when they saw Wang Xian ignoring them and leaving. Liang Guwen, who was beside them, shouted at Wang Xian with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with coldness. What happened in the martial arts club today had caused him to lose all his face. He was extremely furious. Now that he saw Wang Xian's cold expression, he was even more furious. That Wang Xian actually wants to leave. Looks like he's cowardly. Hey, he's really cowardly. He doesn't even dare to face Mu Zidao and student Xianfeng. They are on completely different levels. When the surrounding girls saw this scene, they revealed a mocking expression, especially the girl who posted on the forum. She was even more excited as she kept taking pictures with her phone. Her face was filled with disdain. "We didn't come to look for you because of some famous person in the school or some Prince Charming. It's meaningless." Mu Zidao saw Wang Xian turn around with a slight frown. He stared at him with a condescending gaze. "Today in the martial arts club, you embarrassed our junior brother and even claimed to be the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. You are a force in the Jianghu. Since you dare to cause trouble in our territory, if we, the Ming Wang Immortal sect, don't show our respect, everyone will think that we are a coward. Your strength is not weak, at least not below the Dan stage. We came to look for you with no other intentions. Since you dare to cause trouble in our Ming Wang Immortal sect's territory, then let's have a spar. Loser, if you see the other party in the future, get lost. If you see our Ming Wang Immortal sect's disciples, lower your head." His indifferent voice sounded in the surroundings and entered everyone's ears. It was obvious that he wanted everyone to hear it. How domineering, how domineering. Student Mu Zidao is simply too handsome. This is the demeanor of a disciple of an immortal sect. If only I could marry into an immortal sect. Wang Xian is also a martial artist. His strength isn't weak. However, it's obvious that he can't be compared to Mu Zidao. Furthermore, he can't be compared to the Ming Wang Immortal sect. When the crowd heard Mu Zidao's words, all the girls revealed looks of admiration. There were also some girls who had helpless expressions. The high and mighty Immortal sect. Senior Wang Xian was going to be in trouble this time. Your territory? When Wang Xian heard his words, his eyes flickered slightly. The territory of the Ming Wang Immortal sect? In the past, everyone in Jiang City knew whose territory it was. Now, someone actually said that it was their territory. Our territory. This is the territory of our Ming Wang Immortal sect. How dare you bully our junior brother in our territory? Come, let's spar. Let me see how capable you are. Mu Zidao raised his head slightly and stared at Wang Xian with disdain. This is not your territory. Wang Xian stared at Mu Zidao and said slowly. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Senior Wang Xian, this is not your era anymore. Do you think it's still the same as before? I heard that Senior Wang Xian used your RV to crush 4 multi-million-dollar sports cars. At that time, Jiang City University was your territory. Now. Hee hee. The enchanting girl next to him crossed her arms and said with a face full of mockery. Her voice was very loud and could be heard by the surrounding people. Oh? So only by crushing the opponent's car with a luxury car can you say that this is our territory. However, this method is indeed impressive. At this moment, obviously Feng heard the words of the girl next to him. His face was full of smiles. He moved his body and got into the puppet chariot. Then I shall use this senior's method to prove that this is our territory. Ha ha! Ming Feng laughed out loud. The war chariot suddenly let out a loud roar. What is student Ming Feng trying to do? He is trying to use the war chariot to hit Wang Xian's chariot. The war chariot he is sitting on is a war chariot. Even a tank is not as tough as the war chariot he is sitting on. The surrounding students were shocked and looked at him in astonishment. So this is the proof. Mu Zidao's face was filled with mockery as he watched obviously Feng get into the war chariot and started up. Wang Xian stood at the side and didn't say anything. He looked at him coldly. Boom. At this moment, the war chariot emitted a faint golden glow. With a starting distance of at least 300 to 400 kilometers, the war chariot headed straight for the RV at the side. The puppet war chariot was only half the height of the RV, but its terrifying hardness and strength directly cut the RV in half at the waist. There was no trace on the puppet war chariot. Mo Chi Long, who had been sitting in the RV, had a hint of killing intent in his eyes. However, the Dragon King didn't ask him to make a move, and he didn't make a move either. However, Tiango, who was lying on the chariot, had a fierce look in his eyes as he slowly walked out. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard at the entrance of the school. At this moment, more than 1,000 people had gathered around the school. Wang Xian's RV was smashed in the middle, causing everyone to gasp. They looked at the beast-like puppet chariot in shock. Obviously, student Feng is too cool. Wow, I love him to death. HMPH, this is the difference. That Wang Xian doesn't have any ability to fight back. The two of them are not on the same level. He is also a popular figure in the school. He is not even worthy of carrying Mu Zidao's shoes. The excited voices of the first and second year girls could be heard from the surroundings. The third and fourth year students sighed helplessly. Wang Xian was indeed not on the same level as the celestial sect. He could not be compared to them at all. There was nothing they could do after being humiliated today. Roar, woof woof. At this moment, the sound of dogs barking was suddenly heard. It caused the people around to be slightly surprised. A golden figure of about 2 meters in size was standing at the spot where the RV was split open. His fierce gaze was staring at the obvious wind and the puppet chariot that he was sitting on. However, everyone in the surroundings ignored him after a glance. How is it? Is this our territory now? If you don't dare to spar with me, then lower your head and admit your mistake. Mu Zidao stared at Wang Xian mockingly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't put Wang Xian in his eyes. So what if he was at least at the dance stage? The Dragon Gate of the pugilistic world and the Dragon King? What the hell was that? Compared to him who was at the half-step to the infant stage and the Ming Wang Immortal sect, what was that? You still have the right to spar with me. Wang Xian swept his gaze across Mu Zidao and Ming Feng who was sitting in the puppet station. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Tian, teach them a lesson. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said faintly, Ha! Wang Xian's words made Mu Zidao and Ming Feng's eyebrows twitch. The people around them were also stunned. However, at this moment, roar, roar, roar. The heavenly dog's low roar was heard. Following that, before anyone could react, a terrifying aura was emitted from its body. Woof woof. It roared and pounced on Ming Feng who was sitting in the puppet chariot. Eh? What? Ming Feng was stunned. When he saw the aura of the heavenly dog, his expression changed. The white sword in the chariot was pulled out. However, at this moment, the heavenly dog landed on the puppet chariot. It raised its paw and waved it. Boom! The entire chariot was torn apart. Ming Feng's expression changed as the sword in his hand shone with a white light. However, a dog claw swung over once again. The terrifying power caused a hint of despair to appear on Ming Feng's face. The longsword in his hand flew to the side. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart and 3 wounds appeared on his chest. A mocking and disdainful look appeared in the heavenly dog's eyes. It opened its mouth and bit towards Ming Feng's shoulder. Ming Feng's face was instantly filled with cold sweat as the light energy on his body trembled. However, in an instant, the dog's mouth directly bit onto his shoulder, causing the light on his body to immediately dim. Ah! Ming Feng let out a blood-curdling scream as he swung his head upwards. With a wave of his dog claws, the clothes on his lower body were instantly shattered into strips of cloth. 3 more wounds appeared on his body. With a sweep of his tail, Ming Feng's body smashed towards Mu Zidao. In an instant, from the moment the heavenly dog's attack ended, only an instant had passed. Everyone in the surroundings widened their eyes in disbelief. Ming Feng, an elite disciple of the Immortal sect, was actually toyed with by a dog. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength left to resist. How was this possible? Ah! Beast! When Mu Zidao saw Ming Feng smashing towards him, his expression changed greatly and he immediately caught it. However, at this moment the heavenly dog moved. It waved its claws and clawed towards Mu Zidao. Go to hell! Mu Zidao's expression changed greatly. The long sword in his hand instantly turned pure white. It was extremely dazzling as it slashed towards the heavenly dog. Bang! The long sword collided with Tiango's claws, producing a sound of collision. A trace of disdain flashed in Tiango's eyes. With a slight force, the spirit sword directly flew towards the sky. With a wave of its dog claws, a wound appeared on Mu Zidao's body from top to bottom. His clothes also instantly split open. Tiango repeated the action of attacking with obvious wind. His body leaped and bit towards Mu Zidao's shoulder. No! Mu Zidao's face was filled with fear. He waved his fist and wanted to smash towards Tiango's head. Tiango's eyes revealed ridicule. He didn't dodge at all and continued to bite towards Mu Zidao's shoulder. When Mu Zidao's fist landed on the dog's head, it instantly became numb. At this moment, he felt that he had ascended into the sky. Hiss! With a wave of the dog's paw, his elegant and unworldly clothes had already formed into strips. It couldn't cover his body at all. Pong! His body landed beside Ming Feng. Infant tear, it's actually an infant tear creature. Ming Feng had recovered at this moment. He raised his head and shouted loudly with a face full of shock. When the heavenly dog heard Ming Feng's cry, it raised its head slightly. Its eyes were filled with human-like contempt. It slowly walked towards the 2 people like a dog king. Don't kill us. When Mu Zidao saw the heavenly dog walking over, his face revealed a terrified expression. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the heavenly dog became even stronger. It walked over and waved its paw, drawing 3 bloody marks on their buttocks. Following that, the heavenly dog quickened its pace and ran to Wang Xian's side. It bit its tail and spun around him. Not bad. Wang Xian stroked Tian's dog head in admiration and praised him. Woof woof. Tiango stuck out his tongue and licked it. He barked and raised his head slightly as if he was very proud. Gulp. I saw something. How is this possible? How is this possible? The people around them were in disbelief, especially the girls who were in their first year and second year. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What did they just see? A dog had completely defeated Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. He had easily trampled on their Prince Charming with his dog paws. He was the invincible disciple of the Immortal sect in their hearts. Meanwhile, that dog was wagging its tail in front of Wang Xian, the young man whom they looked down on and called unworthy of Mu Zidao and Ming Feng carrying their shoes. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng are actually inferior to his dog. One of the girls widened her eyes as she looked at this scene in a daze. The huge contrast. Just as they were about to watch the so-called famous person being easily crushed by Mu Zidao and student Xian Feng, they were easily killed by the opponent's dog. The 2 of them looked like they were in a sorry state, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. You can only leave after I repair my car after I come back from my meal. Otherwise. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice sounded. Everyone slowly turned their heads and looked at him, especially the girls who were in their first year and second year. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Their expressions were very interesting. Otherwise, you guys will become its dinner. As Wang Xian spoke, he patted the dog's head gently. Woof woof. The dog turned its head and barked. Its gaze was fixed on Mu Zidao and Ming Feng, who didn't have much clothes on the ground. Once again, it walked over arrogantly with its head held high. No, don't come over. Let's fix the car. Don't come over. Mu Zidao clearly saw Tiango walking over, and his face revealed a terrified expression. It was an infant tier dog. If this dog really wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They simply didn't have the ability to resist. Tiango completely ignored them. He slowly walked over and lifted his leg. The two people's bodies immediately trembled. Tiango opened his huge mouth and directly bit on their thighs, dragging them toward the crashed RV. Ah! The terrified screams came from Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. Their bodies were trembling. Their naked bodies were rubbing against the ground. When everyone saw this scene, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. The girls who were in their first year and second year covered their faces. This was their Prince Charming. He was even worse than Wang Xian's dog. Their expressions changed drastically. In their hearts, the Prince Charming was not as good as a dog. It was easy to imagine how upset they felt. Senior Wang Xian is Senior Wang Xian. He is simply too awesome. Haha. He is too awesome, too awesome. That dog is so strong. The disciples of the celestial sect were actually knocked down to the ground without any ability to resist. You still want to spar with student Wang Xian? Just like what student Wang Xian said, you guys don't even have the qualifications. You can't even defeat the dog raised by student Wang Xian. Yet, you still want to provoke student Wang Xian. Is this your Prince Charming? Haha. I'm dying of laughter. His body is quite white. When the surrounding juniors and seniors saw this scene, the grievances in their hearts were completely released. They looked at Mu Zidao and Ming Feng, who were trembling as they stood up. Meanwhile, the heavenly dog sat on the ground and stared at them. It was obvious that it was supervising them to fix the car. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng, who were covered in dirt and injuries, were trembling as they looked at the damaged RV. Their hearts were trembling as they clenched their fists tightly. However, they didn't dare to show it at this moment. There was a terrifying dog staring at them from behind. Infant stage? His fucking dog was actually in the infant stage. Then what was the strength of that Wang Xian? What kind of power did he have? A hint of fear flashed across their eyes when they thought of this. Let's go and eat, Wang Xian said to Wang Dahai and the rest who were beside him. Boss, you are too awesome. Yes, it's Wang Xian. Wang Dahai and the rest of the students were also shocked. They nodded quickly and followed behind Wang Xian. A year ago, the 4 second-generation rich kids were also looking for trouble with Wang Xian. The consequences were tragic. A year later, the second-generation rich kids were replaced by elite disciples of the celestial sect. The consequences were still the same. One of the students sighed slowly. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian had left. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move. Everyone did not know his strength, but they knew that he was definitely very, very strong. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng, 2 powerful disciples of the celestial sect, were not qualified to spar with him in his eyes. His dog had completely defeated the 2 of them. It was obvious who was superior. The one who was not even qualified to carry his shoes was not Wang Xian, but a high and mighty disciple of the celestial sect. Everyone looked at Wang Xian's figure and thought to themselves, he was still as mysterious and powerful as ever. The girls who were in their first year and second year looked at their Prince Charming, who was standing beside the RV with his ragged body. He no longer had the haughty temperament of a prince. He was not even comparable to a dog. On the contrary, the figure that had left became even taller. When they heard the ridicule of the surrounding seniors, their faces turned red. As for the girl who had been updating on the forum, her face was extremely pale. Many people knew her name on the school forum. She could already imagine the mocking gazes and gazes of the people in the future. She stood there stiffly and looked at her 2 miserable bodies. She held the phone tightly in her hand. Boss, you are simply too strong. A dog has the strength of an infant stage. Oh my God. I'm worse than a dog. Walking on the ancient street, Wang Dahai said excitedly to Wang Xian. Dahai, if you are worse than a dog, then what are we? You have already joined the celestial sect. A classmate beside him said with a bitter expression. Comparing people is so infuriating. Wang Dehai shook his head and said with a dispirited expression. Eh? What kind of shop is that? At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the shops around him in astonishment. Puppet shop, fitness shop, martial arts bookshop, martial arts club. Wang Dehai's gaze swept across the shops and said, "These are all shops opened by the Immortal sect. There are puppets, elixirs, secret cultivation manuals, and teaching martial arts." When the Immortal sects merged with the world, they also needed money to buy mobile phones, computers, and other daily necessities. Hence, some Immortal sects opened their shops and sold some things to ordinary people. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Although the Immortal sects were good, many things were not as powerful as they were in the modern world. For example, mobile phones, computers, kitchen utensils for daily use, refrigerators, and a series of other items. They needed to purchase all of them. This was a huge expense for them. Hence, Immortal sect opened a shop to sell elixirs, dregs, and medicinal liquids that were not even level 1. Although they were useless to martial artists, they were of great use to ordinary people. If they wanted to, they had to spend money to buy them. The changes are really fast. Wang Xian sighed slightly. Yes, in a year's time, our world has undergone tremendous changes. Wang Dehai also sighed slightly. All of you wait here for a moment. I'll go and call my girlfriend. When he arrived at the entrance of the first-grade pavilion, Wang Xian said to Wang Dehai and the rest. Then he walked to the Divine Dragon Clinic at the side. Sun Lingxiu stood at the side with a smile on her face. She was now half a step away from becoming an immortal. Her body exuded a holy aura that made people feel ashamed of themselves. Her perfect figure was dressed in simple white clothes. "Lingxiu, come and eat." Wang Xian waved at Sun Lingxiu. "All right, Xiao Xian. Xiao Hong, come and eat too." Sun Lingxiu nodded and said to the bloody miracle doctor at the side. Yes, it's master." The miracle doctor immediately walked out with a big smile on his face. "Oh, Wang Xian, this is your girlfriend." "Isn't your girlfriend?" When Sun Lingxiu walked out, Wang Dehai and the rest were dumbfounded. "Hello, I'm Sun Lingxiu." Sun Lingxiu saw the shocked expressions of the students behind Wang Xian and greeted them with a faint smile. Sun Lingxiu's smile was like an angel's smile, causing everyone behind Wang Xian to be stunned. Hello, sister-in-law." Everyone nodded their heads and greeted enthusiastically. "The girlfriend of little fairy that you guys are talking about should be Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue. I am one too. In fact, there is another one. Perhaps there will be another one soon." Sun Lingxiu smiled slyly as she held Wang Xian's arm. Everyone was completely stunned. They knew that Guan Shuqing was Wang Xian's girlfriend. They were not sure if Lan Qingyue was his girlfriend. Now, another one had appeared, and there was even one or two of them. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue were the goddesses of Jiang City University. In terms of beauty, they felt that the beauty in front of them was even more beautiful than Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing. Awesome! In an instant, the way everyone looked at Wang Xian changed. Wang Dehai kept giving him a thumbs up with a face full of exclamations. "All right, let's go in." Wang Xian rubbed Sun Lingxiu's hand, causing her face to turn red instantly. She glared at him. Wang Xian chuckled and let her tease him. "Welcome." As they walked into the shop, the welcoming voices of the guests could be heard. The two guests at the door were obviously new and didn't know Wang Xian. "Boss, you're here." It was the cashier at the front desk who recognized Wang Xian and said in surprise. Where's Manager Huang?" Wang Xian nodded and asked her. "I'll go get Manager Huang." The cashier immediately walked toward the back office. Soon, Manager Huang walked out. His eyes flickered when he saw Wang Xian. He walked over with a smile and said, "Boss, you're finally back." "Yes." Wang Xian nodded. He had not been in the shop for more than a year, and the staff had changed a lot. "Prepare the largest private room and send some dishes over," Wang Xian said to Manager Huang directly. "Boss, the largest private room has been reserved." Manager Huang was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Xian's words. He said with a frown, "Tell them about it. If it doesn't work, give them some discounts." Dahai, bring them in first. You know, the largest private room. Wang Xian patted Wang Dahai's shoulder. All right. Wang Dahai nodded and waved to the students behind him with a smile. Then he walked upstairs. Boss, I'm afraid it won't work. At this moment, Manager Huang suddenly said. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Manager Huang. Boss, the people who booked the seats today are from the Puppet Immortal sect. Manager Huang frowned and said, no matter who the other party is, find an excuse and tell the kitchen to prepare some dishes as soon as possible. Wang Xian said directly to Manager Huang. Then he brought Sun Lingxiu upstairs. Manager Huang opened his mouth and revealed an embarrassed expression. He walked into the office with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking about. Xiao Xian. Manager Huang's expression has changed. At this moment, Sun Lingxiu suddenly said to Wang Xian. Yes, it has changed. Sun Lingxiu was a light attribute cultivator. She could see many things from a person's eyes. With Wang Xian's strength, he also noticed some changes in Manager Huang. However, Manager Huang has followed me for more than 2 years. As long as there are no mistakes in principle, he will be in charge of this restaurant. Okay. The two of them walked into the private room and sat at the dining table. They started chatting with their classmates. They talked about the interesting things that had happened in the past year and the disciples of the Ming Wang celestial sect. When the dishes were served, everyone was very happy. Bang bang. Boss. At around 8 o'clock, Manager Huang knocked on the door and walked in. What's the matter? Wang Xian looked at Manager Huang and asked. Boss, the disciples of the celestial puppet sect are here. There are more of them and they insisted on having this private room. Manager Huang frowned and said to Wang Xian. Didn't you explain it to them? Wang Xian frowned and the smile on his face disappeared. Manager Huang, have I made my decision? Tell your boss to hurry up. At this moment, an impatient voice came from outside. The door was pushed open and 2 young men in ancient costumes stood at the door. There was a hint of impatience on their faces. All right. Master Ping, please wait for a moment. I'll make it available for you immediately. Manager Huang hurriedly said to the young man outside in a flattering manner. He turned his head to look at Wang Xian and said, Boss, they are from the Immortal sect. I will get someone to check the accounts of the time I left for more than a year. If there are no problems, I will give you a few 100,000. If there are any problems... Wang Xian interrupted Manager Huang and looked at him coldly. Now you are no longer the manager here. Get out. Boss. Manager Huang's expression changed drastically when he heard Wang Xian's words. His expression changed drastically as he turned to look at the young man outside. When Wang Xian saw that Manager Huang was actually asking for help from the young man at the door, his eyes turned even colder. I say, you are the boss of this restaurant, right? The 2 young men raised their eyebrows slightly when they heard what was said. They stared at Wang Xian as he walked in. Speak. Wang Xian looked at them and said coldly, We are the disciples of the celestial puppet sect. As the 2 of them spoke, they raised their heads slightly and revealed a superior expression. Boss, they are from the Immortal sect. We. Manager Huang squeezed out a smile from the side. It was obvious that the world had changed in his opinion. Currently, the world belonged to the Immortal sect. The reason why he dared to disobey Wang Xian was because he had a good relationship with the disciples of the Puppet Immortal sect. He didn't know that Wang Xian was the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. In fact, none of the first-grade pavilion's employees knew about it. They only knew that the boss had great influence in Jiang City. However, that was in the past. Things were different now. Now, the Mingwang Immortal sect and the Puppet Immortal sect were the kings of Jiang City. This is my restaurant. Wang Xian said to them coldly. Ha. Interesting. When the 2 young men heard Wang Xian's words, they didn't get angry. Instead, they smiled and walked towards Wang Xian. Do you know whose territory this is? A young man dressed in ancient costume smiled and stared at Wang Xian mockingly. It was the same sentence again. Whose territory is this? Whose territory is the current Jiang City? This was the second time Wang Xian heard this sentence from a disciple of the celestial sect. It seemed that he, the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate, had been away from this place for too long. This is not your territory. Get out. Wang Xian looked at the two young men and said expressionlessly, Kid, you're acting too big. How dare you chase us out? The two young men stared at Wang Xian coldly. Today, get out of this private room immediately and prepare some dishes for us to serve. That's right. As they spoke, the corners of their lips curled up slightly. Let the few beauties in the room serve the dishes for us. Get the beauties in the room to serve us the dishes. The two young men in ancient costumes stared at Wang Xian with a look of disdain and said in an overbearing manner, Boom. However, at this moment, the bloody miracle doctor who was sitting at the side started to move. His hands landed on the dantian of the two young men in ancient costume without any hesitation. The powerful force caused them to fly out in an instant. The two young men who were still acting cool a second ago flew out in the next second. The arrogant smiles on their faces had yet to disappear when their faces turned stiff and they vomited blood from their mouths. You want my master to serve you food? The bloody miracle doctor's cold voice was heard. Bang! The two young men fell heavily on the wall with a loud bang. Boss? They are the disciples of the celestial sect. Manager Huang was stunned for a moment before he shouted at Wang Xian in a low voice. Who is it? How dare you beat up the people of our celestial sect? You are courting death. At this moment, 7 to 8 people came in from outside. They looked at the two young men in ancient costumes who were lying on the ground with a cold expression. Their eyes were fixed on Wang Xian and the rest. They moved their bodies and were about to attack. Cripple them all, Wang Xian said with a solemn face. All right. A bunch of trash at the Xiantian level dares to be impudent here? A look of disdain appeared on the bloody miracle doctor's face. Now that his strength had reached the half-step infant stage, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with a bunch of Xiantian experts. Boom. 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 Ah! The bloody miracle doctor turned into a blood-red shadow and instantly, screams of pain could be heard. The disciples of the puppet Immortal sect widened their eyes in shock. Their dantian had been crippled. They dared to attack the disciples of the puppet Immortal sect, especially here in Jiang City. They were simply courting death. Boss, you actually. Manager Huang's face was also filled with fear. His face was instantly covered in cold sweat. Throw them out. Wang Xian stood up slowly and said to the bloody miracle doctor. All right. The bloody miracle doctor nodded obediently. You actually dared to cripple us. We are the disciples of the puppet Immortal sect. You guys are done for. You guys are done for. The group of young men were still filled with disbelief as they shouted loudly. Kiki, puppet Immortal sect. I've been wanting to beat you guys up for a long time after seeing you guys flaunting your might. The godly doctor of the bloody figures smiled sinisterly and immediately tied them up. Dahai, you guys can eat here first. I need to settle some matters first, Wang Xian said to Wang Dahai and the rest. He gave Manager Huang a cold glance before walking down. Sun Lingxiu also smiled at Wang Dahai and the rest before following them down. When the students saw this scene, their faces turned stiff. Dahai, Wang Xian is actually crippled. He crippled a disciple of the celestial sect. Will something happen to him? In the room, the students looked left and right with worry on their faces. Nothing will happen to him. All of you don't know Wang Xian's strength. Nothing will happen to him. Wang Dahai's heart was beating fast, but he still said with a smile. Wang Xian was a little impatient with what he had encountered today. He was also very disappointed with Manager Huang. The word whose territory made him feel very interesting. He took out his cell phone and dialed Elder Qin's number. Little brother Wang Xian? Elder Qin was a little excited when he received Wang Xian's call. He asked tentatively. Elder Qin, sorry to bother you. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. No. I'm already very happy that little brother Wang Xian didn't forget about me. Little brother, you have disappeared for more than a year. When are you returning to Jiang City? Elder Qin said loudly in a carefree manner. I'm in Jiang City now. You're already in Jiang City? Where is little brother Wang Xian? If you're free, come and meet me, this old man. Okay. Wang Xian smiled and pondered for a moment. Elder Qin, I'll have to trouble you with one thing. Send a few accountants to the first-grade pavilion now. Also, Elder Qin, please inform all the martial artists and aristocratic families in Jiang City. I'll prepare a Dragon Gate banquet tomorrow. Dragon Gate banquet. Elder Qin was slightly shocked when he heard Wang Xian's words. The Dragon Gate banquet would be held for all the martial artists and aristocratic families in Jiang City. All right, Brother Wang Xian, don't worry. Leave it to me. As long as the martial artists and aristocratic families are still in Jiang City, I will give them an invitation card. If the location is at Old Man Shui's 5-star hotel, how about it? Elder Qin said loudly. Yes, that's fine. Boss Qin, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. It's been a long time since we last met. The accountant will be in the first-grade pavilion in 20 minutes at most. Wang Xian hung up the phone and revealed a smile on his face. Beside him, Manager Huang's face turned slightly pale when he heard Wang Xian's words. His eyes were sparkling. Dragon King's banquet. In a villa in Jiang City, Boss Qin sat on a chair and muttered. The current Jiang City belongs to the 2 Immortal sections. The Dragon King of Dragon Gate has returned. Perhaps the miracle will continue. Elder Qin knocked on the table and stood up immediately to prepare for the Dragon Gate banquet tomorrow night. The Dragon King had returned. The King of River City had returned. Wang Xian sat in his office and pondered. Manager Huang didn't come in and left the first-grade pavilion with a guilty conscience. Wang Xian didn't stop him. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to escape. If not for Manager Huang's meritorious service, he would have been lying here long ago. With the appearance of the 9 cauldrons, some ingredients with spiritual energy are already available. Although the first-grade pavilion is still the best restaurant in Jiang City, it is already very ordinary in the entire Wuxia. Furthermore, there's no need to keep this first-grade pavilion open. Wang Xian looked at his computer and clicked on the messages. Since he could open a shop in the 9 Cauldrons world to earn money, he might as well start his own business. It would be a profitable business. Wang Xian smiled. Alchemy and crafting. He could open an alchemy and crafting shop. He could only undertake the crafting of elixirs above level 6 and spirit weapons above level 11. To Wang Xian, this was a huge profit. It was even more lucrative than going to the Immortal sect to rob. Give the employees here a repatriation fee and close the first-grade pavilion. Wang Xian made a decision in his heart. Just as Wang Xian was thinking, the accountants sent by Old Qin arrived. Wang Xian asked them to check the accounts of the entire first-grade pavilion. If Manager Huang was clean, he would give him a sum of money. However, if he was greedy during the 1-year period when he was away, he would make him cough up all the money. The 4 accountants kept checking the accounts. In less than half an hour, all the accounts were out. There was a huge problem. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. He made a phone call to Old Qin and asked him to handle Manager Huang's matters. There might be a lot of people coming to the Dragon Gate banquet tomorrow. I wonder how many martial artists still respect him as the Dragon Gate. I wonder if there will be other people coming tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Sun Lingxiu, who was at the side, walked over and gave him a gentle massage on his shoulder. At this moment, in the Yellow Cauldron region, Yellow Sky City was one of the 3 major cities in the Yellow Cauldron region. It was also a city under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Sky Immortal sect. The entire city was like a luxurious ancient capital in ancient times. Large red lanterns hung in front of the ancient buildings. At night, the entire city was filled with a unique style. In a luxurious restaurant in Huangtian City, the 3-story restaurant was packed with people. Sect Master Xiaoyu, Elder Fan, where have you been for more than a year? We've been worried to death. That's right. It's been almost a year and a half since we last saw each other. On the 3rd floor of the restaurant, more than a dozen people were sitting at a table. In the center, Xiaoyu and Elder Fan were chatting with the people of the Thorn faction with smiles on their faces. Xiaoyu had once been the sect leader of the Thorn sect, and Elder Fan had stayed in the Thorn sect for more than 10 years, so their relationship was already very deep. Therefore, the first thing they came to see was the disciples of the Thorn sect. Sect leader Tang, how are you doing in the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect now? Xiaoyu asked with a smile on her face. Not bad. Back then, we cultivated under the spiritual energy waterfall for a period of time, and many disciples broke through to the Xiantian realm. Now, I've also reached the half-step Dan realm, so I'm in charge of some things in the Immortal sect. It's not bad. Sect Master Tang smiled. Now, our cultivation speed is much faster than before. We can be considered to be running errands for the Immortal sect. Xiao Yu and Elder Fan nodded. They also knew that Xiantian experts were very common in the Immortal sect. If they were not people from the real world, the Immortal sect might not even accept them. That's good. If you have anything to tell me, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Oh right, when the Sui clan and the Xiao clan come over later, Elder Sui and Elder Xiao have already reached the half-step infant realm. They can be considered experts. They are doing quite well in the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. A middle-aged man at the side said with a smile. Especially Xiao Ran of the Xiao clan. He has given our people in the real world a boost in face. An 18-year-old expert at the peak of the Dan realm is also the best in the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. I heard that Xiao Ran obtained a good result in the monthly competition of the disciples of the Immortal sect today. Is that so? If Xiao Ran can be nurtured by the Immortal sect, he can at least become an infant stage expert in the future. Xiao Yu nodded. When he thought of his brother's disciple, a smile appeared on his face. I have nothing to say if I lose? What? Are you still not convinced? If you are not convinced, we can fight again now. I'll defeat you next time. Haha. All right, little guy. I came to find you for no other reason. The wind green pill in your hand can't be used. I'll buy it. 8,000 spirit stones. 8,000? I won't sell the wind green pill. I'll only exchange it for fire attribute pills or pills that can increase one's cultivation. Kid, it's useless even if you take the pills. I advise you to sell them to me. So what if I don't sell them? Then I'll have to have a good spar with you in the future. Haha, Xiaoran, you can't use medicinal pills either. I advise you to sell them. A foreign brat who doesn't know how to adapt to the situation. How can you survive? Everyone, don't make things difficult for my Xiaoran. In the future, when I refine some medicinal pills, I'll definitely give them to all of you. HMPH, just you. You're already over 100 years old. Refining a grade 5 medicinal pill is already difficult. When you can refine a grade 6 medicinal pill, this young master will have broken through. Xiaoran, I'm warning you today. Sell the medicinal pills to me and we can talk about anything. If you don't sell them, wait and see in the future. At this moment, Xiao Yu and the others who were sitting on the third floor heard the voices of conversation coming from below through the windows. It's Xiao Ran and Elder Xiao. Sect Master Tang was slightly stunned and said with a frown. Xiao Yu frowned slightly and immediately went to the window to look down. He saw a group of young men and women standing in front of the group of people from the Xiao clan and Sui clan. Those young men and women exuded strong confidence and pride as they stared at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's expression was somewhat awkward as he stared at them with a face full of anger. Good, you don't agree, right? Very good, then we'll see what happens in the future. The young man who was only half a meter in front of Xiao Ran stared at him. When he saw that Xiao Ran did not agree, his face revealed an ice-cold expression. Let's go. There's still plenty of time in the future. We'll teach this kid a good lesson in the future. A long-haired young man with a face full of smiles as he hugged a sword and said to the people beside him. There were 8 or 9 people in the surroundings. One of the young men was holding a game console in his hand. He kept his head down as he played games and didn't pay attention to the things around him. Beside him stood a classical beauty who would occasionally look at the young man playing games. The surrounding young men were all smiling as they watched this scene. After the long-haired young man finished speaking, he coldly snorted and turned around, preparing to leave. This caused Xiao Quanshan to sigh helplessly. Xiao Ran's talent was terrifying, even surpassing the disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. However, they were outsiders after all. Not only did the disciples of the Immortal sect reject them, the entire Immortal sect also rejected them. After all, they were not on the same side. Huh? How dare you bully my brother's disciple? Xiao Yu stood on the windowsill as she watched this scene. An angry expression appeared on her face. Her gaze swept past the group of youths and landed on the fellow who was playing a game. It was very familiar and left a deep impression on her. A trace of coldness appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Her body moved and she directly jumped down from the window on the 3rd floor. "You guys, stop right there." Xiao Yu shouted loudly and directly jumped in front of the group of young men. Her cold gaze swept over them. "Is it so easy to bully my brother's disciple?" Everyone below was stunned. The members of the Xiao clan of the Sui clan, who were standing at the side, opened their mouths in shock. "Martial ant." Xiao Ran was also stunned. He looked at Xiao Yu with a face full of shock and immediately walked over to call out. "Did these guys bully you? Today, Martial Ant will take revenge for you." The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the young man who was playing the game seriously. His eyes were filled with mockery. Martial Ant. The most outstanding disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect were slightly stunned as they stared at Xiao Yu in bewilderment. A little girl is actually Xiao Ran's Martial Ant. How interesting. The eyes of the young man who had been talking to Xiao Ran earlier were filled with ridicule. He held a golden longsword in his hand and had very few eyebrows. When he smiled, he gave off a feeling of ridicule. Interesting, isn't it? There will be more interesting things later. Now, immediately apologize to my martial nephew. In the future, if I find out that you dare to bully him, don't blame this great ant for being impolite. Xiao Yu coldly swept his gaze across the 7 or 8 of them and berated. "Haha, interesting. A little girl actually dares to make a ruckus in front of us. Do you know who we are? Haha." The youth holding the golden sword stared at Xiao Yu with a face full of laughter. His face full of ridicule. "I don't care who you are. If you don't apologize, I'll teach you a lesson today." Xiao Yu waved his arm, and a black bone whip appeared in his hand. He stood in the middle of the road with a cold gaze, sweeping his gaze over the people around him. This scene stunned everyone around him. Yellow Heaven City was very close to the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. It was only 4,000 to 5,000 meters away. Basically, apart from the stewards of the Immortal sect and the disciples who worked hard in cultivation, most of the disciples of the Immortal sect lived in Yellow Heaven City. It was the busiest time of the night, and there were a lot of people around. The disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect looked at Xiao Yu, who was standing in the middle of the road, in astonishment. Where did this wild girl come from? Judging from her clothes, she should be from the real world. This wild girl actually dares to provoke Kong Leshan, Tang Jiming, and the others. Hey, the Crown Prince is here too, the one who has his head lowered and is holding a game console. The Crown Prince is here too? Seriously, this wild girl is too bold. She came to our Yellow Heaven Immortal sect to cause trouble. Isn't she just looking for trouble? It seems that this girl wants to avenge one of her juniors. She even wants to challenge Kong Leshan and the others. How ignorant. These young men are the most elite disciples of our Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. It seems that other than the people ranked 2nd and 4th, more than half of the top 10 disciples of the Immortal sect are here. Most importantly, the Crown Prince is also here. The surrounding disciples and family members of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect looked at them and pointed at them as they spoke. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Yu was a pretty little girl, they might have already said some nasty words. "Little girl, I think you need to be taught a lesson." The young man with the golden sword in his hand saw Xiao Yu take out the bone whip, and his face turned cold as he said with a sullen face, "Fight, fight, fight? The boss is dying." At this moment, the youth who was playing the game console pressed the button excitedly and said in a low voice. However, the few of them were already used to hearing this. "HMPH, I see that you guys need to be taught a lesson. And you, this fellow." Xiao Yu snorted coldly. The bone whip in his hand moved and directly attacked the golden sword youth. "You're courting death, you little girl who needs to be taught a lesson." The golden sword young man's face went cold, and the golden long sword in his hand instantly unsheathed, directly slashing towards the bone whip. There were even numerous sharp wind blades surrounding the longsword. "You scram." Xiao Yu's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, and the bone whip shook, causing the young man who hadn't even reached the infant stage to have a huge change in expression. The bone whip lashed onto the long sword, causing his arm to instantly go numb as it directly coiled around his arm. Xiao Yu lightly pulled. "Ah!" The golden sword young man let out a miserable cry as his body directly crashed onto the ground. And And the young man and the girl who were prepared to watch the show at the side were stunned, and their expressions changed. Stop! The gazes of the two young men were grave as the long swords in their hands slashed out one by one towards Xiaoyu. I'm scared. The bone whip shook, and the demonic chi on it instantly shattered the wind sword. The bone whip was like a venomous snake, slashing out numerous phantoms. In an instant, the bone whip coiled around their legs. Feather lightly pulled. Bang bang! The two fell heavily to the ground. With Feather's current half-step immortal god strength, these so-called heaven-chosen disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect were completely crushed. They couldn't even see the shadow of Xiao Yu's attack. You people still want to teach me a lesson. Xiao Yu's face revealed a look of disdain. With a wave of the bone whip in his hand, he instantly attacked the young man who was playing the game console. Pa! The young man who was holding the game console with both hands was instantly stunned. I'm about to clear the level. The boss is about to die. Damn it. The young man exploded in anger as he stood beside Xiaoyu. The girl beside him was also stunned as she opened the fan in her hand. How dare you disturb Lingtian's game? The green energy emitted from the fan as the girl stared at Xiaoyu coldly. Not only am I disturbing his game, I want to give him a good beating. The bone whip in Xiaoyu's hand did not stop, and once again swung towards Ling Tian. You dare to disturb me? You're looking for a beating. Ling Tian raised his head with a fierce expression, and the 6 spiritual weapons in his interspatial ring instantly appeared. However, the moment he raised his head and saw Xiaoyu, he could not help but retreat backwards. It's you, witch. He let out a sharp voice as though his anus had been blown open as he stared at Xiaoyu with bloodshot eyes. Little slave, we meet again. Xiaoyu looked at the terrified expression on Feng Lingtian's face, and the corners of his mouth curled up, full of mockery. He swung the bone whip in his hand. Fuck! Feng Lingtian could not help but curse. The 6 spirit weapons spun rapidly and formed a 3 to 4 meter long wind shield. You actually dare to attack Lingtian? The expression of the girl beside him changed slightly. With a wave of the fan in her hand, a wind attribute fan shot towards Xiaoyu. Get out of my way. Xiaoyu waved his arm, and with a wave of the bone whip in his hand, the fan in the hands of the girl was sent flying. Little slave, I said that I would beat you up every time I see you. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. It seems like you are some crown prince of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. How dare you let your Yellow Heaven Immortal sect bully my martial nephew? You are really looking for a beating. Motherfucker. When Feng Lingtian saw Xiaoyu's bone whip coming at him again, he could not help but raise his eyebrows and grit his teeth. His eyes widened, which you think I can't beat you. In this 1 year, I have specially cultivated a battle technique that can counter your whip. I will teach you a good lesson today. Teach me a lesson, and today I will make your buttocks blossom. Xiaoyu's face revealed a mocking expression as she waved the bone whip in her hand once again. You shut your mouth for this young master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 6 longswords transformed into thousands of wind swords that shot towards Xiaoyu. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth and instantly flew 20 meters into the sky. A small trick, just a piece of trash like you. You haven't improved at all. Xiaoyu smiled. Compared to a year ago, Lingtian's strength had increased by quite a bit. However, compared to her improvement, Lingtian hadn't improved at all. A year ago, Xiaoyu's suppression of Lingtian wasn't that strong. At that time, if Lingtian wanted to escape, Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But today, Lingtian was completely crushed. Lingtian, who was filled with fighting spirit, thought that he could take revenge today. Roar! The bone whip in Xiaoyu's hand shook, and a terrifying demonic chi instantly condensed into the ferocious head of a bone dragon. Pung, pung, pung! The tens of thousands of wind swords were instantly shattered. Xiaoyu leaped, and the bone whip in his hand shot towards Feng Lingtian. The bone whip grew longer. Fuck! Feng Lingtian's face turned black when he saw that his attack, which was almost comparable to a peak-level attack, was shattered. That young lady is so powerful, she actually easily defeated Kong Leshan and the others, and she actually fought together with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince obviously knows that young lady, and he even fought before. Why does he listen to the Crown Prince's words? It seems like he suffered a loss with that young lady. Although this young lady is powerful, but if she wants to defeat our crown prince, that's... Ah, fuck, you're hitting my butt again. You demoness, I'll fight to the death with you. On the surrounding streets, a group of Yellow Heaven Immortal sect disciples and their family members looked on in shock when they saw Xiao Yu instantly defeating Kong Les Han and the others. When they saw that the young girl was actually fighting with their crown prince, shock appeared on their faces. Everyone started to discuss. However, before they could finish their words, a miserable voice came from the sky. Everyone widened their eyes as disbelief appeared on their faces. You hit my butt again. This word again is the key. You have to strike it down. A young man below gulped and said in a daze. The heaven's chosen disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect who were standing next to Feng Lingtian raised their heads and revealed expressions of shock. This was especially so for the three young men and women who were instantly defeated. Their eyes were filled with shock and their expressions were somewhat ugly. This young lady is so strong. Even the crown prince was completely suppressed by her. One of the heaven's chosen disciples opened his mouth slightly. The wind is cold, the water is cold, and the autumn wind is cold. At this moment, Feng Lingtian's voice came from the sky, and the leaves in the sky fell. The green leaves were formed from wind attribute energy and they rotated slowly, emitting a terrifying attack power. You still have time to use your ultimate move. Xiao Yu looked at Feng Lingtian, who was standing in the sky with concentration, and a trace of mockery appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her body moved and she directly charged over with a strong defense. Pa pa pa. The leaves on Xiao Yu's body made a crisp sound as the black bone armor on her body repelled the sharp leaves. Fuck. It's this terrifying defense again. Feng Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu, who was charging forward, and could not help but twitch his lips. With a wave of his arm, tens of thousands of leaves flew towards Xiao Yu. Shadow Bone Whip. Xiao Yu waved the bone whip in his hand, instantly turning into hundreds of them. Each of them was like a terrifying poisonous snake that spread across a radius of a few thousand meters. Pa pa. The leaves were easily sent flying. The two bone whips wrapped around Feng Lingtian's body, causing his expression to change drastically. Pa! Ah! A crisp sound rang out on the streets of Yellow Heaven City. The people below could see that Feng Lingtian's pants had been torn to shreds. White flesh was revealed from within. Everyone below was stunned. This was the crown prince, their crown prince. The Yellow Heaven Immortal sect only had one immortal god expert, which was Feng Lingtian's father, a middle-level immortal. Feng Lingtian was the crown prince of the entire Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. But now their crown prince had been beaten up by a young girl, and it was even a whip. This. How many times have I told you not to hit me there? You. I can't afford to offend you. Can I not hide from you? Feng Lingtian's face was extremely red. He touched his back and felt traces of bulging blood as he gritted his teeth. Xiao Yu's attack wasn't very heavy, but that was the case. Seeing this girl humiliate and trample on him, Feng Lingtian felt like he wanted to die. He was the crown prince of the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect, the most monstrous heaven's son in the entire Yellow Cauldron. This was already the second time he had been whipped by this girl. The first time was outside. He warned everyone not to tell anyone about this matter. But now it was actually inside Yellow Heaven City. Under the gazes of everyone, Feng Lingtian felt extremely aggrieved. He couldn't afford to provoke her, but this young master could hide. Hide? Do you think you can hide? Xiao Yu's face was filled with mockery. If this young master can't hide, then I'll be at your disposal. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth and moved like a gust of wind. This time your brother isn't here. If you want to capture this young master, you must be dreaming. Evasive Shadow Technique. This is the evasive shadow technique created by sect leader Feng Ying. It can burst forth with a terrifying speed. Once the evasive shadow technique is used, it can disappear without a trace. I didn't expect the crown prince to be forced to this extent by a young lady. The crowd below saw Feng Lingtian evading and said in slight shock, "Then let's give it a try, little slave." Xiao Yu's face revealed a mocking expression. The bone whip in his hand immediately lengthened as he attacked Feng Lingtian. "Ha ha! Little demoness, if you want to catch me, Don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Feng Lingtian's figure moved and easily dodged Xiao Yu's bone whip. His sullen mood was finally eased and he began to mock. Is that so? Xiao Yu's expression did not change. He did not retract the bone whip in his hand. With a wave of his arm, a bone whip condensed from demonic chi instantly attacked. Ha! If you can't hit it, are you angry? The bone whip was once again evaded, and Feng Lingtian mocked loudly. Xiao Yu's expression turned slightly angry when he heard the taunts. He stretched out his 10 fingers and a bone whip formed from devil chi appeared from his body. It instantly covered an area of 5,000 to 6,000 meters in the sky. Little witch, I'm right here. Come, hit me. One had to admit that Feng Lingtian was extremely despicable, as he evaded Xiao Yu's terrifying attacks and laughed out loud. Little slave, you won't be able to escape now, right? Xiao Yu's mouth revealed a crafty smile as she pulled her arm, and the bone whips that had been gathering in the sky and had not been retracted quickly surrounded Feng Lingtian, sealing off all directions. Fuck, you crafty demoness! Feng Lingtian's expression changed drastically. The 6 long swords around him slashed towards the bone whips in an attempt to escape. Boom! But in an instant, Feng Lingtian's voice was flung towards the ground. His body landed on the street, instantly causing a crack to appear on the street. Ah! Fuck! A painful voice came from her mouth. Xiao Yu landed with a smile on her face, the bone whip in her hand completely wrapping around her body. With a move of her palm, a bone whip formed from devil chi was formed in her hand and she directly struck towards Feng Lingtian's back. Little slave, do you admit defeat? You witch, I am a 7-foot-tall man. Pa! I admit defeat. Feeling the pain from his back and butt, Feng Lingtian almost cried. Even his father had never hit him like this before, and now he had already lost to a woman twice. He had no way of resisting at all, especially this time under the watchful eyes of everyone. Who is causing trouble in Yellow Sky City? You're courting death. At this moment, an earth-shattering shout rang out, and a number of Yellow Sky City guards who were flying on swords flew over slowly. Who is causing trouble in Yellow Sky City, courting death? The shout attracted the attention of more than half of the people in Yellow Sky City. The experts from Yellow Sky Gate who did not know what was happening on the other streets were also slightly curious, and their eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Yellow Sky City will soon welcome the people in the real world. The issue of public security cannot be neglected. Who dares to cause trouble here? Some of the higher-ups of the Immortal sects also moved and flew towards the direction where the guards of the Yellow Sky City were flying towards. In an instant, dozens of experts at the dance stage flew over. Outsiders? They dare to play around here. The group of Yellow Sky City guards who flew over saw the clothes Xiao Yu was wearing and the people on the ground who were trapped by his bone whip. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. Quickly save Ling Tian. Ling Tian is being controlled by this witch. Hurry up and kill her. The scream of a girl could be heard and the girl who was standing beside Feng Lingtian shouted loudly. What? Crown Prince! The group of Yellow Heaven City guards were stunned and immediately looked towards Feng Lingtian. At this moment, Feng Lingtian was in an extremely sorry state and there were many wounds on his buttocks. It was impossible to tell that he was their crown prince. However, the few spirit swords on the side allowed them to recognize that he was their crown prince. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their faces immediately sank. Attacking the crown prince, and you guys are still watching from the surroundings. You deserve to die. The surrounding Immortal sect disciples and family members were stunned. They opened their mouths, wanting to explain. You dare to attack our crown prince? You're courting death. At this moment, the surrounding Immortal sect experts flew over. When they heard the voice, their faces were filled with shock. Terrifying energy instantly erupted from their bodies and the spirit tools in their hands emitted a sharp light. Everyone, our eldest princess is merely sparring with him. Don't be so anxious. At this moment, the 10 Draconids saw the aura of the surrounding people. Their bodies moved and they stood in a circle around Xiao Yu with smiles on their faces. The aura of an infant realm expert was slowly emitted. Sensing the aura of the 10 draconids, everyone around them was slightly shocked. Their faces revealed a grave expression. The atmosphere instantly froze. The eyes of the experts from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect around them revealed a cold look as killing intent brewed in the air. What are you all so nervous about? I'm just sparring with this fellow. It's not my first time sparring. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Xiaoyu chuckled. With a flick of his arm, he pulled the bound Feng Lingtian up and stared at him. Are we sparring? Look at how nervous the people here are. This isn't sparring. This is the... Pa! Feng Lingtian's face was unyielding as he glared furiously at Xiaoyu. However, before he could finish his words, a bone whip struck his butt. Ah, fuck. Is this a spar or a spar? I say, Great Aunt. I admit defeat. Being directly whipped on his buttocks in public, Feng Lingtian was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to cry. He immediately begged for mercy. You still dare to hit our crown prince? An elder revealed an angry expression when he saw this scene. He was about to attack. Wait! At this moment, a figure flew over and shouted, Elder Feng! Everyone saw the old man and shouted respectfully. N. Feng Jinqing nodded slowly and looked towards the street. When he saw Feng Lingtian, who was tied up by the bone whip, his mouth could not help but twitch. He looked at Xiaoyu with a bitter expression. This lady, we meet again. Hello, old man. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Jinqing's gentle expression and smiled politely at him. This miss, can you let our crown prince go first? Feng Jinqing looked at Feng Lingtian's body and heaved a sigh of relief. His brows twitched. The surrounding Yellow Heaven city guards and the experts from the Immortal sects were stunned when they saw that Elder Feng knew this young lady. They then looked at their crown prince. It looked like his clothes were badly beaten, but in fact, they were all superficial wounds. He would be able to recover very quickly without taking medicine. This made them slightly sigh in relief. They stared at them with sparkling eyes. The 10 infant realm experts called the young girl the eldest princess. This young girl's strength was at least at the peak of the infant realm. It was unknown which powerful force she came from. We're just sparring. Don't worry, we won't be too harsh. Xiaoyu smiled a little embarrassedly. After all, the other party's parents had come. The corners of Feng Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he stared at Xiaoyu innocently. I say you which I didn't provoke you this time. Why did you hit me? Who said you didn't provoke me? Xiaoyu was a little angry when she heard Feng Lingtian's words and glared at him. Feng Lingtian was shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. He stared at him with vigilance. If you have something to say, let's talk it out properly. A gentleman will use his words but not his hands. The thousands of people around saw the cowardly look of their Immortal sect's crown prince and the corner of their mouths twitched. Fuck. Was this still the fearless crown prince that no one dared to provoke in the Yellow Cauldron world? This is my martial nephew, the disciple of my elder brother. Just now, I heard a group of you surrounding him and asking him to sell the Fengqing pill to you. If he doesn't sell it to you, he will be in trouble in the future. I said, you are still the crown prince of some Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. If I don't beat you up, who will? Are you bullying my martial nephew? Xiaoyu glared at Feng Lingtian and pointed at Xiao Ran. Feng Lingtian looked over and looked at Xiao Ran. Everyone's gaze was also on Xiao Ran. They knew this youth. He was the only genius disciple who had joined their Yellow Heaven Immortal sect in the real world. He was only 18 years old and already had the strength of the dance stage. He was extremely terrifying. Your brother's disciple, fuck. Feng Lingtian almost vomited blood when he heard this. He knew what kind of existence the witch's brother was. That was an immortal-level existence. Why do you think your brother's disciple came to his Yellow Heaven Immortal sect? I'm Master's in-name disciple. Master said that in the future, he would let me explore on my own. Xiao Ran bowed to Feng Lingtian with a strange expression. This ant master of his was too powerful. Elder Feng, who was standing in the sky, was also stunned. The disciple of the Dragon King. A trace of seriousness flashed in Feng Jinqing's eyes. The Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. After the 9 cauldrons appeared in different worlds, all the Immortal sects had some understanding of the real world. Most of the Immortal sects had also heard of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King, but after understanding their strength, they basically threw it to the back of their minds. That was because they only knew that the Dragon Gate had about 10 infant realm experts, and the Dragon King was very powerful. But in the eyes of the high and mighty immortal sects, it was not worth mentioning, because only immortals and immortal sects could make them take them seriously. Therefore, the news about the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King did not even reach the immortals and many disciples of the immortal sects.